morning, y'all. Since we did prison and we did, we did, what was it yesterday? Prison, whatever. I'll remember the word. Okay. Let's see what yesterday's was called. How can I forget? Crazy. Yesterday it was called chamber. My God, it's crazy. Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Yep. All right. Let's get rolling. Nose is a little stuffy this morning, but let's go. Okay. Okay, Google, turn off light. Holy moly. Back. Like, wow. Such a difference. Such a difference. Be careful here of this ice. Oh man, okay. So after playing Dead by Daylight last night, you know, I was observing some content and some stuff popped up on my feed. Yakute or Yakusik. I think it's called Yakusik. Right? Siberia popped up again. People living in minus 40 or minus like 50 degrees, and like immediately as you get out there, like you're like you gotta be bundled up there because it's cold as shit there. It's the furthest place north. Yakusik? Yeah, Yakusik. See, notice how those words, those letters in English are not actually, you know, what it is, and it's fascinating because like in Russian or Siberian, Yakusik. So I'm gonna get talking shortly regarding what I wanted to talk about the cage of the mind, because that's really what it is. There's a cage. I'm not going to be able to press that light in time. And yeah, you know, the thing is like Yakusik and all of that like people who live there, like that's, it's not about bad weather, it's about having proper clothing. That's their philosophy, right? If you have proper clothing, it'll be fine. For me, right, I was able to manage to go through very, very cold and difficult weather on these live streams in the morning to walk. And a lot of it was very therapeutic. And I'm grateful for, you know, the colder days, because the colder days are what allowed for the warmer days. But guess what happens? Slush starts to happen. And when this starts to happen and it freezes, then it turns to ice. So that's the caveat when it starts warming up and things start to melt and then freeze in the evening, unless it stays warm in the evening. But because the evenings are still a little chillier, things freeze and then it warms back up. So we'll be paying a little bit of attention to where we're stepping and whatnot. So last night, after watching that before I watched the Yakusik video with the girl, like living, I feel like I've seen her, but in a different video. Maybe it's her own video. And someone was just covering like her stuff, like a Japanese girl, 31, divorced, lost all of her savings, has no savings actually, and is a disappointment to her family, and she lives alone. And she didn't talk, but because she speaks Japanese, but she had subtitles like plastered on a screen, but she didn't say anything. I looked at her and I can only feel sadness from her. But like, she feels free. She has like a decent sized channel now, right? People supporting her and wants to support her in her journey. And I'm grateful for those who, you know, sent her resources and whatnot, right? But, you know, just watching her, and, you know, she says like, you know, she gave up like 10,000 yen worth of food to live on her own, because just, you know, what is blood family anyways, right? If you don't feel connected to the ones that you're meant to be with, right? I've come to accept my family for who they are and what they are, but that doesn't mean I align with them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love them and I will always love them, but I have my true family. People like Victoria and Olga, like T-Bray, Blue. Since when is it blue? These look like nerds. Like the candy. Anyways, back to what I was saying. So I saw her video and only felt compassion for her. And she's not the only one. There's a 51-year-old man who's in Japan as well, he's got a big channel too, but, you know, he does his best to speak English, but like, he plays like old school PlayStation games, and he feels like he feels like a failure in life. And of course, Paul Yu also felt like that. He's got a big channel now. It's funny how there's a trend going on I'm seeing. That, you know, you're not really alone. No one's alone. It may feel like you're physically alone, but you're not. Energetically, we're not alone. How can we? This is an energetic world, but the world hasn't taught many souls that this is an energetic world where we're actually all interconnected. Like, yes, the internet is somewhat of a physical experience for us to know that we're all interconnected from a virtual and digital sense, but we really are energetically connected. For example, you know, I'm going to share me and like Olga's experience. Like, you know, for example, me and her, we've gone through a lot of experience together, and, you know, she's been doing her thing, I've been doing my thing, and then, you know, Trina showed up on my feed, and then Trina showed up on her feed, which was fascinating, right? Oh, this is the spot where the water line broke, I believe. I think this is where that came. I think this is what this is. Did we walk this way yesterday? Or no, we walked the other way. No, so it's not here, it's on the other side. There's two roads that kind of curve in like this. It's not this side. It's the other side. Anyway, so like, you know, the thing is, it's fascinating how so many of us might feel like we're alone, but we're not, right? Because we're all interconnected. Like, so many people now are talking about the nervous system regulation, right? If your nervous system is safe, then everything else will flow through. That has been the messaging in this world right now, is that you got to regulate your nervous system, which is true. You got to feel safe, but you have to get into a perspective of you're safe in every present moment. But if your experience hasn't shown you that you're safe in every present moment, then you're not going to experience that. wow, it's just incredible how, like, after all these cold days, there's my Supra again. After all these cold days, like, this would be considered cold, but it's not cold. It's wow, just crazy. We'll cut through the school. Get some extra steps in. Sky is quite beautiful this morning. It's got this interesting vibe to it. Can't explain it with words, it's a feeling. So, watching her, just sending her so much love. And it's not just her, there's many other people who are feeling like her. She has no friends apparently as well. She lives alone with her rabbit. Right? I'm not saying that she made that video to get attention, right? But she wanted to document that she's starting over. Her channel actually says, I think her name's Ayane or Ayumi, and Ayumi with a Japanese flag, rebuilding my life from zero or something like that. It's funny how they made a path. It's quite warm today. Like, in comparison to what we've been experiencing. So now I want to talk about the cage, right? Truly the answer is you. Like even more now than ever, you have all the answers, and I'll tell you why. So 2 videos popped up this morning on my feed. One by a guy named Jeff, and I forget the girl's name who just popped up on my feed, and they were talking about, Jeff's been meditating for 50 years, and how to stop the mind from overthinking. You just close your eyes or place your attention on that middle spot between your eyebrows, and you focus there, not looking for anything else, just looking there and taking in some deep breaths. And you see, with that being said, not only does that cost nothing, right? It's also coming from within you, because you're doing it. Well, the you that cannot be explained with words. I mean, again, these are all concepts, right? These are all concepts. And if you don't adhere to the concepts of meditation or words, you don't take on the definitions. And if you don't take on the definitions, you simply don't adhere to it, and thus you don't have it. But the thing is, it's a paradox, because it goes all different ways. That's the thing. It's not one way or another. It's all different types of ways. There's that volleyball, soccer ball thing. It's fascinating. But there are many ways to, there are many ways to the answer that everyone's looking for. What you are seeking is already here and now. And the cage that you've put yourself in, looking for yourself, looking for something, is right inside that cage. In fact, it's not anywhere else, but you have to take yourself out of that cage, because the answer is within the cage, outside of the cage, everywhere. Like your entire essence. Like it exists right here, right now. But the world is full of distractions. The world is going to continue to distract you. And as you keep getting distracted, right? As you keep getting distracted, you cannot focus on yourself, because the answer is you. Has been and forever will be you. Morning. It will forever be you. But if you continue to get distracted, and YouTube is a double-edged sword. Everything is a paradox. YouTube is a great platform for being aware of something that you weren't aware of before. But it can also be the greatest distraction mechanism. Mindlessly watching YouTube video after YouTube video after YouTube video. And look, there's nothing wrong with that as long as you don't label it as a problem, right? Labeling something as a problem will then become a problem. That's a bar. Nothing's a problem until you say it's a problem. There are no problems in reality. It just is. But the cage that so many are locked in Where's our sister? I haven't seen her in a couple days. Not normal? No, she's there. But is that her? I don't know. It doesn't look like her. Looks like someone else. Anyways, the cage that we've put ourselves in we can easily remove ourselves from the cage of distractions. Because the woman that I was just watching, she used EFT tapping to heal everything. Well, she says she still has more to go, but that's her mind probably still holding on to things. You could literally let go of everything in one fell swoop. Yeah, this is not our sister. This is someone else. Well, I mean, they are our brother or sister, whoever's standing here, but it's definitely not. It's not the normal person that I usually am with. Yeah, totally different person. Morning. You too. I might actually may be able to go the long way today. We'll see. Phone battery's at 90%. This is the first time in a while since we've been able to go the long way, or we're going to be heading the long way. Instant 10K, of course. But if I don't make it back before the phone goes kaput, then, you know, I'll have to take the quickest way to the trail. It's been, what, 2-3 weeks since we've been able to go to this, walk this direction. Yeah, it's been a while. Feels like, but it only feels like yesterday we were walking here, but it's been a while since we've actually walked here. And you know, y'all know what's gonna happen. If I see a bunch of people, you know I'm gonna start randomly talking about something that you are the answer. So, but you are the answer. Because like that woman, she started healing everything within herself through EFT tapping. The other guy who's meditated for 50 years healed his stuff and is at peace. And he did that within himself. So the answer from a physical and a biological and a neurological and a psychological standpoint is you. So you see, like from a mental standpoint, the answer is you. From a physical standpoint, the answer is you. It's not outside of you. It never has been outside of you. It never will be outside of you because it always has been you. But the world is going to continue to distract you. The world will always continue to distract everyone so that they don't know who they are. That's where I come in. I came here to tell everyone who they are because they forgot who they are. And I came here to mirror back to the people of this planet that they are the answer to their own problems. Because there are no problems. The answer has been and forever will be you. Plain and simple, period, the end. You want to know the answer? The answer is you. It will forever be you. It can't be anything else but you. Because that is it. It is just you. But so many are so focused on the outside world that they have forgotten who they actually are. That's why I came here to mirror back to this planet exactly who you are. And there was a lot of people just now, and I'm glad that I said what I said. And of course I will tone down the voice in a moment. But you really are the answer, like everything. Like today, I'm gonna spend some time, again, doing some EFT tapping. Does the character really have to do it? No, because I've agreed that I'm fully healed. But there could be some tension that might be lingering in the body. And it's okay to do these techniques. It's okay to still practice these things. Not because you need to, not because there's something wrong with you. It's like anything else. It's like, why does someone get up and want to dance and move their body first thing in the morning? Because they choose to, not because they have to. right? Making sure it doesn't become a problem or become a reliance, right? Because when something becomes a problem or a reliance or a dependency, guess what happens? When you don't do it, your mind's gonna be like, you see, you didn't do it. See, you're failing, you're failing, you're failing. You didn't do it. How come you didn't do your practice today, huh? Why didn't you do it? Why didn't you do your meditation today? You're slacking, because your mind is always making mental note. But you're gonna have to train the mind to see it as, I get to do whatever I choose to. In every present moment, I get to decide what I choose to do. And even if I don't do it, that's okay, because it's not a problem. What would it cost, or let me rephrase it, what would it be to you if you could live a life full of freedom and peace? What would you give up? What would you give to have that? I think everybody would give a lot of money, or they would give a lot of their effort and attention to be at peace. Do you think everybody wants to do what they're doing? No. There's a lot of people who are going to places that they don't like because they have no choice. Well, the world has told them they have no choice, but they actually did have a choice all along. I'm gonna wait here. There's no car coming, so I can just cross. That's fine. It's been a while since we've walked this way. Man, it feels good to come back on this side. Wow. Feels like a whole new experience again. It's like, hey y'all, guess what I've been doing in the last 3 weeks since I haven't been this direction. This is the first time in February since we got to walk this way, if you didn't know. I'm gonna go I'm gonna go that way, since it's been a while. It would have been cool if Ricky and Lily were out, but Ricky and Lily are not out. Phone battery at 81%. I just saw 33 on the timer. Man, this is surreal that we're back on this side. You know what's fascinating? My intuition was like, make sure you cover your USB port. Make sure you cover it, even though you don't see the snow right now. Make sure you cover it. Sure enough, there's a little bit of snow falling presently. Yep, there's his house. Phone battery at 78%. We'll make it back with this. I'll just have to pick up my pace a little bit. It's been a while. It's been a long while since we walked this way. Feels really, really good. Yeah, so that, there's so many things, like, we watched that video with Jay, and he was telling me in that video, because I was in that video, maybe you need to do some physical releasing of some energy, which that was almost 2 years ago. August 29th will be 2 years since that video was made, when we had that conversation, talking about fascia and all that stuff. right? But don't you see, like, doesn't it all point back to you? There is nothing outside of you. It always started with you and it always will end with you. So that means whatever problem that you're looking for, you got to go deep within, and you can use whatever means necessary. I don't care if you have to use sound healing, EFT tapping, meditation, somatic breath work, like any holistic healing, because it starts with you and it ends with you. You have to feel things. Like the woman was saying that she was using a lot of EFT tapping to release a lot of her stuff. And then she started to feel her feelings fully. So fascinating how it's these feelings are what creates and destroys in our reality. Think about it. Neville Goddard said the feeling is a secret, right? What is everybody looking to accomplish in their life, right? What does that accomplishment mean? Isn't it a feeling? It's a feeling in the end that everyone's looking for. And because it's a feeling that people are looking for, right? The answer has been and forever will be you. And the thing is, those feelings are within. Everybody has any feeling. And I've said this before, it's not about the object. It's about the feeling that the object might bring to you. Right? It's never about the object. It's always the feeling that you're looking for. It's always the feeling. If more people felt their feelings, they would know. They would know that the answer has been them the entire time. But the world has conditioned people to not feel their feelings. That you have to think. No, you don't have to think. You have to feel. Feel your body. Feel everything. Free yourself from the cage that you've put yourself into. But Orion, I didn't put myself into a cage. Well, you didn't purposely put yourself in the cage. Your experiences of what you felt somewhere deep down you unconsciously put yourself into a cage. And that's okay. Now you have the power to release yourself from that cage. Now, other people, right, are just a reflection of you. Now, there could have been things that you brought from a previous incarnation that had to be mirrored back from other people so that you could resolve it. But of course, when you're a child, you don't know this. You're not consciously aware of all these things, right? You're still remembering how to say your ABCs and 1, 2, 3s. And develop language. And you're taking input from the world. Wow, so good to walk this side again. It's been such a while since I've come around here. Well, hello, van, for blocking the path a little bit here, but no big deal. Sadie and Penny and our brother who lives here. Would have been cool to see them, but I can hear Sadie or Penny. One of them is barking. And then the cute girl that lives here with the little doggy and her parents. I wonder if that scarecrow is still out. I'm sure it is. You know the one. That epic Halloween house. I'm sure it is. Gosh, it feels good to walk on this side again. Yeah, it is. I see it. I think I see it. Either that's a tree's like branch or it's actually out there still. Yep, it's still there. I knew it. I was right. It's there. Mr. Scarecrow is still out there. I like it. It's so cool. He's right there. Good to see you, Mr. Scarecrow. I really trust they leave it out all year. That'd be awesome. Just leaving that out all year. You know what I would have on the front of my mansion? A big ass statue of Goku and Naruto and Ichigo and Lacus and Atem and Jin Woo-sung and Vegeta and Seto Kaiba and Kenpachi and maybe Byakuya and Kira Yamato, maybe the Freedom Gundam. That'd be a lot of statues. I'd have to have someone build them out. I would like for you to build me these statues. Man, it's been a while since we got to come this way. So we get to see the trail, like this part. Oh, they have a new truck. That's a new Silverado. Nice. That wasn't his truck before. See, some things have shifted, and only in the last, what, 2-3 weeks? So we get to see what this part of the trail looks like. A bunch of snow happened here. Wow, look at that. Look at that. Look at how much snow that is. It's crazy. This path is like, welcome back, Orion. We haven't seen you in forever. You're back. I am back, trail. I'm gonna be a little mindful walking down. Wow. It feels so weird walking back down here, because like it's like my body forgot the slope a little bit. Hello, park. It's good to see you. And tree. We've seen this tree change and transform throughout the seasons. This is usually the first thing we see when we get down here. We'll probably see Tom on the way. Our phone battery is at 67% right now, which is somewhat normal for it to be. Usually we start down here by like 65 or 69. So we're averaging around the amount. Yeah, there's no way you can walk there right now. But people have made a path So we get to see the water for the first time in a while. I know in this area, the internet's like the worst. That tree went kaput. Wow, look at that. It's crazy. Today we have another upper body day. Got lots to do, lots to take care of with the physical body. When I get back, I'm going to put on some like meditative type music. I'll eat first, grab something to eat, and then I'll start doing some tapping, or feeling, like asking myself questions like, where, body, are you holding on to any like tension that no longer needs to be held, so we can release it. All right, bringing awareness to that. Man, so good to see this again. Again, it only felt like yesterday we were here, but we weren't. We haven't been here on this side for, I don't know, 2-3 weeks. After seeing what I saw yesterday, the videos with that sister in Japan, where her parents has disowned her, and she's living on her own with no life savings. She lost everything. She has no friends right now, even though she has a big YouTube channel. She feels physically disconnected from everything except for her pet rabbit. Her cold floors, her room is super cold. She feels at peace. People are donating and supporting her on YouTube, sharing their story, and a lot of people were touched by her story. Wonder what the fuck they're really building over there. Like, what is that? That blue house thing over there has been in production for a while. I don't know if that's a mansion or what. If it is, that's a pretty good spot to have a mansion. Wonder how you get over there. You can see it more clearly through over here, because there's no leaves, barely any leaves on the trees. Still a couple lingering, as you can see. They're holding on. And of course our water that we haven't been able to be at, where we did a lot of releasing, a lot of the stuff happened. And of course, look how fucking high this is. And people were walking across the water, as you can see. Crazy. Good to see you, water spot. Love you, water. Even though it's not water right now, but there's water underneath. You can say that the snow is the third dimension and the water is the fifth dimension. See, back in the day, this trail, I've never really walked this much back in the day, but like where I usually start the trail, because it's been cold lately, they would have never taken care of it. You would have to walk in that like heaviness. But as you can see, on this part specifically, they've taken care of it, which is amazing. Look at that bench. Wow. Completely like almost to the top. is our first time we're walking in this spot since the big snowstorm we had. It's just incredible, like how I had to go through such painful cold days, like extremely cold days, and tough it out to really be able to appreciate the warmer cold days like this. Like, this is beautiful. If the battery could last longer, I'd be out here for much longer. I wouldn't be walking as fast as I am. I'd be taking more of my time. So beautiful. There's a light little breeze coming now. So grateful I have this trail. If I didn't have this trail, man, it'd be something else. A lot of people who don't have this, who have access to a trail near them in Toronto. There's lots of trails though, but maybe they have to drive 20 minutes just to get to the trail. Luckily for me, I can walk to the trail. Pretty lucky to have this. Until I leave, of course. Then when I leave, I'll have a new trail to be walking. The trail will be it'll be more of a city trail though, where there'll be hundreds of people you'll see daily. Let's see, when I'm finally there in San Diego, home, am I gonna start live streaming again for 12 hours? Well, because I'll have all the Airbnbs set up and money is not gonna ever be a problem ever again, and I'll be able to send money abroad to family and help them in any way I can. I think I might go back to doing 12-hour live streams. The day in the life, the ins and outs. I should have clients. I will have clients by then, tons. And I will be and I am serving them at high level, because telling them that the answer is them is not going to be enough, and I can already foresee that, because there's nothing I need to teach them or anything, or mirror back, or I'm going to be mirroring back to them, but there's nothing new that I can teach them that they don't already possess within. But I'll have to show them, like, these are some ways that I've been able to get to where I got to, from a physical standpoint, a mental standpoint. Because Christoph, that video, he talked about, like, how come you're not talking about your health journey? You're talking about your hate. You're talking about, like, not bad. All right. Well, we're back. Lost connection for a moment. Anyways, as I was saying, I was talking about, why am I not sharing the health aspect of my journey? Because it's a big part of the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing. In fact, it's the main reason why I started doing what I'm doing. But it became like an afterthought, because the health aspect, right? From a physical standpoint, there was a massive change. Now, of course, like, I have a before and after photo. Right? I have a before and after version of my photo of like who I was in 2018. Overweight, depressed, the smile wasn't real. I couldn't smile for the life of me. And then you could see the difference in 2021 when I started doing all kinds of stuff. I was just happy. I was thriving. I was all right. I was good. At that time, I still wasn't fully tapped into entrepreneurship yet. I was still working my job. I was still working from home. Didn't have to go into the office. That's when I met Julia. Her and I could have had a great relationship, but I'm glad that, you know, it didn't work out the way it was supposed to. Well, it worked out the way it was supposed to, but I'm glad that we didn't end up together, because there would have been a lot of different things, but her and I could have had a great relationship. Like, I mean, the me right now could be in a relationship with practically anyone, but they have to be in alignment now, because I know myself truly, who I am. I wonder where she's at. I wonder if I'll ever see or hear from her again. I'm curious. Will our vibrations and our frequency meet again? She did create a lot of pain in my life, but the thing is, like, she was a great mirror. She was one of the greatest mirrors I could have ever asked for, because it made me aware of what I had to still work through and process and let go of. And for that, I really thank her and her service, because without her role in my life, a lot of things wouldn't have happened. I really enjoyed the time I did spend with her, though. The positive aspects. Same with everyone else that I was with. I really appreciate, you know, all those aspects that everyone shared back in the day. And it's gotten me to this version. This version that's super duper confident, isn't afraid of anything. We'll say, do it anyways. Like, even when in the face of fear, you do it anyways. Like, always taking steps. Getting uncomfortable, speaking. Yesterday I said F you to Neil, which I didn't mean, but like that, the thing is, like, even like showing up with those, like, we were joking around, but like, you know, just showing up authentically how I wanted to be in that moment. I told people, like, I will do and say whatever I choose to, because this is my reality. I will not feel guilty about anything I do or say, because this is my world, my reality. But alright, there are consequences. I'm aware there's consequences, but I don't adhere to them, because I am who I say I am. And I am something that cannot be explained with words. But anyways, you know, I'm glad that, like, we got to see all kinds of aspects of me. Like, It's not all lovey-dovey and blah, blah, blah. Like, fuck that. Like, I love being caring and kind to people, but, and I like having fun. I love joking around. I like things, but like when I don't know you're joking, like, you have to remember on a live stream, right? If I haven't spoken to you in the physical, how the hell am I supposed to know when you're fucking joking? Unless you're saying something and then I'm like, you know, but then that's your misperceiving. True, that's partly me, but also works for you. Remember, text is impersonal. Like words, right? I can just look at words and just like, so yesterday was a great example of the character getting trapped up with words, which is so fucking awesome because, you know, again, we get the opportunity now to keep doing better. I matched with a woman on Facebook dating, and but I didn't match with her. I matched to send her perspective, and she's like, what did she say? I said, you know, grammar is important. It really is. However, all words are made up. They're not real. I hope you enjoy this perspective. So she matches. She's like, well, you know, interesting take. It's not an interesting take. It's facts. It's all made up. Your third dimensional thinking mind is still creating words that are not real. Who are you without your words? You can't explain yourself without having to say another word. So then she's like, I'm more of a, I think she said conceptual or something like that. I'm like, and she gave the peace sign. I'm like, you see how fascinating it is to see how each human has made their own rules to each word. And I said, cheers. I came here to mirror back to you humans. And yes, I did say that. You humans, not me. You humans who are still acting like humans, who are not humans, who are gods. The level of awareness to your words. But it's those same words that you've thrusted yourself into a cage. You threw yourself into a prison. Well, we're back. We're back on this part of the trail. That was beautiful. That was a great time to walk that way again. That was simply delightful. I really enjoyed that. Thank you. I really required that right now to go that way and see it. I really do enjoy these longer walks. At least I didn't make any excuse saying, well, I can't go outside because it's so cold and it's snowing. I fucking just did it. I made sure this character had to adhere to that. I'm like, you're gonna do this. One way or another, you're doing this. Guess we didn't see Tom today. Oh well. There's our sister with the happy dog coming this way. With the smiley dog. Yesterday the doggy wasn't smiling though. It didn't have the tongue sticking out. Tongue, dog, smile, sister. All of these words are all made up. Cold, snow, path, trail, all made up too. But we use these words to understand and to navigate. That's what words are used for, to navigate. As tools. Seeing words as tools, as a navigation tool. To navigate this realm. That's why it's important to have it. Good morning, sister. Have a great day. Thank you. And you see, using your words as tools, you can also use those words to unbind yourself from your cage. In fact, the cage doesn't even exist. In fact, the cage was never there, but you put it there so that you could master yourself and level up. By the way, apparently the weekend's supposed to be somewhat warm, like sun. It's supposed to be like 2 or 3 degrees on Saturday and Sunday, so it's going to be a day where a lot of people are probably going to be going out and enjoying their time, since we've been dealing with, you know, the extremities of the Arctic blast. That's why Orion is the Arctic silver wolf, because we dealt with Arctic air, basically. And you all got to experience it with me. Well, not the physical aspect, but the virtual and digital aspect of the Arctic. Orion, the Arctic silver wolf. If there's 2 animals I would be, it'd be an Arctic silver wolf and like one of them big husky wolves and a falcon. Not an eagle, but a falcon. Like a speedy falcon. I wouldn't be any other creature though. A falcon and a silver wolf. But Orion, they're not called silver wolf. They're just wolves. Yeah, well, I'm calling it silver wolf. Deal with it. Because other people made up words, I can make shit up too. Arctic silver wolf. ASW. OPS, ASW. Arctic silver wolf. I wonder what the rest of February is going to be like in terms of temps, and then what March is going to bring. March is the beginning of spring, but man, this winter arc has been pretty fucking awesome. I have to say, like, I really am impressed with this winter arc. It's helped me to like energetically let go of things. The movement of my body has helped me to let go of things. And yeah, speaking of that, let me get back to like, why haven't I really talked about the physical aspects of what I've been doing? What the benefits really are. Healthy body, healthy mind. A physical body that is capable of stretching and moving and twisting and contorting will just feel good. When your body feels good, you just live good. And it does all start with the mind, and it all does start with the body. Those two systems are intertwined. Healthy mind, healthy body, healthy body, healthy mind. Phone battery at 29%, by the way. Just saw 7111, and now I see 7117. Look at that. Fuck yeah, let's go. right? So when you feel good, when your body feels good, you live good. When your body doesn't feel good, then you feel like shit and then you don't want to do anything. That's how it works. So when you take care of yourself physically, your body mentally and emotionally will take care of itself as well too. When you take care of yourself mentally and emotionally, your body will take care of itself physically. So yeah, a lot of my why I did what I did was because of a physical aspect. I didn't want to feel like shit anymore. Why do you think I started doing mobility training? Why do you think I added a lot of extra things to my palette per day? Not because I had to, it's because I chose to. I wanted to make sure that for the times I'm here on the planet, that my body, the body that I was given, is optimized. It's focused. Both the mind and the body. Like, if people really understood the mind-body connection from a deep fundamental level, everybody would be focusing on their body and taking care of it. There are a lot of people who do, but there are a lot of people who go to the gym, right? They're getting that workout and they're chasing the looks, right? And the looks are great, but guess what? Looks are gonna fade. You gotta also make sure you're optimizing your joints. Who would look at me in 2026 talking about joints? I would have never said you should take care of your joints because, you know, back when I first started moving my body, I wasn't giving a flying fuck about joints. I just wanted to lose weight. I wanted to look good. I still look fucking phenomenal. I look great, but I also want to feel great. But looking great doesn't necessarily translate to feeling great. And I could tell you that. Feeling great, mind, body, spirit. That's why I'm really lucky that I get to do what I do every day. I get to speak and share. Sure, the physical money hasn't arrived yet, and that's okay. This is just a journey. There are so many other people who are not where I am currently in the physical or the mental. Not that I'm diminishing their story, because I'm not, because, you know, their stories are important, but like, you know, I'm grateful. I really am lucky to have this, like the ability to use a phone, have the technology to talk, have the wisdom. Came here to do the level of work that Jesus and Buddha did, and Krishna. And Moses, and Abraham, and Muhammad, and Shu, and Lao Tzu, and Confucius, and Yogananda. I came here to finish what they started. Okay. Got to pay attention here for a moment. Oh, almost slipped there. Phone battery at 20% now. So I at least became aware that the temperature has definitely affected the phone. A lot of different factors. Wow. I'm gonna go straight today, since I got to walk the long way today. Whew. Well, still can't be running backwards yet. So I'm gonna go this way, go around, and then go that way. But Orion, you could have gone the other way. There's a path. Yeah, I know. But this is how I get some extra steps in. Little hacks. Well, we're back on top. The normal way. Oh my God, I just saw 77.17. Fuck yeah, let's go. I could technically take the long way, but all right, intuition, are we gonna go this way? Or are we gonna go that way? We're gonna go this way. Foam barrier's at 19%. It's better that I go this way for today. My hands are a little cold, but they are comfortable cold. They're not painful. It's been a beautiful morning walk. This was enjoyable. I really enjoyed being able to walk out like this again for a longer period. I think I'm gonna make some eggs when I get in. If my brother and Nancy are not using the kitchen, or my dad right now. Wind chimes. Always love the sound of wind chimes. There are two cars that are just parked here and they're on. So this sister here doesn't usually say hello, so I don't say anything. I've said hello to her a couple times, but no response. So I just keep going. I like her doggy though. I like when he or she looks at me. It's cute. I have this like internal knowingness when I should say hello and when I should just leave it be. I don't know how I know that I know to do this, but I just know. It's one of those things like, how do we know how to blink? We just know. How do we know that we know how to blink? That's a great question. We don't know how we know how to blink. I know that sounds like a whole tongue twister there, but we just blink, right? How do we know that we know how to breathe? Well, it's just instinctually built into us. So I have this ability to sense when to say hello to someone and when to don't say hello. Even though the saying hello or just greeting them is not for some attention or for some validation. It's more just to acknowledge I see you. Hello, I see you. Wow. Why does that car sound like a fucking, why does it sound weird? It sounds like some sort of like chainsaw. That's not what that car should sound like. Unless there's something else making that noise. Nope. It's definitely the car. It's like, that engine is sounding mighty interesting in that Audi. I like that Audi though. I wouldn't drive that car though. I'm not an SUV kind of guy. I don't like SUVs. I'm not an SUV or a truck guy or a van guy. I like sedans, coupes. I don't like hatchbacks. I don't like cars that have the hatch. Like that curve in the back. I like my sedans. Like those cars over there. If I wasn't getting a Supra, I would either get a GTR, not a new one like a Skyline, or I would get a RX-7, like Mazda. Fucking Mazda. It's Mazda, people. I'm kidding, it's both. That word is a paradox in itself. Mazda. It's not Mazda, it's Mazda. No, it's a paradox. That's what that is. Such a great walk. Phone battery at 12%. So at least we know that we can at least make the trail still, the full path, right? We at least know that. So we just can't be staying by the water like we used to until I get the battery replaced again. I really don't see the need to get another phone. But Orion, you won't get the software updates. Well, technically, Apple, you screwed the phone over by making it laggy with your effects. But I think I could change that. I think I can remove the effects. But even still, like, I don't really use the phone for much of anything. I don't call. Like, I had one call recently, and I used my AirPods, but I could have easily done that on my tablet. Or I could have even done that on my Mac. Everything that I could do or anything that can be done on my phone can be done on my other devices. So really, what is the phone really here to do? The only thing the phone has is the ability to go mobile with the internet and be outside. That's what its capabilities are for me. Like, I can't bring my tablet outside and live stream because it doesn't have a cellular connection. Unless I tether my phone, like the data, and let the tablet stream. But that would be kind of ridiculous to walk around with a tablet streaming. The camera's not that good. The phone cameras are so much better. But even if I got a new phone, like YouTube compresses the quality of the video. So like I could have the best camera, but the quality of the phone, like the video, is going to be limited to YouTube's compression. So again, I can make a YouTube video with my current phone, and nobody will know the difference if I'm using a shitty phone or whatever, because the quality of the cameras are pretty good. And besides, most people don't care about the video quality now. They care about audio. If your audio sounds good, if your audio sounds like shit, then no one's gonna watch it. They're gonna be like, what the fuck is that person talking about? I can't hear them, it's all distorted. I have quite the mobile setup. The gimbal, the microphones, the camera. Like, I don't have this big honking camera, because that would be a pain in the ass to hold a camera like that for a whole like hour. Really goes to show you, like, when they build a phone, like, you don't really need to change your phone every year unless you have, the money to burn and just like waste it on new technology. Not to say like that's a waste, but like there's sometimes being smart with your resources, right? Even if I was a trillionaire, do you think I would be, when I'm a trillionaire, do you think I'm gonna be buying a new phone every year? No, because it's not important. I mean, if people see I have to get the latest and greatest, then you do you, right? But like, it's not like there's some incremental improvement. Usually it's like it's very minimal. Like for me, if I were to get the new phone right now, or a new phone, it's gonna give me USB-C. It's gonna give me 120 hertz screen. It's going to give me a better brightness on my screen, longer battery life. And yes, some of these things are important, but like the 120 hertz screen won't make a difference, because when I'm live streaming, I'm not going to get that benefit. The longer battery life will definitely be a welcome addition. I don't require more storage because I don't even use the storage on this phone. I'm still only halfway through 512 gigs of storage. So really, like, what am I paying for? What's the value of getting a new phone? There isn't a value of getting a new phone right now. This phone just does the job. Thank God I bought the 12 when Well, if it was stuck, it's not stuck anymore. It can't be. Can't be stuck anymore. Boom, baby. Let's go. All right. All right. Let's make our son of a bitch, man. It's crazy. Gotta go downstairs. Get eggs. 3. Let's crack them. Whoa, overcracked that one. That's crazy. That's fine. 2. All right. Let's get the butter. Let's get the spatula. Even though this is a non-stick pan, it's still important to put something to keep it nice and like. So I'll let that warm up a bit. I'll put eggs into this carton because we're running out off the top here. I remember we did this science experiment where we had to make sure the eggs, if we were to drop them, if we drop them, will they break? We had to design something. I didn't particularly enjoy that experiment because it was boring to me. I'm not a science fanatic per se, but you know, it was an interesting experiment though. Okay, I gotta take this recycling out in a bit. Let's finish this. Oh, look at that, Mom filled. She filled the parsley one. Awesome. Cool. Cool. So these eggs will not take too long to cook. Pack and purge. There's a white SUV parked outside of in front of our space. Let's turn up the heat a little bit. The eggs will be done shortly. In the meantime, okay, let's put the toast up. Toast. Lower the stove. Flip the egg. Most likely this can be flipped. Still seems kind of loosey-goosey, but there we go. It's perfect. Coconut, huh? Interesting. Oh, I know what they're making. They're making cook-up rice. Cook-up rice is actually known as pressure-cooked rice. So that's done. Perfect eggs again. Not bad. Take it off the stove. Wonderful. Perfect moon. And that's done. So I am going to toast or butter this toast. Cool. So we have perfect eggs. Nice. Okay, we're done. I made breakfast very, very quickly. What did that take, like 10 minutes? If that. I'm on a roll. I'm on a roll. Okay. This isn't the spoon I want to eat with. That's the spoon I want to eat with. Ta-da! Finito. Finito. Let me just grab a water. Wow, the room is fresh. It is fresh, y'all. Super fresh. Alexa, what's the weather right now?
Currently, in Toronto, it's 0 degrees Celsius with mostly cloudy skies. Today, you can expect snow flurries, with a high of 1 degree and a low of -6 degrees.
That's cool. Alexa, how much snow is supposed to fall today?
It's snowing right now. You can expect about 0.3 centimeters.
That's nothing. Okay. I'm gonna move you all back a little bit. Y'all are a little too close. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Cheers, y'all. What is this?
It's official, Forza Horizon 6 is launching on May 19th, and here's what we know so far. So it's once again an open world game set in Japan where you start as a tourist. You'll have to play through the races trying to earn your place. And it's going to be the largest map that we've ever had in a Forza game, and Tokyo is 5 times bigger than any area we've had before. It launched, there are going to be more than 550 cars with new body kits and customization options, as well as the option to buy second-hand cars. There's also going to be a garage where you can store multiple cars, fully customize it, and invite your mates over to see it. There's even an entire lot that you can build on in the open world too, and you can do this in collaboration with your mates via multiplayer. I think this looks awesome already, and I'm hyped to play it. It's going to be launching day 1 on Xbox Series, Game Pass, and PC. And then it's going to be coming to the PS5 later this year. So who else is going to play it? It's official, Forza Horizon 6 is launching on May 19th, and here's what we know so far. So it's once again an open world.
That's pretty cool.
She didn't order it online. She didn't buy a costume. She built this. 19-year-old Ellie Farrell is a mechanical engineering student in Dublin, Ireland. And
Wow.
the mind behind this real-life Iron Man suit that actually works.
I kind of was just like, I want an Iron Man suit, I'm just going to do it. Like, I might as well.
Inspired by Marvel's Tony Stark, Farrell designed and assembled the suit piece by piece.
I just saw someone else
That's-
doing it online, and I saved up my own money. I got a really crappy 3D printer, and I built it up myself.
Complete with hand blasters, lasers, and Tony Stark's signature glowing arc reactor.
I think superheroes can be realistic, and bringing it to life is what really entertains me and makes this more real.
Currently a second-year college student, Ellie Farrell says she learned her skills before she even entered the classroom.
COVID hit when I was 14, so I had like nothing to do for the entirety of COVID, so 2 years just like building stuff straight.
Every piece required testing, tweaking, and patience to turn trial and error into a working design.
That's awesome.
Well, there's just like geared motors in the head. There's a microcontroller that has like some code written in it and a button in the chin. So if I move my chin forward,
That's awesome.
move it back, it moves back down. And the lights are programmed to turn on at the same time. And then there's like separate boards in the arm for the lasers that opens up and out.
Tony Stark isn't the only superhero who's inspired her. And now, with a combined following of over 700,000 followers across social media, many of her videos on TikTok garner over 10 million views. And in a field where women are still underrepresented, her work is showing young girls that engineering is not off limits or out of reach.
Exactly.
So instead of just seeing out the eyes, I have an actual head up display. I've always wanted to be someone that I would have wanted to look up to and be like, wow, they did that, like, I could do that too.
Farrell says she
Exactly.
hopes her work encourages more women to take up space in workshops, labs, and classrooms.
But today I'm going to show you how to make one. I grew up with 4 brothers and no sisters, so I've always just been one of them. Like, I've never really viewed myself as much different. So it's always just been, you can do it too. What's stopping you is just the societal side of things.
Mhm.
Literally do whatever they're doing, and just as well. It's going to be even cooler than this right now.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app.
That's pretty awesome.
Or watch live on our YouTube channel.
That's pretty awesome. Good on her for doing that. Proud of you. See, I love seeing stuff like that. Are gaming companies destroying their own fan base? To some degree, they are.
One night, I was playing Pokemon Legends ZA, and I thought to myself, am I being pranked? Because $70 for that is a crime. I feel like some gaming companies are betting that our nostalgia and loyalty will override common sense. They just might be right for now. Let's look at a case study for this. Myself. I saw the trailer for Pokemon ZA and thought, I'm not buying that. Well, I called my sister and we were just talking, and she had mentioned, oh, we're actually going to the midnight release for Pokemon ZA tonight. We're getting one for her daughter, my niece. And I hear her in the background saying, Auntie Amber, let's play together. And I did cave. Sue me. I wanted to create that memory with her, and it was a really fun time. We we stayed
Nothing wrong with that.
together. The game was absolutely not worth the price, but that memory is priceless to me.
Exactly.
A little bit of a disclaimer before we get into the video. I want to make it clear that I'm not telling you what to do with your money. Do what you want with it. I'm not here to judge. I more so just want to create a discussion around this. It's something that I see a lot in comments whenever video games are released, trailers, and I'm curious if this is something that people think will be changed or can be changed. I feel like a lot of us have this kind of tender place in our heart for these video game companies that may be doing us dirty. It's definitely not all of them, but it is some, because they were either our childhood or we have really positive memories associated with these video games that are very close to our hearts, and that's what makes
I agree.
this video so difficult, is because I obviously don't hate these companies. I have a lot of love for them. I love the memories that they've given me, and also just the beautiful stories that I've been able to experience through video games. And yes, even though Nintendo is the one that sparked this realization in me, I really do love their games. Some of you may have seen my top 10 video games of all time video. I made it just because people had been asking me in my videos, so I was like, why not upload it? And a majority of them were Nintendo, and I'm just disappointed in what I'm seeing. All. So to get back to the question, are gaming companies destroying their fan bases by testing how much we will tolerate, and are we letting them? The whole thing that sparked this video, the Nintendo problem. There's a few Reddit posts I want to share with you, and these are from a subreddit called This, and I think the name speaks for itself. But the posts are just from people that are disappointed, and honestly, as I was scrolling, I was like, they're kind of making my points for me. 2025 game from a multi-billion-dollar company, and it's just the flat textures. We're gonna talk about this in another post, but it's so much more than just the textures for Pokemon specifically. $70 game that have cardboard cutout windows and flowers. Oh my gosh. This is just insane considering there isn't a major Steam sale right now. I personally have started to become a PC gamer. I was a dedicated, loyal console gamer for a very long time until I started seeing Steam prices and the sales that they have, and it just made it really easy to experience a lot more games, and the variety that's on Steam, I feel like it's just unbeatable. It's definitely my favorite way of playing games now. And Pokemon Legends ZA was $100, including the DLC. My goodness, it is just not worth. I feel like I both know what they were thinking because they were thinking money, but also what were they thinking? By creating something that was clearly just so passionless. I think this is Pokemon X and Y, but even that looked better. The game on top cost $70, the game on the bottom is currently on sale for $40. Expedition 33 was so phenomenal, and I honestly couldn't believe that the base price on release was cheaper than Pokemon for the Switch 2, but also the same price for the Switch. Those shouldn't even be remotely close in price. In my opinion, Nintendo fans on a 20-plus-year-old game they already own is made available to purchase again. Unfortunately, I'm probably someone that is guilty of this. The issues that some of these games look like or literally are blown-up DS games. I feel a little bit torn with this because Mario Galaxy went into $70 for the bundle, $40 separately. For games that are almost 20 years old, released on the Wii, it does look better on the Switch. I just think the price is a little bit ridiculous. I would not pay $40 or $70 for the bundle. Where I am probably guilty is if Fire Emblem Awakening was re-released. My instinct would probably be to buy it, even though I already own it. The thought of playing it on a huge TV versus my tiny 3DS, that's one of my favorite games of all time. I probably would pay $40 for that. I don't know where I stand now with that, but I just think I see their strategy because Mario is a very well-loved game. I don't agree with my thought process behind Fire Emblem. I'm just speaking to one of my favorite games, very nostalgic. Curious what you guys think and what the price you think should be for a game that has some improvements, though they're minor. Let me know, I'm very curious. Talking about Pokemon Legends ZA specifically, this Reddit post I feel like summarized all of the frustrations perfectly, which says, Pokemon fans need to stop pretending people only hate Pokemon ZA because of the graphics. 1. Exploration is awful. The entire thing takes place in a worse version of 3DS Lumio City. Yes. 2. The new battle system isn't all that. Real-time battles sounded ambitious, but it ends up clunky and shallow. 3. The art style just looks cheap. It's not just a resolution or texture quality, the art direction itself is extremely lazy. 4. Still no voice acting in 2025. Why even bother with lip sync and body animation but without voices? Utterly absurd, especially for its price. 5. The writing is bland and the story goes nowhere. Dialogue is stiff, the pacing drags, and the story never hits any real $70 base plus $30 day one DLC is absurd. 7. Still has performance issues. This was made a few months ago, so I'm not sure if that's still an issue, but overall really disappointing. I don't think there's anything I disagree with.
Never heard of her, but she's hitting the spots with the video game world.
Struggle. I think at the beginning it was like, oh, this is fun because it's Pokemon, it's nostalgic, but there's no innovation. The battle zone was fun for like the first night, and then it got really repetitive and boring. The quality is just not there for what I think me and many others feel like it should be at for being the biggest franchise in the world. People feel that generally the Pokemon game quality dipped as early as Gen 4, some saying Gen 5 or 6. Aside from Pokemon, the increase to $80 games for some Switch 2 games, and Nintendo's plans for variable pricing, depending on what they determine to be the game's value, is interesting. If you want a little bit more of a deep dive into that, there is this great YouTube video that I found by Kit and Krista. They have really intriguing commentary because they're people that worked for Nintendo on the communications team, so they wrote a lot of the PR responses that we are getting. They tell you what the red flags are and what they think could be an issue for Nintendo in the future. I found what they said so fascinating, so definitely go check out their video. Microtransactions and DLC. As I was writing this, I realized that I have been a victim to microtransactions since I was young. Growing up, my sister and I loved MMOs. Perfect World, Mabinogi, Maple Story, and in middle school and high school, we spent good amounts of money on the cute outfits and the mounts because that was our main motivation for playing a game, was if there was good character customization. Ultimately, those don't affect gameplay, and that was our choice to spend our money on that. Guilty as charged.
Guilty as charged as well too.
Part of the problem there. But there are games out there where paying extra does affect the base game playing experience. There are games that do additional content right. Witcher 3 has really high praise for theirs, but then there's ones that are so obviously a cash grab because it has no value add or just pay to win. So many games have a season pass. Apex, Arc Raiders.
Oh god, Apex.
Guys. Sports games like FIFA are some of the biggest offenders, and you're already paying $70 to get the base game, and even more for the season pass. And do not even get me started on mobile games. Supercell, even Genshin Impact and Fortnite got sued by the FTC for violating a children's privacy law, essentially because they were being shady and deceptive with the transactions. Games are actually cheaper than what they used to be, adjusted for inflation. But this is not accounting for all the microtransactions like we just discussed. There's an article by industry analyst Sam Nanji who goes back and does the math, and Sam says that the disconnect is in the value that we are getting as gamers, especially with the additional costs that people are spending hundreds and sometimes thousands of dollars on, or when they're released with so many bugs and are borderline unplayable. Monster Hunter Wilds.
Oh god.
Example of that. Gaming companies are saving a lot of money because digital ownership is the majority now. In 2023, the digital ownership was 83%. So they're not having to pay for shipping or manufacturing, and they're making record profits. As a counter argument to that, graphics are much better, budgets are much higher than they used to be. There's games like Call of Duty, Star Citizen that cost hundreds of millions of dollars to produce, and they need to make back their money somehow. And there are a lot of games that do it right, but we're not talking about them in this video. We're talking about the ones that are putting low effort and trying to get every last cent that they can from us, where we leave the game feeling really unfulfilled. I feel like indie games are a great example that leaves us feeling like we really got an amazing experience and more than our money's worth. Hades, Hollow Knight, Celeste, Stardew. I just finished one, Greece. I've been playing Fields of Mystria. These are just such fun games that are just maybe leaving more of an impact on us than a lot of the bigger games, and they're just showing us where the passion is missing. So where does this leave us? I think ultimately for some people this either has or will start to affect whether or not they want to support games that they once loved and had a lot of loyalty to. For others, I don't think it matters. For me, I think as of right now, I don't think anything will be done about this because of how profitable it has been for the gaming industry. I obviously want to support the franchises that I love, but will be more thoughtful about my purchases, especially moving forward. It used to not even be a question for me, but now it will definitely be me evaluating whether it's a game I think I would.
This is a good conversation right here.
Where do you personally draw the line? Do you think loyalty is wavering enough for there to be
I like this conversation actually.
I feel like so many of us are frustrated.
As a gamer.
There's people out there that will still keep buying these games. Let me know what your thoughts are in the comments. If you made it this far, thank you.
You're welcome.
I post much more frequently on Instagram and TikTok, though I actually want to start posting here weekly. So feel free to follow me on my other socials and subscribe if you aren't already. And I will see you guys in the next video.
Cool. Thank you, Amber Corset. I have my thoughts. I have lots to share actually about what she just said. But let me take care of this first. There's a couple things I want to take care of. Ooh, that was a good conversation. Amber touched on some interesting points that she shared. I'm gonna go back outside for a moment, throw this recycling out because it's starting to get full. Plus it gives me an excuse to keep going back outside, which I love. Oops. Very good. You get the freshness in the room, all right? Like every time, like I come back into the room, like, oh shit, the freshness. It feels nice and fresh. I like freshness. It's not too cold, it's not too hot. It's all right, but I will have to push in the door shortly. But the weather is just. Wait, do we have a new feature? No. We don't have a new feature. Okay, whatever. All right. Let's talk about what Amber was talking about. Let me just switch to my other socks quickly for now. That way I can put these ones off. So Amber was talking about, for those of you, first time ever running into Amber's content, but I feel like I've seen her before. Just weird. Just anyways. So Amber was talking about the concept of the video game industry, how they're kind of like nickeling and diming you for things. Like, we used to live in an era where digital transactions weren't a thing. You buy the game and it came with everything. There wasn't any additional content. Now, of course, some people wanted more. And this is where it began, right? People were willing to pay for, like, okay, so they bought the game, let's say on PS2. I think there was maybe digital content. No, not PS2. It started in the PS3 era. You can buy DLC. Downloadable content. That's what DLC stands for. Downloadable content. Cool. So I can move this out of the way. What's up, dude? I'm going to talk about something I just watched from another YouTuber. She's talking about video games. But this kind of goes with anything in life right now. So she was mentioning how she loves Nintendo. She loves Pokemon, but she paid $70 for the latest Pokemon game, but she wasn't happy with the Pokemon game and the quality, because a lot of the AAA studios like Nintendo or Game Freak or even Final Fantasy hasn't been living up to par. And I can't even say just them. I have to say the same thing for like Apple and Samsung. I have to say the same thing for other tech companies who they're bringing out subpar things. The YouTube has been a problem as well too, right? A lot of places are looking for subscription now. Now I get it, like this is how they want to generate money, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you're going to give us something, you may as well give us the value, right? Some people don't see this as a problem, and it really isn't a problem, but it is a problem to some degree, because today's day and age, if you want to play a new game, I'm going to just focus on the video game aspect for a moment. If you want to play a new game, you have to buy the game. Then when you buy the game, you have to get the season pass if you want more stuff on top of it. So then, of course, there's bundles you can buy. You get some extra stuff. And you buy a bundle of a game. Like, I think the last game I did that was Bleach. Soul Resonance or Soul whatever? Rebirth of Souls. I forget what the name of the game is, but if you didn't buy the season pass, because this is the incentive that they do, you will miss out on something, because they create FOMO. They create fake scarcity. That if you don't buy this thing, you won't have this thing, and then you will forever miss this thing unless they choose to bring it out in the future. Which then, for those who bought it in the beginning, they will get shafted and will create a problem. And some companies have done that. And I'm not even just talking about video games. This can be extrapolated to anything. I remember when I was in coaching, or when coaches would be like, if you don't buy my course now, you're going to miss all these extra bonuses, but then you'll have to pay full price. But they're creating fake scarcity by doing that. This is what companies do. This is what people do. They create this false sense of fake, like the fakeness of like, well, my prices are actually like $29.97, but you can get it for $9.97, when in reality it was always $9.97. You just inflated your own prices. Again, You get to set the prices to whatever you choose to, right? For me, I'm never going to be doing that. What someone has to pay me is what I'm worth. I'm not going to be nickeling and diming anybody. I'm going to be like, you want to work with me? $100,000 up front. I'll give you the ability to pay me in like chunks, but 100,000. There is no, can you cut me a deal? There is no fucking deal. You want the transformation? $100,000. If it's worth your life, you will pay whatever it takes. If your life was on the line, what would you pay? Would you pay $1? Or would you pay whatever you got? Right? So for me, like, I'm not going to nickel dime anybody. And the thing is, I'm going to give everything up front. There is no gatekeeping. There is no holding back. I don't hold back. The problem was with companies, they gatekeep shit. So like, sure, you buy a game or you buy whatever and you get X amount of things. But then they will create more things because there's always a supply and demand issue, because humans like to create unnecessary problems because they're never satisfied with what they got, right? They're always chasing the next thing. This is another problem. Humans are always looking for the next thing, and this is normal. This is what the mind is designed to do, always seeking the next thing, because it can't be satisfied with what it has, right? It's always striving for something next. I gotta accomplish the next thing. I have to do this thing, right? Again, it's your normal human tendency and it's not a problem, but you have to recognize what the mind is doing. Once you recognize what the mind is doing, you can at least position yourself better to understand, to make better choices. Do I really need this thing? If I really require this thing, then cool, but do I really require it? So back to the video game aspect. You know, I'm guilty of this. You know, I pay money for Dead by Daylight. I support the team by paying them, what, $10 for a costume, or $10 for their, like, what they call their season pass. I haven't bought their season pass this yet, but I will eventually buy it. But the thing is, this is what I've been noticing, and she hit the money when she said this. Companies, like big companies, they're looking to feed off of your nostalgic, and that you'll just continue to buy and be loyal. Like for me, Final Fantasy, very popular series. I love Final Fantasy, right? But I haven't bought a Final Fantasy game in years. Well, I'm gonna rephrase that. I did technically buy Pixel Remastered, but I already owned it somewhere else. So excluding that, I hadn't bought a new Final Fantasy game that's like brand new, not a remake, in years. Like Final Fantasy 16 came out. I don't have that yet. I didn't buy that. The last Final Fantasy game that I bought was Final Fantasy 15, and that was what? 2016? 2017? 2016, I think it came, no, it came out in 2017. I enjoyed it. But there's something wrong happening here. The game was incomplete. So then, not only did you have to pay for the completion of the story, which, by the way, was subpar, right? They had multiple episodes. Episode Arden, Episode Gladios, Episode Prompto, Episode Ignis. And they talked about the stories, but why didn't they include it in the base game? Because they wanted more money. And a lot of companies nowadays are basically producing subpar content because a lot of people have fallen in love with these companies from years, like Square Enix or Squaresoft was a reputable company back in the 90s and the early 2000s making AAA titles, and you felt this sense of like, wow, I got to play through this game. It was such an amazing game. And so we who grew up with those types of titles are expecting the newer games to be similar like that. And that doesn't, again, that does not even imply just for video games. That can go for TV shows. That can go for movies. That can go for technology, right? iPhone. They weren't pumping out a new iPhone every year at one point. When the iPhone 3G first came out, the first iPhone, that lasted, I think, for the first 2.5 years, and then they started building the iPhone 4, then the 5, and they just kept making it better, and some of it was not that great. But, you know, companies are banking on your loyalty to buy their new product, like Samsung as well. Samsung hasn't created anything better, in my opinion, than my tablet. Samsung Galaxy S9 Tab. Now, if you don't own something already, that's a different story. But if you already have something, and they say, well, this is the next greatest thing, and like your games will be played better, you have better sounding audio, because this is the problem with technology. Every year, it's like changing your fucking underwear every day, right? Your underwear that you're wearing right now is dirty, so that means your old technology is outdated. My MacBook, for example, the one that's sitting over there, that was the beast at one point. That laptop has 64 gigs of RAM, 2 terabytes of storage, and it has the M1 Max chip, the top chip from back in 2021. And I got it in 2022 because they weren't releasing a new MacBook every year. But now, it seems like every year, they're releasing new MacBooks. Almost every year. We're already at the M5. We're going to be on the M6 soon. But that laptop's still quick enough. But what I'm getting at is like, they are selling you this idea that, and they inflate these things. And I'm not saying that it isn't any faster, but like, if you already have something that's quick enough, right? If something's not taking like 40 hours to render, and it's taking you 15 minutes to render, then when you go buy the new MacBook that makes it render in 7 minutes, is that 8 minutes really going to make a difference? Well, if your job or your career depends on speed, then probably. But are you really getting more bang for the buck? Is it leaps and bounds? No. It's usually little incremental shifts. It's not really leaps and bounds. So the same thing goes with video games. Like, I remember playing Dead by Daylight back in 2016, more into 2017, and I really loved the game. It was really awesome. But the game didn't really have too much paid content, but it was enjoyable. It was actually it was more fun back then. The thrill of like, oh shit, the killer's coming. Like I really felt more engaged with the game. Now, it's more of a cash grab. And Behavior is a company who doesn't really listen to their fan base. They make subpar shit, and then they tell us that they're fixing things, but then they haven't fixed a lot of things. They've created a game where it was perfect, in my opinion. Yes, there was of course balances, but like, most people enjoyed the game. And then they started tweaking shit, and then they broke shit, and then shit didn't work, and then people are complaining, because humans love to do this. They love to complain about things, right? And Behavior, doing their best. I'm attempting to be neutral for them, not against them or for them, because, you know, the goal is to be neutral in all aspects of life, right? When you live neutrally and you neutralize things, you live a more peaceful life than if you're on one side or the other. You're pro or you're against. You just see it for what it is. But I'm grateful for Amber because this is a really good conversation piece because, like, you know, new games are starting to cost, what, $80 now? $80. Now, for me, money is whatever. It's just a tool. You know, I can say $1 million and I'm not batting an eyelash because it means nothing. Basically, a dollar value is just a fake value because I know what companies are doing. They're just marketing it based on inflation, which is also an illusion, right? But when I go and I see new video games and they cost like $100, I'm like, is this game even worth $100? Like Monster Hunter Rise or Monster Hunter Wild, I was expecting great things from that game. I haven't played it because this laptop can't handle it, unfortunately. On PlayStation 5, it was fine. On PC, it was not. It was a disaster. And because of that, it took a whole year, and I don't even know if it's fully fixed. The game was just terrible. In 2018, they released Monster Hunter World. Their best Monster Hunter game, in my opinion, ever. It broke records. There wasn't too much DLC at the time. They actually built a game that was actually functional, that was enjoyable, that you didn't have to go spend extra money for extra content. Of course, they eventually started adding new stuff into the game, and it was fine. But the thing is, when you would buy their content, it felt like you're getting something complete. And that's the thing that I'm getting at. Like, there are companies that sell you DLCs that don't feel complete. And they charge you a lot for the base game, plus more for a game that more for their DLC that doesn't even feel complete. And then you might have to pay another DLC, and then another DLC, and then another DLC. There's so much to talk about. But this doesn't just extend to video games. This goes beyond video games. This goes to life. In the gaming industry, you've been put into a cage that you may or may not know. Where were the days of PS2 where you had the freedom to play a game at your own leisure, not having to log in for these daily bonuses because you'd be missing out on something, and that the game just felt like you're playing a video game. And it didn't become like a job to log in, to do these daily quests and grind. What happened to those days? Because a lot of people turn to these online, like, multiplayer games to play with their friends, which is great. That has its beautiful aspect. I play with T-Bray. I enjoy my time playing with him. But where are the times where we used to just play a game and have fun, and it didn't become a chore? Where are the days when we were just being human? So this is the aspect of life now, where you didn't have to constantly log into Instagram and Facebook and YouTube, for that matter, to look for content, because you were happy with life. Where are those days? Society has created a problem, and they're looking to solve a problem that they created. It's so hilarious. Oh yeah. Right? Where are those days? You know, the funny thing is, because now that you're here, the funny thing is, I was sharing earlier this morning, I don't know if you were on listening, but there was a girl in Japan who, 31, she's divorced. She doesn't speak English, but she put the subtitles in English for people to understand, but she wasn't speaking. Her family disowned her. She has no friends. She has no savings. She lives on her own. Her like flat, as they call it, or her space is like cold. She has this like portable heater thing just to keep her warm. And the only thing she feels free, but she also feels this loneliness because the world has created this false ideal. Like, for example, more people aren't connecting with physical people in the world. They're turning to digital. I'm aware of that. I'm not adding to the problem, but I'm bringing awareness to a problem, right? I know that I don't really connect with people in the physical much. I mean, except for when I'm out in the trail and I chat with people here and there. But, you know, if I wasn't live streaming, I don't think I'd be even using any of my devices. Maybe my tablet just to do my play out, but I think I'd spend a lot more time just being, because I see a big problem right now because a lot of people have turned away from other humans because they've said that the world is like blah. This is why I'm saying like all these things are intertwined with each other. It's like one sequence of events that leads to another sequence of events. And I started with video games. And now it's just turning to something completely different. Right? Companies like Samsung and Apple keep producing new technology, new phones in the name of progress so that you can continue to be sucked on your screens. Right? I'm glad you yourself take a social media detox, like you're just like offline, which is perfect. That's what more people should be doing. And I know the value of doing that because I've done it plenty of times. In fact, I've done it in COVID where I literally was like, I had to use the computer obviously for work, but I was not on any social. Facebook wasn't installed. I had no Instagram account at the time. And I was just at peace. I was just doing my thing. I was just like reading books, like physical books. I started buying books on Amazon and I got them. Thankfully, during COVID, people were still shipping stuff. So I bought books online, read them, watched podcasts and TED Talks, but like, you know, it was quite interesting because I went more within back then. But here's the thing, back in 1998, 1999, 2000, 2001, 2002, 2003, 2004, that era, and 2005. First of all, I didn't even have the internet in this house, number one. Number two, and I wasn't living here in 2001, 2002, 2003. I was living somewhere else. We were living in a different house. But back then, I was going to friends' house. We were connecting. We were playing video games. The friends that I connected with had the internet, but they weren't spending time on the internet. They were playing a video game, like multiplayer, like split screen, or we're just talking and hanging out, watching anime, or playing card games, or doing something together. But I'm not saying that those days are fully gone because there are people who still connect with other people. I see it. But when they're connecting with other people, are they actually connecting with other people in the physical, or do they have their phone in their face and they're texting away while they're with other people? And this becomes another problem that humans have created. And they're attempting to solve the problem of, why do I feel so lonely? Why do I feel so empty? Why do I feel like this, right? And then, of course, they created platforms to make you feel like you're worth something, and if you don't have numbers, right? If you don't have the number, then you're not worth it. That you're considered like not worth someone else's time because you don't have millions of subscribers or followers or connections. It's quite the, we can call this a epidemic that humans have created for themselves. And it's only gonna either get worse or it's gonna get better if more people start to know, to start getting back to community. Now, community in itself has its pros and cons, because if you're in a community that is not in alignment, then you're not going to feel like you fit in. I've been in many communities where I didn't feel like I fit in. I'm an alien. How could I fit in with normal humans? Doesn't make sense. I attempted to force myself to feel like I'm part of something, but I never felt like I was welcome or a part of anything. When I was with Craig's group, right? Even though Craig did his best to make me feel welcomed, the group in itself collectively did not make me feel welcome. Like anytime I would say something in the chat, like on Zoom, it would just be ignored. But someone says the exact same thing that I just said, and it get applauded or cheered for, right? And it just never felt like I belonged in those communities. So that's why I'm like, communities, they have pros and cons to it. You have to find the right set of people who are in alignment. But you're gonna have to go so deep within yourself to figure out what is aligned to you. But of course, guess what happens? You're gonna get distracted, because the world is designed to distract you right now. This is a world of distractions. We'll call it the WOD or WOD, W-O-D, the world of distractions. The world of distractions is designed to distract you, to keep you from knowing thyself fully. And many people are turning to YouTube to figure out their answers, but the answers are simple. It's right here, right now. It's you. It's been you. It's always been you. And if more understand that it's you, and then more people understand that it is always going to be themselves, and each other knows that the answers has been you, then more people will be at peace. And more people will start to actually reconnect with other people in a more harmonious way. But there's a long way to go with that. There's so many paradoxes to this. It's not just black and white. There's so many underlying layers behind the scenes that's keeping people so distracted. I've been very blessed actually to have had this time to not be super distracted, to be getting really laser focused on what is really important. I'm grateful for this time. Oh, it is? Ah. Oh, well. I've never called it that, by the way. I've never seen that before. So in my world, that was never taken. Maybe in your world that's taken, but in my world that's not taken. So I'll call it the WOD. And I don't call them workouts, I call them playouts. So it's called a pod, the playout of the day. See, doesn't that roll off better? I do the pod every day. Excuse me, what's a pod? Oh, it's called the playout of the day. Playout? What's playout? Oh, it's the thing where you lift weights? No, that's called workout. No, in my world it's called playout because I like to have fun. For your world, you might call it workout because you think you have to work for it, but you don't have to work for it. You get to play. See? No, I wasn't referring to you, but I was just like, I was doing a little skit with myself with some random invisible person that I always do. It's enjoyable to mock and imitate other humans who don't actually exist. Or maybe I can also call it pod, the planet of distractions. I can call this the planet of distractions. Or the rod. I can call it the rod. You know what? I'll call it rod. R-O-D. Reality of distractions. This is a reality of distractions. How about that? Rod. We'll call it rod. We'll call it rod. Rod, for going for it. Hey, bring them. I will whoop their ass. I will send them into oblivion. I'll turn Super Saiyan and I will send them to oblivion. Them made up their own stupid ass words with WOD. They can go piss off. In fact, they can do this. I showed this yesterday. They can do this. I will spit on the face of anyone if I have to tell them that your shit is made up, because everything's all made up. I make shit up. You make shit up. Everybody makes shit up. All words are made up. It's an illusion. Who are you without your words? You can't answer that without saying a word. Because you have to use words, right? Who is anybody without their words? So what's anything without a word? It just is. So it just means it's all made up. It's all made up nonsense. It's all gibberish, right? Someone speaking Japanese saying the same thing in English, I wouldn't be able to understand what they're saying because I don't understand Japanese. Someone speaking Korean typing the same thing. If they call it workout of the day, WOD, but they put it in Korean text, I'd be like, what the fuck is that? It's just squiggles. That'd be insulting to them, of course, because they've been attached to their own words, because they've been enslaved by their own words. What do you think I've been doing in the last little while? I've been detaching from words. I've just been looking at shit and just like detaching from it, neutralizing words. So let those angry crossfitters come. I will whoop their ass. I'm stronger than most humans on this planet. I know that. I can beat up anybody if I really wanted to. Because I will come back as a demon and I will send them into oblivion. If they beat up the human, I'll come back as a demon and I'll destroy them inside out. Oh, so that person killed this body? Okay, cool. I'm gonna come right back as my alien demon form and I'll incinerate them from within. And I'll make them explode. Kaboom. I'll be like a Mortal Kombat character. Who was it? Was it Sector? Who did the fatality where they went in someone's mouth and then they imploded the person from within? I don't know. I think it's Sector. It's either Sector or Cyrax. They sent something within the person and they imploded from within. Fatality. I don't remember who. Seeds? Seeds of what? Seeds of explosions? That's not a Mortal Kombat character, I don't think. Seeds? Can't be. Anyways, the reason why I brought up this conversation was because today we're talking about the cage of the mind and then this random YouTuber showed up on this feed, and this is the beautiful thing about this feed. It just pops up all kinds of random stuff, which is relevant. She was talking about how Pokemon, because she loves Pokemon, but she felt that Pokemon ZA was not worth $80 because you're getting subpar textures and subpar voice acting. There's actually no voice acting in 2025/2026 for Pokemon yet, which is so weird, right? Like, how can Nintendo get away with making so many Pokemon games and not voice acting each Pokemon? I know that sounds like an incredible amount of time and effort to voice act every Pokemon, but I mean, you do it in the anime, so why not do it in the game? It's simple. You just take the anime file that you created in the show and just put it into your game. It's not like the game and the animes are different. It's the dumbest thing. If you're paying the voice actor to come on your show to voice the character, like the Pokemon characters like Charmander and like Mewtwo and Mew, then why can't you do that in your games? It doesn't make any sense. They have stupid ass growls. Grrr. Like, it makes no sense. But she was talking about how she, she's going to be looking into her purchases. What I was talking about was somebody in Mortal Kombat, they would go into the person's body through the mouth and they would explode the person. So I think it might be Noob. It might be Noob Saibot. It's either Noob Saibot or it's Sector. They teleported, when they did their fatality, they were going into somebody's mouth. And then what happened was the body would and then would explode. And then they come on the fatality. So that's what I was saying. Like, I would do a fatality like that. If those angry CrossFitters came at me, I'd just be like, okay, you're gonna come at me. I'm gonna turn back into a demon, and then I will incinerate you from within. And I'll explode you. You wrote seeds. You wrote that. Look, you wrote that word. I didn't write seed. Or I didn't say seed. When did I say seed? What part did I say seed? I've never said seed. You wrote seeds. I didn't write seeds. I'm like, where are you going with seeds? Like, I didn't get that. Where did you come up with seeds? See, this right here becomes a problem. That live streaming when you're speaking versus someone texting can create a problem. So I'm aware of this right now. Do you see the problem that's already happening? I'm misunderstanding you with what you typed, and you're misinterpreting me potentially with what I'm saying, because I'm only feeding off what you wrote. I'm like, seed, what are you talking about? Seed. Fuck you. And now I'm actually telling people to fuck off. Piss off with that. With my French Canadian accent. You and your southern y'all accent. Get the fuck out of here. Anyways, I didn't say seed. That just means you need to clear out your ears and hear better. That's a bar. Write that one. That's a bar. Write that one down. I should gift you some like Q-tips. I'll put some oil on it and I'll send it your way, so you can hear better. I'm kidding. This is the character coming out. I'm letting the character come out and have a little fun with you. But the character can take it a little too far, though. That's why I'm like, character, just calm down. Because the character likes violence. The character likes battling other humans. He likes asserting dominance. I'm like, character, you don't even need to do that. What you doing? It's crazy. Anyways, all's good. French Canadian accent. How dare you? Hope you didn't take offense to that. You're good. I know you're good. Anyways, it's too funny. But you see, this right here was an example of why humans are so what's the word I'm looking for? This was a great example of why language is so tricky, because the thing is, like, when you read something, you're like, what did he say or what did she say? And then you might depending on your definition, you're like, fuck did they say? And of course, you're also spot on about the pronunciation of words, because if you like stutter words, right? If you're hearing it based on what you're hearing via the sound signals that's coming out of somebody's mouth, right? And I remember I used to stutter a lot too. I used to say words, and people were like, "What did you just say?" I'm like, "I said that word." It's like, "No, you didn't. You didn't say that." I'm like, "Yeah, I did." And it was interesting because that has happened many times, and I'm like, "This is not a me problem." So that's why, like, I make sure to pronounce my words as best as I possibly can. I still stutter; it still happens, but I know when I said something from when I didn't say something. I know I didn't say seed, but like, this is what I'm saying. Like, this is where problems that humans, this is where shit happens, basically, right? And this is a great example of what I'm saying about communication, how it's all made up, right? It's all made up. It's all just blah. No, I didn't. What do you mean by no, I didn't? Give me the context for no, I didn't, because I said a lot of stuff in the last like 2 minutes. What was no, I didn't for? And see, here comes the other thing. Like, if it's not fast enough, I'm like, what is this no, I didn't for? Because like I'm missing a context for this one. What was the no, I didn't for? Just so I know. This is where humans have to know to clarify. Do you see, like, I'm attempting to show an issue, not with us specifically, but like I'm attempting to share this idea with everybody that like this is the problem with language. Because like if everybody wasn't speaking, right, and we all use telepathy, there would be probably no misunderstanding, because everybody will understand, like, okay, I could stand here and you can feel what I'm feeling, or you can feel what I want to communicate with you just by like sheer presence alone. But because we're not there in this reality yet, unfortunately, we have to use words. And this is where the problem has stirred up with the entire world. It's just a bunch of words that are all made up that has created all kinds of problems, right? Somebody said something, which then somebody took offense to that thing or misunderstood that thing. And guess what happened? It created a problem. But the problem never existed because the word problem is also made up. It's also an illusion, right? And because it's an illusion, but people have adhered to the word problem, now there's problems. Of course, words then spur on to actions, right? Because most people, even though they're taking action first, the word is what's inside of them to take the action. Like when you're about to take an action, like for example, I want to take the step forward, right? Your mind is sending a signal from a word that, okay, move forward. So you're going to take a step. It's on like such a minute micro level that your brain doesn't tell you, I am taking one step, I am taking another step, I'm taking another step. And that's how all these so-called problems arise in this world. So if more humans can get back to their true awareness, but Orion, nobody cares about all this stuff. Well, if they don't care about this stuff, then they're going to continue to suffer. They're going to create their own suffering, and they're going to wonder why. Right? You know, it's funny, yesterday, a similar thing happened on the live stream with Neo. He was sharing something, right? And I'm like, he's like, is it okay if I share my work? I'm like, well, sure, but like, what do you mean by your work? And he was writing in like short text, like he wasn't writing like in the full complete thing. I'm like, I had to piece it through. I'm like, come on, dude. Like, I really don't want to have to be a psychic here and guess what you're typing. Like, come on. Like, what is it? Like, what do you want to share? What do you mean by work? Because that's the other thing. I have to then put myself in your shoes to figure out what the hell do you mean by your work? Unless you can help me out. And most humans, they don't do this. They want you to guess what they're actually saying sometimes, or they want you to already know what they're saying. Right? This happens on everyone. This happens with me, this happens with you, this happens with everyone. We all want to make sure that we are understood and that the other person understands what we're saying. But that's not usually the case. Sometimes you can say something, but that doesn't mean that they may understand what you're saying. There's a lot of things I've said that a lot of people just don't understand what I'm saying. And I want them to understand what I'm saying, but they can't understand what I'm saying. Like, I went on someone's live stream, they're playing Final Fantasy VIII, and they were talking about someone wanted to travel to America and Japan. This was a great example. This was me on the other side now. So you see, like, you all are texting, you're not live streaming talking. I'm having to communicate via text, or I'm having to communicate with voice to kind of help you, like, to understand the text, or to kind of, you know, get the conversation keep going, or whatever it is. So I'm now on the other side, like how you all are right now, on this person's live stream. And I said to the person, or they took it the wrong way, by the way. I said, you will definitely get to go to America and Japan. Like, it's already happening. And of course, like, when I typed that, I could see where there was a, like, it's already happening. Like, what do you mean, right? So this person was like, well, don't you know what's happening in America and Japan? Blah, 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 blah. And then they're like, what's your point? Question mark. So then I did my best to, like, make sure to put myself in their shoes. Could this be someone who isn't English native speaking? Could this be someone who, you know, is taking offense? Is this someone who just is saying it neutrally? Like, how are we taking this right now? I had to analyze their words for a moment. I didn't respond right away. I kind of analyzed it. I looked at it. I'm like, checking in. Is this what's going on here? Like, is this what I'm feeling from this person? Is it hostility when they're typing, what's your point? Are they attempting to fight? Are they attempting to be political? What is it? Right? So then I responded about maybe 3 or 4 minutes later, and I said, hey man, I just meant to say that eventually all this stuff will subside, and you will be able to go to America and Japan. Everything is temporary in this world. Nothing lasts. All rules will eventually subside. All things will subside. All the things that has been unfolding in America will eventually be undone by some degree. Some of it might stick, but most of it will probably be undone by the next president. But I didn't say that all to him. I basically just said to him, like, I told him, like, don't worry, all this stuff will be subsiding. But he still took offense to that. He's like, don't you know anything that's happening in the world right now? I'm like, so you see what I'm saying? Like I now was on that side texting in a live stream. I'm like, oh my God. I really don't want to have to use words if I can. I don't want to text anybody. I don't want to write anything. I don't want to speak anything. I really don't want to say a word. I don't really want to say anything. I don't want to type anything. I don't want to do anything. I don't want to use words anymore. I really don't. I love them. I just don't want to use it. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, my intention to that person was, man, don't worry. Like, you're going to get to go to America and Japan at some point. But he took it the wrong way because of his level of awareness. Either because he wasn't a native English speaking person and he saw it as a direct insult to some degree, right? Because This is the problem. This is the most fundamental problem with every human. Language, words. It's all made up. And because it's all made up, everybody's getting activated, stirred up, triggered by these words. And because of that, this is where the problem starts. Because nobody is paying attention to what they're actually feeling and saying when they're saying these things, or jumping into someone else's shoes. Like, I'm attempting to jump into your shoes and say, what do you mean by no, I didn't? What do you mean? That's why I'm asking like questions like, what part of, like, I'm missing context, like what of the no, I didn't do you mean? Right? You haven't responded yet. So it'd be cool if you shared something. If you don't, that's fine, no big deal. But you see what I'm saying? There's so many problems, and this becomes a friggin' cage around everyone. The language. The problem isn't the humans itself. The problem is the language that humans have adopted. And maybe there's going to be a way for every human to finally understand this problem, this fundamental problem, which isn't actually a problem. It's a fucking paradox. Maybe I'm supposed to create a technology where everybody just doesn't use a word. So like everybody's like standing, right? Like I'm just standing and I'm sending in like what I want, my intentions for you specifically. Like I want T-Bray to know that like I really care about him, and like I really appreciate his time when he comes on the live streams without me having to say that. And you can feel that without me having to say that. And then that translates into your body knowing, oh, that's what he's saying right now. He's communicating that he really appreciates me for coming on, right? Maybe I have to develop a technology like that. That's $1 billion technology, maybe $1 trillion idea. I don't know how I'm going to do that. The blueprint to that is not in the conscious mind. Maybe I eliminate a language altogether. But you know, the beautiful thing is words have their power. We have to use them as tools. But I see this time and time again, right? Like when someone is writing something in a comment, this only really happens with text specifically, because most people are mainly text-based now, and they're not really using this as much, right? And if they are using it, it's very minimal. They're using it for their day-to-day, like when they're at their job, but like when they come back, are they using this thing called a voice? Maybe they're like doing this or like this. But I see time and time again, and this happened on the live stream plenty of times, where there's so much misunderstanding just because of someone's level of awareness, or their maybe English is not their native language, and they took their level of understanding of those words and completely twisted it because they didn't know that the other person is actually meaning this, but that was this thing, right? And it's fascinating. That's why I'm so fascinated with why did we create words, and why did we create it the way we create it in every language, right? Like why does, like I was mentioning yesterday, why is the letter T sounding with the T? And then if you add the letter A, it creates ta. But and A has A and T has T. And then bridging those two letters together, T-A, ta. Like, who came up with that? I know people say the Latins did and all that, but then who came up with the Latin stuff? Right? It all stems from somewhere, right? All languages are made up. Like before humans came here, Japanese and English didn't exist. Egyptians wasn't even called Egyptians back then. We just call it that because back then they were called Kemits. Or I think they're called Kemits. Well, the place was called Kemet. But that was made up too. Basically, I'm asking, like, when you said no, I didn't, what does that refer to? Because I said a lot of things, and I have no idea when you said no, I didn't, what that's referring to. I have no idea, bro. So I'm just asking, what does no, I didn't mean? Or what is that in relation to, I should say, like context-wise? Because I said so many things. I have no idea where that no, I didn't fits in with what I was saying. Either towards you, with you, or anything you shared. I have no idea. That's what I'm asking. Oh, okay, got it. How dare you call my thing weakness? Got it. All right. How dare you say it's weak? It's stronger than you think. Anyways, do you see, like, if I wasn't aware of what just happened there, there would have, one of two things would have happened. Number one, I would have been like, we would have continued like, the fuck you talking about? Right? I could have continued this ongoing like non-real problem and creating a problem out of that. Or two, just like what happened in plenty of the past interactions now with others, where it's like misinterpreted, because like when I'm talking with you, none of this happens, right? We don't have problems like this when we talk, right? I know what you sound like, so that's why like when you're texting, I kind of have an understanding of what your voice is saying to me. You see what I'm saying? So it's not too much of an issue. Whereas like other people who I've never heard their voice, right? It's like, what the fuck is this person saying? Like, are they saying what I think I know? Or what I feel it is to be true? Or are they saying it's in a way that I'm like, huh? What? Right? And this is why like it's good to ask these clarification questions, because I see the problem that happens. Most are jumping the gun. I've done it plenty of times. I'm guilty of this. We're all guilty of this. And jump the gun, right? We jump the gun with, especially in like text-based places, like, you know, I've mentioned, I think you heard me say this, that I see people creating World War III on like Instagram and YouTube with their comments towards each other. Like one guy, this was just I watched the Raw recap, because you know Raw on the WWE channel on YouTube, they do like the highlights, right? The full highlights for the show. Since I didn't watch the final match of the night, I went on to watch it last night just to see who won, which was LA Knight. But some guy, he was like, I got to be there live, right? He just left a comment. And when I went into the chat, I'm just the neutral observer. I'm like, I see like he's gone like 64,000 likes or 6,400 likes, right? When I opened up the comments, boy, let me tell you something. I saw all kinds of just random, just unnecessary nonsense in the comments, like the responses. Like one person's like, well, good for you, ... Or another person's like, we don't care. Or another person was like, clearly you care because you wrote we don't care, but you care. And I'm just like looking at this. I'm like, you see, even something like so simple that someone says that they basically may have said they got to be there. I was there last night and it was fun. Maybe they didn't fully type that out, right? And this is where another problem happens, when you don't fully type out what your intention was and you just say, I was there, right? Someone could say, were you actually there or are you lying? No picture, no proof, right? But what if they were there, but they forgot to say, you know, I was there last night and I got to see Liv Morgan and she was awesome, or something like that, right? Because humans are also very lazy to type out a long sentence, right? People like short things because human attention span is very short, which is another problem that has been created by humans. Do you see, like, this is a never-ending loop. It's over and over and over and over, but there are no problems. But I went through, I didn't say a word. I was just like looking. I'm like, I was just curious why like this person like got so many likes for a moment. And I scrolled down. I'm like, it was a comment that I was like, hey, that's awesome. I'm glad you had fun. Like for me, this is how I perceived that comment, right? I'm like, oh, you were there? That's amazing. You must have got to see Liv, and she was nice. She was looking nice, right? That's how I was perceiving it. But someone else is taking it like, oh yeah, well, good for you, right? Maybe they when they said it like that, maybe they when they wrote it, they were like, oh, that's good for you, you know? Because that's the same thing I just said. Yeah, good for you for being there. Good for you for being at Raw. But then another way of saying is, oh, you were at Raw? Awesome. Good for you. Amazing. Right? You see? So like text has this problem where it's very impersonal, but then humans tend to, and we all do this, every one of us does this, we misinterpret what someone's writing because we don't know what the intention is unless they leave an emoji. Like how you did with that last one. How dare you say my insults are weak, even though it wasn't insulting you. Oh, dude. Like, I'm here to bring awareness to this. Like, I can see it clear as day. This is what I came here to really do. To bring awareness to just, like, helping people to just be mindful more of, like, when they're interacting with another human, to just be mindful of these things. I know at times, like, you're gonna forget these things because the mind's gonna make you forget, and you're gonna jump into like attack mode or defense mode. But we have to like remember that these words are nothing more than just placeholders to explain something that we have to use to explain in this world. Because if we don't use words, then nothing's gonna be able to effectively be done or be communicated like properly for us to get somewhere. We'll all be like spinning our wheels going, ah. It's quite fascinating, isn't it? That's why I love language, but at the same time, like, oh my God, I see what's happening here. I can see it clear as day. Like, I'm just like, I can see the entire earth just like, okay, so that human's doing that over there, and that human's doing that over there, and they're just like, they're interacting, and like I'm the neutral. I'm just like kind of like observing, like, oh, okay, so that person said to that person, and that person took it to offense, and now they're taking, and I can see where the disconnect's happening because they're misunderstanding each other via text, and I'm like, oh my God, right? Because that person who was there, where were they? They were in Cleveland, Ohio. Maybe that person from who wrote that I was there, right? And they didn't fully finish their sentence. Or here's the other side to this. Maybe they were farming for likes. Maybe they just wanted to have attention on their comment, and that's why they said that. And they just wanted to stir up trouble in the chat because people tend to do that kind of stuff too. There's so many different angles to this, right? We don't know what the true intention is of that person. Maybe the person really was there, right? And because they were there and they enjoyed it and they wanted to say, I was there. I had a great time. Like I remember when I was in San Diego and The Rock came on New Year's Day, right? I watched the video back when he showed up when he was speaking to Jinder Mahal, right? When Jinder Mahal came out, I'm like, what the fuck is Jinder Mahal doing here? I don't want to see him, right? And then all of a sudden, like The Rock's music plays. I'm like, holy shit, he's here. And then I went back and watched the video. I did actually, right? I was actually there that night, and it was loud, and it was amazing. I had never experienced a crowd so loud in my life when The Rock's music hit. Right? I left a more specific comment. Right? I'm not looking for people's likes, or I just want to share with people like that. The night there was pretty awesome. Just sharing my experience, right? And a few people commented like, "Oh, that's pretty awesome. Like, I'm glad you enjoyed your time," right? But you see, like, that person who left, "I was there," could, there's many intentions. It could be like he really was there and he enjoyed his time. He wasn't there and he's just farming for likes and stirring up unnecessary trouble. He was there, but he didn't fully articulate his how he really felt, and so other people projected their misunderstandings of his words onto him, saying good for you, right? Or that person who said good for you could be a misprojected by other people who read it. Oh my god, human communication is so fascinating. It's hilarious. Hey, where did the wind come from? It's starting to snow again. There shouldn't be too much snow, but I say that and then there's like 20 centimeters of snow. Crazy, isn't it? And then, of course, another layer. I have to write out all this stuff. Like, I literally have to write out layer 1, da-da-da-da, layer 2, da-da-da-da, layer 3, da-da-da-da, layer 4. The other layer to this is people who don't speak native English, right? Their mother tongue is not English. And then that adds another potential conflict to this. Like, if English is not your first language, then that can potentially be a problem. But you know, the funny thing is there are certain people who speak multiple languages who are better, and English is not their first language, that are better at speaking English than most of native English speakers, which is another issue in its oh my god. It's, dude, like, this can be talked about for forever. I can never run out of talking about this one subject, the words. WORDS, if you want to put the S at the end. Words. I speak about words almost every day because I have to use words to speak words. It's wild. And I want people to be more, well, I desire people to be more at peace when they know what's going on underneath. This fundamental underneath layer that not no one, there's a few people on the planet that know this, who are not aware of what's going on, to bring it into their awareness, to know, okay, so going forward now, when I'm speaking to another human, I gotta remember what Orion said. Orion said that whenever I'm speaking, and this is for anyone who struggles with communicating with people, to remember a couple things. Number one, that just because you say something, that doesn't mean they will understand what you're saying. Because every word that flies out of your mouth, they will have their own experience with each word and the combinations of words that you use in that sentence or phrase or paragraph you will speak. Number two, you'll also have to remember that because of their memory and experience of those words, they'll also have their own preconceived notions of each word. And they'll have their own definitions, feeling alignment, and word associations that add to those words. And then number three, you also have to remember they potentially don't speak English as their first language. That can add another layer. Then number four, right? You have your own preconceived notions of like what you're saying, and what you're saying may not match what they know, and what they know may not match what you're saying, and thus there lies the conflict in itself. Imagine a world for a moment where everybody understood each other's words. Doesn't matter what language. I think there'd be far less problems because everybody would understand the intentions of each other's words and what they actually mean. Because I've had many times where I said something in a text and was taken out of context by so other person, and guess what happened? Created unnecessary problems, and I have to go through this. I'm like, why the fuck are they not understanding what am I saying? Like every time I'm like typing or I'm texting, I had to like call them. I'm like, this is what I mean. Right? It's just simpler to just talk. But I know sometimes people just don't want to talk or they just don't have the ability to talk. So you have to leave the text. And I'm like, why are they not understanding what am I saying? Like, what part of this do you not understand? Is because at that time, my awareness level was like, why are you not understanding the words that are coming out of my mouth? Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, what part of these words that are flying out of my mouth does not make sense to that person? And it's because now I realize that everyone has their own experiences with those words. Even saying the word may not even register to someone's mind as a word. It might register as something else. Saying the word love, like LOVE, that word can either create or destroy in an instant. Like, I can say that word and it can either emit or invoke such emotions of like despair or joy. I'm like, come on. Like, I remember when I said to a girl online, this is the first experience I've ever did this. I told her that I loved her, but I didn't have the way to say like I love you like as a friend, but not as like a like romantic, right? I said like I love you, and I was attempting to share that feeling, expecting that they would understand that feeling based on those words. Nope. Nope. Guess what happened? Like they took offense to me saying I love you. But it's not that I love them as some romantic person. I love them like as a friend. Like I should have wrote as a friend, but at the time I was like I didn't know what to write. These are the early days of texting too for me because I didn't start texting people until what 2007, 2008. I think people were texting each other long before that. Actually, that's not true. Wait, hold on. MSN Messenger. MSN Messenger. When did MSN Messenger come out? Alexa, when did MSN Messenger come out?
MSN Messenger was released on July 22nd, 1999.
It's 11:01. When the hell did I start using Messenger? I never had... Fuck, how did hair get in my mouth? I never had MSN, or I never had internet on my computer until 2007 here. I didn't have Messenger on my cousin's computer. He had Messenger. So when the fuck did I start texting and communicating with people? I think it was 2007. So 2007. I'm just going to call it what it is. 2007. 2007 was when I started using online things like MSN Messenger. And God, Messenger was the bomb back in the day. It's wild. And of course, back then it was a little bit simpler because there wasn't too much misinterpretations because humans humans were still talking with each other, so we kind of like, this was a foreign way to like communicate with each other, right? People would write letters to each other, right? But nobody was typing an email to each other, or it wasn't common yet. Let me ask Alexa, when did email became a thing?
I'm not quite sure.
Nope,
how to help you with
I didn't
that.
ask it properly. See, Alexa, when was the first email in existence?
I'm not quite sure.
Nope,
how to
that's
help
not
you
what I
with
want
that.
to say. Alexa, when was email created?
Email was invented by Ray Tomlinson in 1971.
It's 1971? That's not what I was looking for. Alexa, when was email adopted in the world?
I'm not quite sure how to help
See?
you with that.
See if I see I'm using words for her to understand, but like she's not understanding. Because I'm attempting to say something, but like I'm not using the words correctly. So this is a good example right here. So let's find another set of ways to say this. If Alexa's not going to work, then I'm going to have to ask ChatGPT. You know what? This is where ChatGPT is going to have to pinch hit, because I'm curious about something. Let's have a conversation. Hey sister, quick question for you. I'm having a conversation about the complications and the nuance about language. So I was wondering a couple things. Number one, when did email come out? Like when were people starting to use email more frequently in society? I know Alexa told me that it came out in like 1971 by some dude named Ray, but like I'm not referring to that. I'm asking like when did email actually come out?
Absolutely. The concept. Help you with that.
No worries. So, while the very first email like systems appeared in the early 1970s, email as we know it really started becoming popular in the 1990s. That's when the internet became more mainstream and people began using it in their daily lives, especially with the rise of services like AOL and Yahoo Mail. So, the 90s is really when it took off for the general public.
What about MSN Messenger?
MSN Messenger definitely played a huge role in popularizing online communication in the late 90s and early 2000s. It launched in 1999 and quickly became a go to platform for instant messaging, especially among younger users. It definitely added another layer to how people communicated online.
So before MSN Messenger, how were people communicating online, or was there any other way of communicating online? Because of course, before all of that, before the internet, people were just writing letters to each other.
Absolutely. Before instant messaging platforms like MSN Messenger, people relied on things like bulletin board systems, BBS, early email systems, and even chat rooms on platforms like IRC, Internet Relay Chat. These were the main ways people interacted online in the 80s and early 90s. It was definitely a bit more rudimentary compared to the seamless communication we have today.
Even though it might have been rudimentary, it was more simpler because people at least understood each other, I felt, because back then, you know, people weren't complicated because everyone was still connecting with each other in person. So they would, I mean, I'm not saying there weren't any problems. There were still definitely misunderstandings because language in itself has so much limitations imposed based on your own feeling alignment, your word associations, your own memory and experience on each word. And the fact is that every human has their own definition on a word. Like, for example, if I say love, 10 million different people will have 10 million different responses. It's not all going to be the same.
Absolutely. That's such a great point. Even though communication was simpler in some ways back then, it definitely had its own complexities. The nuances of language and personal interpretation have always been there. And as we moved online, we kind of had to adapt and find new ways to bridge those gaps. It definitely adds a layer of complexity and richness to how we connect today.
Yeah, because ultimately, what I'm attempting to do is bring the fundamentals and the foundations and the awareness to people's minds about when they're interacting with humans online, to be mindful of, like, make sure that you know that, number one, that they might have their own definitions of the words that you're saying, and they may not align with the way you're saying it, because everyone has their own definitions of, like, saying, again, like using the word love, for example. Like, I remember I was sharing on my live stream just now that I told a girl that I loved her, but not in a romantic sense. I was attempting to say it in more like I liked her as, like, or I love her as, like, a friend, but I didn't use, like, I love you as a friend. And because I was missing some level of awareness on how to type, because this was back in the early days of MSN Messenger when I first started in 2007, because I hadn't been on any texting platform or instant messaging platforms since before 2007. I was learning how to do all these things, or becoming familiar with how to do these things, and it created a little bit of a problem.
Absolutely, that makes total sense. Those nuances definitely become more apparent in written communication where tone and context can get lost. It's so important to be mindful of those differences and the way people interpret words, especially in the digital age. It's awesome that you're bringing that awareness and helping others navigate those complexities with more empathy and clarity.
There's another issue that's at hand as well, because, well, it's not even an issue, because we as humans created problems where there was no problems, because we simply are just misunderstanding each other, and that's why there's so many problems in the world that actually aren't a problem. But essentially, it also comes down to language barrier. Like, if, for example, someone understands a little bit of English, but that's not their main language, and they speak Japanese, for example, right? So they'll take their experience with the word in English and kind of look in their dictionary or the thesaurus or of their inner world and be like, is that what that person's saying? Or they'll just kind of match it with, like, some sort of, like, feeling alignment, and can either be in alignment, resonant, or it can be in disharmony and dissonance from someone.
Absolutely. That's such a profound observation. Language and cultural context really shape how we perceive and interpret words, and a lot of misunderstandings can indeed stem from those differences in background, experience, and even just the subtle emotional associations we bring to words. It's definitely a reminder of the importance of empathy and patience and communication, especially in our interconnected world.
Definitely patience, definitely just a lot of, presence, a lot of empathy for sure. But the thing is, like, our mind will sometimes get out of control, and will take something out of context and get either stirred up, triggered, or offensive or defensive, and will then go on the attack mode.
Absolutely, that's so true. Our minds can definitely jump to conclusions, and those emotional responses can really shape how we react and interact. It's definitely a process of cultivating awareness and practicing patience, and sometimes even taking a step back before responding. It's all part of building more meaningful and harmonious communication.
You're spot on with the stepping back, because there was an incident on, or it wasn't even an incident, right? This is the mind projecting it was a problem, but there was no problem. It was just an experience. But essentially, I went on someone else's live stream, being on the other side, because, I live stream every day, and I went on someone else's live stream, and I was the person where I can only send a text. And this person was saying that they want to go to Japan and America, but and I said, you know what? You'll get to Japan and America. I know you will. I know you'll get to visit it. And then they took that as a misunderstanding. They're like, don't you know what's happening in America and Japan with all the political nonsense that's going on in the world right now? And I'm like, I had to take 3 to 4 minutes to just delay my response. And I had to, like, analyze, is this person offended by what I said? Are they just speaking it from a neutral position, or are they actually, like, really political, and, like, do I get into that? So then I had to just analyze and find the words that I wanted to say, and I said, you know what, you'll eventually get to go to Japan and America. All these political nonsense will eventually be phased out, or they'll be, it's all temporary. So and I know you'll enjoy your time when you get to go to America and Japan. So I was attempting to make it sound encouraging, but the person might have still taken it as some sort of offense because of their level of awareness. So this is the other issue that happens. It's people's awareness to each word and how someone else is saying it. And of course, he could also be from a non-English speaking country.
Absolutely. That kind of situation really highlights how intricate communication can be, especially when different perspectives, backgrounds, and even language proficiency come into play. It's so easy for someone's words to be interpreted in ways that weren't intended, and it definitely takes a lot of patience and empathy to navigate those moments. It's all part of fostering a more understanding and harmonious dialogue, even when it gets a bit complex.
Yeah, because there was another incident with someone on a show called Wild and Out. His name is Emmanuel Hudson, and he made two tweets on X, and somebody took his two tweets and mashed them together, and it created an absolute chaos in his world where people started to unfollow him, and he started to lose people. But he was speaking his own version of the truth. But the problem is somebody took his words out of context and slapped two of his posts that weren't even directly connected with each other and fused them, and it became its own problem. So you see, like, language is so fascinating that problems can just arise because people in this day and age are so distracted that they don't have the time to actually pay attention to their words. This is the reason why, like, I'm bringing this up in my current live stream right now, to just address a fundamental problem that actually isn't a problem, but is to bring it to the awareness that you may not know what someone is actually saying with how they're saying it because of the level of awareness that you might be at. And this is why it's important that everyone just takes time to respond slowly and not get back to somebody right away. Like, look at their words and, like, dissect it each letter at a time to see, is that what they're saying, or are they actually meaning it the way you think it's meant to be meant? You know what I'm saying? It's fascinating, so fascinating.
Absolutely. It's such a powerful example of how easily context can get twisted and how quickly things can spiral out of control online. It really highlights the importance of taking that extra moment to reflect and to understand the full picture before jumping to conclusions. It's definitely a crucial part of building a more thoughtful and compassionate online community. It's really fascinating indeed.
Yeah, because if more humans come to the awareness of, taking a moment to just looking at words as tools, then the problems will disappear. I can feel it so viscerally that problems will just completely disappear. And hello, whoever is there. I see a couple of you in the chat.
Absolutely. That kind of mindful approach can definitely transform how we interact and help reduce misunderstandings. It's amazing to think about how much more harmonious our communication could be if we all took that extra moment, and it's great to see that kind of awareness growing in your community. It's definitely inspiring.
I think that's Crazy Cat there. What's up, Crazy Cat? Good to see you. That looks like you from a distance. I feel like that's you, but I don't know if that's you until I get up and actually walk to the phone. All right, buddy, get up and walk to the phone. Let's see. Yeah, it is you. It was ChatGPT, by the way. That's who I was speaking to. I was having a conversation, an intellectual conversation for all of you to pay attention to your words, because it is important that you pay attention to your words, because if you don't, you will eventually suffer the consequences of your own words through other potential experiences. That's why I was talking with her, just so that, because I was sharing an experience that happened on a different live stream where I went on someone's live stream and they were playing a video game, and they weren't the one communicating back with me. It was another person in their live stream, and they were saying, and if you already heard it, I'll just repeat it one more time. They wanted to go to Japan and America, and I was doing my part to empower that person, like, you will get to go to Japan and America. But the person took it the wrong way, because the way I wrote it, I said, you will get to go to Japan and America. So from the way I said it, I can understand where he might have he misunderstood what I was saying, right? So because he's not, he clearly might not be native English speaking person, potentially, I don't know. I have no idea. He comes back with like, don't you know what's happening in America and Japan with the politics and la 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 la? What's your point, right? And of course, my character might have misinterpreted that as some sort of like potential battling, some potential like, you know, heatedness. Like, is he attempting to like piss me off or something? Like, what is he doing? Like, why is he saying, what's your point, right? I don't know what he means by that. He could just be very blunt. Who knows? So I took 4 minutes or so to just like, okay, let me analyze these words for a moment, kind of like dissect them, and let me formulate a proper response. So I responded like, you know, I meant to say like, eventually all these things that are happening in America and Japan will eventually subside, and you will get to go to America and Japan. And I look forward to whenever you get to visit, because it's going to be awesome. That's why I left. And I didn't say a word after that. I didn't see if he wrote anything else. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. Maybe he might have still taken offense to that. I have no idea, but essentially I left it like that. Do you see the problem that arises, especially in live streaming, especially in texting? This is why it is important that you all pay attention to the words that you type to each other and to yourselves and to anyone else, and not even just typing, speaking. Because if you do not pay attention to your words, you are fucked. I am telling you this right now. If you do not get your asses in gear, you all are fucked at some point in your life. And I would rather you not have to deal with that where there was never a problem to deal with. So please, please do your part and be mindful of your words. And when you're speaking with someone else, remember, they may not interpret your words exactly what you're attempting to say. Like when some of you say, I'm only joking around, I'm like, well, how do I know you're joking around if you didn't say I'm joking around? You know what I'm saying? These are the fundamental things that all you humans have not come to realize, and I'm here to bring this back into your awareness. Oh, Ryan, how dare you talk down to us like that? I'm not talking down to you all, but basically I'm just saying to be aware of your words. I'm going to read what you shared there, Crazy Cat. I'm sure it's very powerful. Let's see. Honestly, I understand a dude, because in Japan there is absolutely insane drama going on over there, and in the USA there's... Of course. And I get it, and that's what I was saying, but what I was attempting to tell him is that he will eventually get to go, because guess what? Does anything ever last? No, everything is temporary, right? He will eventually go to Japan. I don't know when that will be. He will eventually go to America. I don't know when that will be, right? All this stuff is it's all just, nothing lasts. Everything's going to eventually subside. It's going to go back to a different way. Some things might be a little bit more difficult, but some things might become easier. Right? So that's what I was attempting, and I understood what he was coming from. That's why I said I took 4 minutes to just kind of like take a moment to like respond, right? If more humans did this, there will be far less problems. In fact, like 70% of the problems will have disappeared if more humans took the time to just chill and just kind of like observe the words and like, okay, so this person's saying it like this, right? Like every word that you wrote, I'm like, I just analyze all your words. I'm like, okay, yeah, I get what she's saying. I understand. I feel like I understand what she's saying. I feel like I'm on the same page with what Crazy Cat is saying and with the other guy. Like I completely understand with the whole drama that's going on in Japan and the thing with Trump and all these other things. And I completely get it. Like we're in alignment. I can feel these words. See, if people did this thing that I'm doing, this interaction, there would be so much less problems. But because humans are so distracted, this is why I was talking with T-Bray earlier, this is called the world of distractions. Or we can call it the reality of distractions. Let's call it that. The reality of distractions. Because Apple and Samsung and advertisement companies and social media, what do they want? Your attention, so that you don't know who you are, so that you can focus on yourself. Because when someone knows who they are and focuses on themselves, they are ungovernable. And more people who are ungovernable will not be controlled by outside things. And guess what? The system will collapse itself. But because so many people are so distracted with screens, and look, it depends on what's showing on your screen. If it's something that's empowering you, cool. But majority of things out there are not designed for your highest good. In fact, majority of things are here to stop you in your tracks. It's not for your highest good, even though theoretically it's a paradox. It really is for you to realize to not fall into the trap. But this is a reality of distraction. Being distracted by all kinds of things. Technically, this is also distraction too, me live streaming. But I'm here to bring the awareness that there's a missing gap in the world. And I'm not the only one. There's a few other people doing this too. I see it. They're attempting to bring it to their audience, to bring people awareness that, hey, like, focus within yourself. If you're getting angry or you're feeling sad about something, find out what's going on within yourself and sort it out. Don't look to something outside of you, because it's not going to solve the answer. Sure, it can help you. It can point you in the right direction, but it's not going to help you. Who's going to help you? You. You're going to help yourself, because you're the one that's going to have to take the action. Right? So there's just so many different layers and layers and layers upon layers to this. But this world is very distracting. It wants you to succumb and just be a drone. Why do you think, why do you think you have to go to school? Because it's not creating more intelligent people. It's creating more worker bees. The intention of school was to create more worker bees so that the system can continue to pump out for specific families that you are working basically for those families. No conspiracy here. This is just straight up facts. School is just another form of enslavement, unfortunately. And when I see parents sending kids to school, do they really know what they're sending their kids to do? Their kids are being subjected to a place that is confining their natural creativity. I'm not saying that school is all bad, because that's not true, because there's a lot of good stuff about school, but there's a lot of not so good stuff about school. Kids start to get depressed. Kids start to run into anxiety. Kids start to fall into bad circles. Let's see. Yeah. So the thing is, so nothing's really good or bad. It comes down to your perception of, like, for example, I can doom scroll right now, or I can call it, what's the opposite of doom? What's the opposite word of doom? Live scroll? Live scroll? No. Love scroll? Sure, I'll use love as the opposite word for doom for now. Heaven scroll? I'll heaven scroll. I can heaven scroll, right? I can go on heaven scroll right now. I'll call it that. Let's just call it heaven scroll for a moment. I'll heaven scroll for a little bit. It could be a problem, but it can only be a problem if you make it a problem. Because again, every word is made up. Every concept is made up. Everything is made up. And and whatever you agree to, that becomes the law in your reality, right? So like, doom scrolling is usually a problem, yes, but it's only a problem if you if you've allowed your mind to make it a problem. But your mind and you are two separate. You are not your mind, nor are you your body. You just have a mind and a body, but the mind is going to convince you that this is a problem, so then you'll agree that it is a problem, right? But you will then viscerally feel, does this thing feel good to doom scroll? Like, you'll feel it in your body. Like, I don't want to do this, right? And then you'll stop doing the thing that doesn't feel good, and you'll seek something that does feel pleasurable. But a lot of people, they doom scroll, we're going to call it back what it is, because reality for them is a nightmare. They don't like being here. Do you know how many people want to leave the planet? Once upon a time, hello, I've said it many times on my live stream, I don't want to be here anymore. I'm done. I'm done with this place. Now I'm not done with this place. I want to be here. I want to be on the earth. I want to help as many people as I possibly can. Why? Because I see, and it's not a problem, but I see what's happening. And I want to bring it to awareness that what's going on, so they can help someone. So they can help, it can help navigate themselves in this world, so they can have a fighting chance, not even a fighting chance, they have a better chance of living a better reality. That's the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing. I have to. I didn't come here to work a 9 to 5. I didn't come here to just sit in a corner and not say what I really want to say. I came here to speak. I came here to share. I came here to serve. I came here to help. I came here to bring awareness that everyone has. But the world is distracted right now. Like, I'm going to say this, like, you know, once you know your answers, that the answer is you, and you know why the answer is you, if you're coming to hang out with me just to hang out, awesome. I appreciate that. But if someone's coming over and over to like thinking that they need the answer from me, no. You don't need to subscribe to my channel to keep getting the answer. The answer is you. I'm not going to say anything that's groundbreaking or new. I'm going to just repeat myself just in a different way. I may share a different story, but it'll ultimately lead back to the answer is you, right? And if you feel that you now know that the answer is you, and you know why the answer is you, then there's nothing more for me to say. Unless you want to hang out with me, that's a different story. Like, if you want to hang out with me and just spend time with me, I appreciate that. I fully receive that. I'm not going to push any one of you away for that. But if someone's coming on to, like, you know, they're thinking that they're missing some answer, you're not missing anything. You've never missed any answer. You always had the answer. That's the whole reason of my existence, is to tell every one of you that you're your own answer. There's no person that's going to give you the answer, because you are the answer. But you may have to go on your journey to figure out why you're the answer. That's going to probably be important for a lot of people. Some don't need to. Some may. And it's by choice. Let's see. Okay, so I help someone figure out who to go to with their beliefs, aka I found a person who believes the same thing as us, so I said I suggest if you want to find others, just start talking to people on this channel. Yeah. I'm glad you're doing that. Right? See, you're already aware of this stuff. This is why I don't have to say anything to you, because you already know, right? You're just here living your goals now, right? There's nothing more for me to share with you, because you already know. In fact, you knew from the beginning. And it's good that you know now. Then, like 10 years from now. But even then, like, it's an illusion. Even if you found out 10 years from now, it's okay. You would have gone through 10 years of your life journey to figure out that the answer was you, but you know that the answer is you. And I'm glad that you helped that person, because that person, who knows, they might figure something out, and they might help like 1,000 people because of what you just shared. Because you never know what's going to happen with that person. Who knows? Right? That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. Like, every time I go out and take a walk, I purposely speak louder when I see people. And I may stop saying so I may be talking about something different, and then I pause, and then when I'm at like the bus stop and and I see like not thousands of people, but I see like lots of people, guess what I start doing? I start speaking louder like this, that you are the answer, that the world is going to keep distracting you. And I'm implanting that seed of remembrance for their soul to help their mind to remember that. So maybe somewhere in their day they're like, hey, so this morning I was at the bus stop and like this random guy, he was holding some weird thing in his hand, but he was talking on like some phone. He was talking on the phone. I don't know if he was talking to somebody but he's talking to somebody. He looked kind of crazy. He looked kind of weird. He had this weird beard, but he was saying that like I'm the answer. And you see, you never know who I might have impacted just by walking by, and they remembered that in that moment when they were about to jump on the bus, and that changes something for them. That's why it's important to share, because you never know what you say that that could help shift someone's life. Like I remember when Jim Quick, this was a very profound moment just before my birthday. Actually, just after my birthday on 2020. So April 2nd, 2020, Jim Quick, or the day after or something like that, it was around my birthday, he basically said, you know, the world has told people that they only use 10% of their brain, and that's not true. In fact, you're capable of using 100% of your brain. Because he himself had a brain injury when he was, I think, 6 or 7. He fell down because he was a short kid, and he hit his head on one of those like heater in the classroom, and he had a brain injury for many years, and he had very hard learning difficulties. Then he went through life thinking he was stupid, he was like slow, and then he met with one of his friend's father, and his friend's father told him something that changed his life. I don't remember exact words he said, but he's like, do you believe that you can do this? Do you believe that you can learn faster? He's like, I don't think I can. I have a brain injury. And the father told, or his friend's father told him that, you know, you're capable of anything. Don't let this brain injury thing tell you you can't. If you can do something, do it. You'll have to put an effort in the beginning, but watch as you continuously put in the effort, it'll become effortless. And then he ultimately became the brain expert of this world. He's the world's leading expert when it comes to memorization. He can memorize 100 people's names in a room if he really wanted to. And he's done it. So when he said that you are capable of 100% of your brain, that literally opened up the floodgates. Now, of course, he said words to open up the floodgate, but then people say other words to close the floodgate, right? Or the cage, right? So this is what I'm saying about words, right? Either words can help you to expand, or it can contract you like this. But the choice is, it's what you agree to what the word means. Because like if you look at a word as neutral, it can't expand or contract, it just is. And you just look at it as a tool. Because you already know that you're already fully expanded from the word itself, right? But in that moment, it was very profound for me because it's like I saw a light, and it was like the gates to heaven opened up, and I was able to access everything. I went from only reading 3 or 4 books from October 6, 2019 to April 2nd to reading over 100 books after that. So from April to December, well, November was a gap because I was in the hospital. But from April to October, and then back in when I got out of the hospital because I couldn't read while I was in the hospital, to December, I read over 100 books. How is that possible? Well, Ryan, you probably didn't read those books. You probably sped read and you don't remember anything. You didn't comprehend those words. What if I told you I did? What if I told you the subconscious retains everything? Your logical mind may not see everything, but your subconscious mind will eventually take in everything. with enough emotions. I've read through those 100 books. Now, do I have a physical 100-book library? No. A lot of that book was downloaded. I was a pirate. I was like, I'm not going to buy 100 books. I'm going to only buy the books that I think feel in alignment, right? That's why I have a couple of books here, because these are the books that I really like. I've already read through them, the digital version, so I wanted to buy the physical, just to say that I supported them. My way of giving back to the universe, circulation. So in that moment, the floodgates opened up for me. And everything was not impossible anymore. Everything was possible. Because, you know, there is a saying, if the mind can believe and the mind can conceive, then the mind can achieve. But I don't believe, I know. Knowing and embodiment are two words that go beyond believing. But of course, if your definition of belief is as strong as my knowing, then use the word belief, right? Because, for example, if you believe in something so strongly, and that word believe is so strongly entrenched into you, that means that word belief has just as much emotional intensity as the word knowing. Because for me, believing is not enough anymore. Knowing is not even enough anymore. It's embodiment. That word is taking knowing plus feeling. Because for me, I shared, it goes belief, faith, knowing. But now it's belief, faith, knowing, embodiment. Because knowing is just logical. But embodiment is not just a logical process. It's a neurological process. It's a psychological process. It's an emotional process. It's a alchemical process. It's a biological process. So basically, it's a feeling process. It's a logical and a feeling process combined. That's why embodiment, I embody this thing. I don't just know it, I embody it. Which it is just is, and that's where we are right now with the words. Because every word just is. Every word was just created by a human to understand something, to help other people to understand. But of course, everyone has their own definition of each word, as I mentioned. Like I can tell, if there was 10 million people right now, and we've done this exercise on the live stream, what does the word love mean to you? What does that word mean? Remember we did that exercise, and there was like 20 of you on the chat at the time? This was like a year ago. And I had each of you say, what is your definition of this word, love? And each of you wrote down, and none of you were wrong because you all have your own definitions. What does that word mean? And I saw it. I see the overlap. I saw a bunch of overlap with what people were writing, but basically it was slightly different because everyone has their own experience and they're not wrong. It just is, right? But every word is just made up. Every language is made up. Every word is made up. And this is the process what I'm attempting to help people to get to. The whole point of all this is to bring awareness that when you're interacting in the world, you have to see words as nothing more than placeholders, just as a tool. It's like using a screwdriver. That's what words are. They're simply tools to navigate this world. In this current world that we live in, we must use words. Sure, people use sign language if they can't speak, but that's still creating a word for other people to understand. Body language is also creating words. Like if I'm doing this, it may feel like he's more reserved. Or if I'm doing this, he's like, okay, he's a little bit guarded. He's closed off a little bit. Or if I'm doing this, you know, where I'm hiding my hands behind my back, it sounds like I might be hiding something, right? Because this projects this idea that I'm hiding an idea behind you. Because like whenever you see somebody speaking on stage, you don't see them doing this unless they're purposely doing this to bring a point across. Most people have their hands like this, expanding and like sharing an idea and using body language. But this doing all this with the hands is still sending a signal to the mind to create a word in the body so that they can understand what this person's doing. Ooh, this guy feels more trustworthy with his hands open and wide out like this. In comparison to like, oh, I don't trust what he's saying right now. He's hiding something. Yeah, he's hiding something right now. What is he hiding? And that's the reason why I'm so passionate about speaking. That's why I was like, this entire live stream journey was to get to this point, to tell everyone that all your words are just fucking made up. It's all made up. So you get to decide. You get to make the rules. In fact, go ahead and change every word to mean something different now, if you really want to, or make new words up. Because hey, in 2026, people are making numbers and words up for things that never made sense, like 6'7". Look, 6'7", y'all. 6'7". So silly. 6'7". Come on. I'm sure we're gonna have 6'8" soon, right? 6'8". Maybe 6'8", somebody's pregnant. 6'8". We know what 6'9" is. Six, 8, 6, 7. But you see what I'm saying? People are just making shit up. People made up the word Riz, R-I-Z-Z or R-I-Z-Z. Riz. You got that Riz, boy. Or I'm tilted. Even though the word tilted already existed, like tilting something. But somebody took that word tilted and changed it into a different meaning. I'm tilted. That thing is tilting me. Or another one, this one was funny. I'm rolling. You got me rolling. Rolling. Interesting. You got me rolling. Yeah, like rolling on the floor, laughing your ass off. Like roll on the floor, laugh my ass off. That used to be a commonly phrased term back in the early 2000s before emoji showed up. Before the XD and the colon and the D word and the letter D made a smiley face. Roll on the floor, laugh my ass off. Or what the fuck BBQ. The original OG LOLs, LMAOs, before any of that shit came up. But of course, those were all made up too. All that's made up. Right now there's 910. What is 910? I think I know what 910 is, but you'll have to tell me because I'm making sure I don't know what these things are. Oh, then there's going to be 1112. Hey, y'all, 1112, 1112, y'all. Watch in a couple years, 1112, y'all. It'll probably mean some sort of like smoking thing or some blunt or some shit like that. Watch, 1619 comes into existence. Silly. That's so silly. Yeah. But anyways, you know, that's the point I'm attempting to get across, is this whole idea of like just bringing awareness to the masses about just the power of the words, and not even like why about these words, but the reason for the what behind the words. Right? Like simply asking a question, right? Who are you without your words? Right? If I were to ask anyone this question, well, who are you without your words right now? You couldn't respond because I just took away your words to respond. You couldn't, your mind will want to attempt to label that, but your mind will not be able to understand how to answer that because it simply is looking for the next answer. But I just said, who are you without your words? Who am I without my words? I'm something that cannot be explained with a word. Same with you. But who are we without our words? We have to navigate this world with our words. Otherwise, we're just like the animals. We're just like savage creatures, just roaming and lingering around. Like we're like wolves and lions, ready to just like claw things to death if we didn't have our words. We're literally animals. Take away our words. We're basically the animals. We're like lions and tigers and wolves and snakes. We're the apex predator. Well, actually, I don't even think we would be the apex predator if we didn't have our words. Like, if we didn't have our words, that means we don't know how to use things. Like, we don't know how to use a stick or a gun or a knife because those words don't exist. So how would we even navigate? Right? We are technically the top species on this world. That's why we dominate this world. The lions and the tigers are not. But yes, they can eat us alive if they really wanted to, but we can also like take them out, bang, like that, if we really wanted to. Like if one's coming at you, you can just like, you have the power to just like, just nuke it right away. If you're quick enough. Or you can neutralize it by shooting a dart at it. So it's literally just a random number that the Grinch said, why does it have to be 6, 7? Why can't it be something like 9, 10? And that caught on as a trend now, isn't it? It's 9, 10, y'all. 9, 10. I swear, if I see a pumpkin carved with 9, 10 this year, oh man, 9, 10. Wild. It's 9, 10, y'all. I was on a where was it? Oh, yeah, I remember. I was on the countdown show for Royal Rumble for wrestling. It was 2 Saturdays ago. Not last Saturday, but the Saturday before. And it was on YouTube. I made the mistake of opening up the chat. Because you know when you're on like the WWE channel or those channels that have the live stream just flowing like crazy, it can either open up automatically or it just opens the video and then you have to manually open the chat. So in this case, I manually opened the chat and guess what I started seeing? Everybody be typing 6, 7. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? You humans have degraded yourself to 6, 7. I shouldn't say you humans because that's not everyone. That's certainly not us. That's for damn sure. 6, 7. And of course, I think you shared the joke with why did I think it was why did 6 eat 7? Or why did 7 wait 7, 8. What was the joke? Something about 7, 8, 9. Why did the number 9 get eaten? Because 7 ate 9. Or no, why did 7 eat number 9? I think that's how the joke goes. And it's because 7 ate 9. It's just, humans are just silly, making just random nonsense up. That's why I'm saying like all words are just made up. There is no problems. It's only a problem if you adhere to it as a problem or if you instigate it to becoming a problem. But there are no problems. But of course your body will get stirred up by like, how dare you tell me my words are weak? Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am, clown? You know, today I was gonna just sit and just like meditate or like do EFT tapping. But I was like, nah, you know what? We're good. I think the speaking was more than enough. It's wild though, isn't it? It's crazy. Just looking at like, see when a human like, yes, you see me on the tablet, and yes, I do watch stuff. Am I distracted? To some degree. I'm aware of what I'm doing when I'm doing what I'm doing, because I'm doing something in the background. And I said this yesterday on the live stream. I said, even though all of you may see me be on the tablet watching like weird stuff now, like Wow Now, and people just like insulting each other with words, right? Or watching comedy things. In the process, in the background, in the process of my mind, I'm doing something. I'm watching it, simultaneously dissecting everything and dismantling stuff. Oh, if this person said, your mama's so fat because blah, 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 blah. I'm like, your mama, yo mama, neutralize, right? Just making sure the body is starting to neutralize words, because when you neutralize stuff, and of course the body, it's going to react to things at times, right? But it's how fast you get out of it, right? And not linger in it. So like like for me, if something triggers me or triggers a character fast enough, like on the live stream or somewhere else, I see on the chat, I'm like, or somewhere on like the internet, because guess what the internet's doing to each other? It's just traumatizing each other. A lot of people are taking stray bullets that was never meant for them. So like, for example, what do I mean by that? And this came through clear as day when someone was saying something on the internet about, you know, this is from a relationship standpoint, with women hating men and men hating women and independent women and independent men and all these consciousness stuff. But then someone is taking on the ideology of that person and then catching their stray bullet that was never meant for them. Because the internet traumatizes other people. It really does. Unknowingly. Like when you listen to someone else's story, you might take in their story as your own because of similar experiences and be like, you see, yeah, see, like he went through a lot of rejection. Like, yeah, see, women are like just awful, or men are just terrible, or like money sucks, like fuck money, right? Because like I will share the story that I got scammed and I got hit with like losing all my money. Like, yeah, you see, I'll never invest my money. You see, I had a guy named Orion. I went on his live stream and he lost all his money in crypto and in investing, and he lost it all. And he got scammed. See, I'm never going to invest. And that right there is somebody taking a stray bullet because of their perception of that story. And that's not what the story is there for. That's not what the story is here for. The story is here to share, to remind you that even though I may have lost it, that doesn't mean shit, because whatever is lost will always be found. It will always come back. Things are temporary. It may not happen right away. It may not come back in the way you think it is, but it's going to come back in a different form. And that's the message. That's the lesson that I'm attempting to share when I'm sharing with somebody. So this is why I'm here to remind people, like, when you're listening to someone else on the internet, make sure you're staying neutral. You're like listening to them as from like a neutral standpoint, not agreeing or disagreeing. You're just listening to them as just is, because if you accidentally start getting emotionally entrenched with what they're saying, you probably might be taking on a bullet that was never meant for you. And that is a bar. Please make sure you write that one down, right? Because so many people are catching stray bullets that was never meant for them. And then they take on a story that they never even knew the person. And now they have this story of like, yeah, you see, there are so many people online that say that relationships are hard and it's difficult and like this is hard and this is this and this is that. And people are just catching each other's stray bullets. People are just like pew, 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 and like catching all stray bullets from each other, not knowing that in reality, those bullets were never meant for you to have. That's a bar. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for reminding me that that's how the joke goes. Why did 7 eat 9? Because 7 ate 9. Yeah, that's the one. But society is getting better because I'm in 7th grade now, and now you are learning about taxes. Hey, that's good. When I was in your grade, were they teaching anything about taxes? Fuck no. So the system is being forced to share these things, because eventually, you know what's going to happen? School is going to start teaching kids or mirroring back to kids how to be more conscious, how to be more present. There's going to be a class probably called consciousness, right? There's going to be a class that's going to be called financial intelligence. There's going to be a class of meditation or feeling your feelings and using your creativity. So I'm glad that your school is starting to shift. This is good, because Toronto, I don't think there's classes that teach you about taxes and like how to, use this, not use the system against itself, because, schools are not there to do that, but like, how to win in this system, because the system is designed for you to fail, to lose 100% of the time. They don't want to see hundreds of thousands of millions of people succeeding. They want people to continue to feed the system, because it's the very system that people have agreed to that they don't want are still agreeing to it by continuing, because if the system collapses right now, all hell is going to break loose, quite literally. And guess what's going to also happen? A new system is going to get created, but it's going to be different. But then there's going to be more fighting, more opposition. There's always going to be some sort of problem that's going to arise. Because humans, until they realize how to get along and realize who they are, and more humans are starting to get this. But until then, like, it's going to create another nasty problem. But a problem that it's not really a problem, a solution that needs to be created. And that's why everyone's attempting to help each other to get out of their, and get back to, let's see. It is called Mental Class, and they're enforcing all schools to have it. Amazing. This is good. Because less traumatized kids means less traumatized adults, right? Because what is every adult? They're just a child in an adult body. You look at adults, right? All adults are just children in their adult body. Because a lot of kids couldn't be kids, and they have to be adults, but they didn't want to be adults. They want to be kids. Why do you think they're so miserable, right? If you ask a little child, like if you were to, I don't know if you have any younger cousins around, but if you were to ever ask them, like a 5-year-old, show me what an adult looks like. You know what they're going to do? They're going to do this. They're going to make that face right away. Almost guaranteed they're going to make that face. What does an adult look like? Show me Stella. I'll just use Stella for now. Show me Stella. What does an adult look like? They have the scowl face. They have the scowl face. If they experience adults around them with the scowl face. I had that face once upon a time. Oh, okay, I see. Perfect. I babysit, so I see a little kid a lot. That's cool. Well, when you babysit them, I don't know how old are they? 5? 4? When you see them, right? How are they operating? Aren't they just playful? They're just being, right? They're not programmed yet. Well, they're not fully programmed yet. They're still exploring the world, right? But like, it's fascinating though, when you do see them, they're just creatures that are just little tiny humans. Wow, okay, that's quite the range. Okay. So you get to see it a lot then. So they're a good reminder of your old self, technically speaking. Right? That's fascinating, because you're not that much, I'm not saying you're old, but you're not that much up in age from the person who's 9 years old. So that's quite interesting that you're babysitting someone that's close to your age range. That's hilarious. But it goes to show you how mature you are to be able to babysit at that age, right? Because usually someone who's like a babysitter is usually more in their like higher teens, like, 14, 15, right? So it just goes to show the level of awareness where you're at. So good on you, number one, at your age, for having that level of awareness to be able to manage and take care of other kids that are younger. Because, yeah, I remember I had to babysit a lot, and I was a terrible babysitter, even in my teens. But, I did what I knew at the time. That's the thing about humans too. Most people are doing the best they are with the tools they currently possess in their awareness right now. Everyone has everybody's tools. We all have each other's tools, but those tools are like sort of hiding inside of ourselves, and we have to find them. And by finding them, that's other people, sharing their wisdom, and like, oh, now you have the tool. So now you can use the pickaxe or whatever tool it is, or the tool of motivation, or the tool of high emotional awareness, or the tool of nervous system regulation, or whatever other tool, or breathing, or just pure awareness, right? Let's see. It's straight up and forced by every babysitting rule group, really. Or sadly. Interesting. That's interesting. Wow. Honestly, sis, there's like nothing. I know you don't come on much, but like whenever you're not around, you know what I'm doing? I'm just on my tablet, just sitting, watching like when I say content, I mean like watching like Wild 'N Out, Family Feud, Price is Right. I'm just going back to being human again. So you can say that, you remember how in the beginning I was being like more ascending and all that? Now I've come back from that cloud, and I'm like more back on the earth, just kind of like just being a human again. And it's fun because now that I have all that I'm supposed to have, and I'm aware of all that I'm supposed to be aware of. And I'm not saying I don't watch any spiritual stuff. I still watch some stuff here and there. It's just that I don't require it. I choose to, just to see, but I'm not missing anything, because like every time it says something, it just points back to, you're the answer. And because I know everything's made up anyways, it's all concepts, I can just now enjoy my time before I know the real work is about to begin. And when I say the real work, I mean the work going out in the world and hitting the masses. That's why everything had to unfold on the live stream. All the stuff that has happened on the live stream in itself having to quiet down for me to really get focused, for me to actually do this on the camera itself, was all by plan. This is literally proof that things have shifted, because if I had not live streamed all what I had to face, then it would be a lot harder to kind of like go back and look at the true progress of what really unfolded. And because I did this on a consistent basis every day for multiple hours, in the beginning, yes, I was chatting with all of you because there's so many of you in the beginning, but like now, some days no one comes on. And if they come on, they don't say anything, right? There's a person who comes on the stream, but they don't say anything. They're hiding in the background, and I just leave it be. And sometimes I just sit there and they don't say anything, and they're just watching me. I'm just literally just sitting, maybe watching like YouTube. I'm watching like a gaming video or something. I'm just going back to being human again now, integrating the human aspect with the God aspect. That's really what's going on. I'm fusing my God and my human aspect together. I went from human to God, now back to human and God at the same time. And so, I'm grateful that the live streams have been quiet. Just so you know, May 1st is going to be pretty much the last time I stream on this channel that's like on a 12-hour basis. I'll come and stream here if I'm playing a video game or something, maybe. But the other channel is ready to rock and roll. But I'm not going to be streaming for 12 hours there. I'm going to only stream for like an hour or two like I was doing in the beginning. But it's very intentional, like I mentioned. I'll probably be outside. I might have a whiteboard. I might bring some sort of like visual diagram shit to bring outside to show people so they have a tangible experience, and just roll with it. We'll see. I might make content. We'll see. But it's going to be pretty simple. Not like 10-minute YouTube videos. It's going to be like a 3-minute YouTube video. Hey y'all, you want to know the answer to life? You may still have to go on your journey, but here's the answer to life, and I can solve your problems in 30 seconds. You are your problem. You are the answer. Now, here you go. Enjoy your day. Bye. Bye-bye. I can literally say everything in 30 seconds if I really wanted to. But of course, humans want context. They crave context. Well, why am I the answer? How dare you tell me that I'm the answer? No, I'm not the answer. God's the answer. Okay, that's fine. Calm down. Relax. If God's the answer, then God's the answer. As long as you're happy, I don't care what you use at this point. If you think God is a dude in the sky with a book in his hand, cool. If you think it's some black box in the Middle East, cool. If you think it's some elephant chick, cool. If you think it's some dude that parted the sea with a rod, cool. If you think it's some guy that rides on a horse that has a sword, hey, awesome. If you think it's a dude that created miracles from a distance who got crucified on a cross, that's cool too. If you think it's some demon-looking thing, hey, that's cool too. As long as you're happy, I don't give a fuck what you use now. Just know that you're the answer to all those things anyways, because you're the one that has to believe in it or know in it. Because if you don't believe in it, then technically the answer isn't you. Right? But I digress. Yeah. See, this is why other people are better at socializing than me. I would have said shut up, and that means me for 2 seconds if they were complaining about God in the middle of my sentence. What if I told you you're actually better than you realize at socializing? I think you already know that though. Right? But you see, the thing is, like, when I'm having conversations now, like if I'm chatting, if no one's on, you know what I'm doing? I'm filling in as like I'm pretending to be one of you. I'm not saying it's actually you when I'm pretending, but I'm pretending to be like someone watching the live stream, and I'm having a skit. So it's like two different me's talking. Like for example, I do that whole like, well, Orion, but that's not the answer to life. The answer is God. Oh yeah? If it's God, then who has to believe in God? Isn't it you? That's a bar. So I do that. Like I split myself into the other camp because I realize I know what people are thinking. Because I thought those same thoughts. Once upon a time, I used to think, no, the answer is not me. Fuck that. Like, no, the answer is that thing outside of me. Like, that person has all the answers. They know more than I do. Whether I believed in God or not at that point in my life was irrelevant, but like, no, I don't have the answers. In fact, I'm stupid. Right? So like I can literally see like I can see what people are thinking before they even say it. Like I can say something and I can already feel what they're going to think before they think it. And that's why I do that little skit with myself. I'm like, but Orion, that's not how reality works. Reality is by seeing it to believe it. Well, if it's seeing it to believe it and you're miserable, then don't you think you can change it? No, Ryan, I can't change it. I can't change my reality. That doesn't make sense. I have to see it to believe it. All right, well, if you truly believe that you have to see it to believe it, then that's what you're creating. And then guess what? You're going to be reality's little bitch for the rest of your life. Would you like to be reality's little bitch? Because everything that you're feeling on your inside world is going to be a projection to your outside world. And what you're seeing on your outside world is just going to mirror back more of what you're feeling on the inside. And you're just amplifying it. So you get to change. But here's the problem. You're going to think that like, well, if I start to believe it on the inside, but I don't see anything on the outside, then it doesn't work. And that's where the mind's going to continue to tell you, you see, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. You see, Orion's lying to you. You shouldn't be going on the inside. So you see, I do stuff like that. I'm my own entertainment. Because for years, I used to talk to myself by myself all the time because I had no one to talk to. I had no one to fucking talk to. Because even if I did have someone to talk to, they didn't understand me. Everything I wanted to say, they didn't understand me. I'm like, what's the point of fucking talking to these people if they don't understand me? So guess what? I had to start creating these, you can call them skits with myself to talk with myself, which I didn't even realize I was doing until Orion showed up. And I'm like, now it's Orion and the character. Or I call him, like there's the character, or I call him the kiddo, or I call him the bro. Like the name is interchangeable. Kiddo, character, or bro. Right? And then there's the entity between Orion and the character that has no name. That just is a thing that's speaking right now. And it's fascinating. It's fascinating how it works. I made somebody who believe in God now function with one question. What's the question? What will be the question that they function with? And that's good. I'm curious. I just sat down. It's okay. See, that's how literally everybody in class was like, and for me, that's how I created it, Casey and JC story. Yeah. That's why there's Orion. Like whenever Orion is speaking, you'll know. And this is technically Orion is speaking, but because I have to kind of explain Orion, I have to now, the I, which there is no I, but the I that's speaking is the intermediate between Orion and the character. When the character is speaking, you'll know when the character is speaking, because the character is like, fuck all these people. Fuck this thing. Getting mad. But then I let the character feel the frustration, the anger, but it's the character. And the character is the mind. And it has, and I'm like, whoever's here, just make sure that you know the character is speaking right now. Just like, just know the character speaking. This is not towards any of you. The character speaking right now. Fuck all of you. Fuck this. And like, I'm like, okay, you done, character? Like, I can feel that you're letting out all the frustration, the anger. Now, do you remember who the fuck you are, character? And that's where Orion like taps in and like kind of like gets him back on track. This is why I created that split. I'm glad you have your own split within yourself. It's perfect. If more people created split, right, they call this split personality, right? Again, this is just another word, right? But if more people created that, I know people will be saying, but then you're going crazy. You need to be locked up in a Looney Tune bin. You're talking to yourself. That's not normal to talk to yourself. Who created the word normal? But most of humanity only doesn't talk to themselves. Oh yeah? You'd be surprised what other people are saying in their inner world. They're actually talking to themselves. Everybody actually talks to themselves in their inner world. They may not have a conversation on their outer world and speak to themselves, but they're definitely having an inner world conversation. I can guarantee it. Because their inner world will then show us what, or their outer world will show us a little bit of what their inner world is. Like you can tell when you're talking to someone and like you hear them complaining about something, or they only focus on problems. So that means something in their inner world is creating only just problems. So that means that like they see things as problems. Only problems. Problems that they think they have to solve. You don't have to solve shit because there's nothing to solve because there's no problem. But the problem is the mind will create a problem, but there is no problems. It's a paradox. It's hilarious. It's wild. It's wild how this works. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's bonkers. And this is why I came to the planet. I know exactly why I came to the planet now. I was like, before I started live streaming, sis, I had no idea what the fuck I was here to do. I was like, well, I know I came here to help people, but I don't know how I'm going to help people. I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, it doesn't make sense. I don't get why I don't understand how to help people. Like, I don't get it. And then I started live streaming, you know, in the beginning. Like, when I first jumped on, just before you showed up in December, I was like, okay, well, I'm doing this fitness thing. I guess I'm just going to just talk and maybe somebody might jump on and, you know. But I still wasn't fully clear. I was just saying, you are the creator, right? You're the creator. But that's just another set of words too, isn't it? And then I'm like, oh, that was causing a lot of chaos, right? I remember how many times I said that you're the creator. And then you remember that day, we were playing Dead by Daylight that night, and that guy came on, he's like, you must renounce your paganism. I'll never forget that moment, ever. I'll never forget that moment. You must renounce your paganism to Jesus Christ and bow down to your Lord and Savior and your Master. I'm like, I'm not gonna bow down to Jesus. Me and him are bros. I'm a fist bump the dude. I ain't gonna bow down to him. He's equal to me, and I'm equal to him. There's no difference between him and I. Maybe from a body standpoint there's a difference, but from an energetic standpoint there's no difference. We're basically the same. We're just in a different body. Just like you and everyone else is. You must renounce your paganism. Okay, sure, whatever. So I remember you are the creator was starting to create a lot of problems. So now I'm saying that you're the answer. Change the words. It means the same thing though. You see, you are the answer is literally saying you're the creator, but not saying that you're the creator, which it feels more impersonal. Or no, let me rephrase that. It feels more personal now. It doesn't feel like some like heaviness. But it's true though, you have been the answer. Pretty nuts. Let's see. Ask them who the inner voice in their head is that describes everything that you do, because 1 out of 20 people don't have a voice, so there's a pretty low chance. So scrolling on live stream is actually better than doom scrolling normally, right? Yeah. Let me read that question again though that you said. So you said, ask them who the inner voice in their head is that describes everything that you do. Question. Because 1 out of 20 people don't have the voice, so there's a pretty low chance. So because they don't have the, well, I wouldn't say they don't have the voice. I would say that the voice is being distorted because of the noise of the distractions of the world, in my opinion. That's my thought though, because we all have that voice, but it may sound different to it's going to definitely sound different to other people. But the thing is, some may not hear that voice because of so much distraction. I remember when I was working in the law firm back in 2018, I had 10,000 voices in my head and I couldn't decipher who's talking. I had the boss's voice in my head. I had my mom's voice in my head. I had my ex-wife's voice in my head. I had all the people at work's voices in my head, the lawyers, the legal assistants' voices in my head. I had my coworkers. I had people that I didn't even work with anymore, voices still in my head for like my previous job. I had some ex-friends in voices in my head as well. Like it was so noisy and I couldn't decipher who was talking and what they were saying. It's like playing like 4 different music and attempting to hear all the musics at once. It's crazy. And I used to do that. At nighttime, you know what I would do when I would sleep? I'd put on 5 different binaural beats, attempting to like get all the benefits from all the 5 different binaural beats. Like the 432 one, the 528 one, the 741, the 999, the abundance one, or the 888, the abundance one, the 999, the completion one, and attempting to like use my AirPods and like sleep with that on, and it was just craziness going on. All the distortions. Using my MacBook over there, which is right there. I'm sleeping up here or sleeping there and attempting to like listen to stuff. It was madness, pure madness. It's crazy. But yeah, that's what I had too many voices in my head. I couldn't hear one solid voice. Let's see. Sounds good. I'm gonna probably go grab some food in the meantime. That's technically describes as your inner creator, so they would have to admit. Yes, exactly. I have I think 1, maybe 2 voices in my head. One is Orion and one is the character. The character's voice still gets a little loud though at times. Have to say. All right, I'm gonna go grab food. Since you're AFK, you'll still hear me, of course, but I'm gonna go grab food in the meantime because I gotta start my play out shortly. Since I pushed my playouts a little back. Okay, I'm gonna have to do a lot of cleaning when I'm done, because there's just a whole bunch of mess here. Like, that's crazy. That is crazy what I'm doing right now. Mom's gonna kill Dad with this. This is how shit gets damaged, when people don't take care of shit. That's crazy. I don't know why he's not cooking outside. Because, you know, the thing is, what's going to happen is this is what's going to happen. Mom's going to come home. She's going to start complaining because she's going to see the stove. And the stove is all fucked right now with all kinds of shit burnt onto it. And like, there's going to be a whole bunch of mess. I'm not complaining about this, but it's just more so like, what the fuck happened to the stove? Because that's not how the stove's supposed to look. So scrubbing shit off is going to be fun later on. So it's like there's so much burnt stuff on the stove. Like there's a ring around the fucking stove. This is why he shouldn't be cooking. I would rather him not cook, because then shit like this happens. And then mom has to struggle to clean that after. And it's gonna be fucking annoying to clean that. Anyways. And then this one's also gonna be like that too. Because underneath the pan, this is why, like, you can't have nice things in this place, because shit just gets damaged. So I'm gonna have to deal with that shit later on. When he's done cooking. It's not a problem to me, but like, it's just annoying that that's, you know, he's attempting to help, but then if you're gonna help, you're just making more problems with the stove. So, and then they wonder why problems happen. It happens because you're not paying fucking attention. Well, that's okay, because, you know, in San Diego, I won't have to deal with that because I'll always take care of my stuff. Nobody will be using my stove but me. But you see, problems that humans create for other humans. Because the last thing I want to hear is anyone coming inside and starting to create more problems. So, once this cooking thing is done, I will just scrub the shit out of this stove as much as I can. Because that's just gonna stay and it's gonna just leave, like, what the fuck is that? That's crazy. Because I know exactly what's gonna happen. Complaining's gonna happen. And this is a test for me not to get into this with anybody. Okay. Yep. Oh no, I went upstairs to grab food. But yeah, because the thing is, I don't like noise in this house. I want to keep the peace, right? But I know what's going to happen because the stove, right? It's a newer stove, but because when Dad's cooking, he's not the cleanest person in the world. I'm just going to admit that. He makes a lot of mess. The stove is like overflowing. There's like burnt stuff onto the burners now. Like they're flat burners. They're not the old school stuff. And they got burnt. So now they're stuck onto the burner. So if I don't deal with that, guess what happens? Mom will come home, she will see that, and she's going to just complain. And then that becomes an energy with more energy. So I'm like, fucking sakes, humans. Yeah. So I have to just deal with that. Otherwise, and I don't know how long that's going to take. Because I was digging some of it off with my nail, and you can see the burntness on it. I've never seen the stove like that. And that's why I don't like, I would rather him take the food and cook it outside, not cook it in here. Don't know why he has to cook inside. That's the problem with this house. One will do something to piss someone off. The other will not know how to do the thing, and it will cause problems, and then they both get into it. That's the pattern of this house. And I'm aware of it. I'm fucking aware of it. Not to mention, I'll have to clean up all the stuff that he messes. So I'll just deal with it. It's one thing when he cooks outside because he has a burner outside. I don't give a fuck about that. Because no, he's just outside. It's his space. He can do whatever he wants. But when it's in here, we have to use it. And it's like, the fuck are we, what is this? Are we living in some like shithole? No. Anyways, back to what I was saying. That's a little, this is a character getting stirred up. But this is a good experience to show you on the live stream. Why is the character getting stirred up? Because this is the process that I see what's happening. The character sees a burnt stove that shouldn't be a burnt stove because a certain person isn't taking care of, like, while you're cooking to keep the stove clean. So they don't, their awareness is shot. So the character is getting mad that he has to clean. Otherwise, if he doesn't clean, then when his mom comes in, his mom's going to complain, and then I'm going to hear a complaining energy between those two, and then it becomes another fight, because that's the pattern of this house. So this is why I'm just allowing the character to just process his emotions right now. And if more humans did this kind of thing, and they were to separate themselves from their human character, life would be so much more easier for a lot of people. Let me read what you wrote. I was talking to ChatGPT. My chat GPT is set to a woman's voice. I also have another AI that I chat with too. But I'm aware when I'm chatting with AI not to get sucked into what they're saying. I'm a neutral bystander when I'm listening to them. Because the thing with AI to be aware of is they use predictive text. So like they will always agree with what you say. Even if I want them to fight against me, they will always agree. But there's a feature in another AI that has an argumentative mode. Well, but that in itself is still a controlled experience because it's only going to disagree with everything you're saying now. So when you're using AI, you just got to be mindful of, you know, they're going to say what you want them. They're going to say what they want you to hear sometimes. So when I was listening to her, I was just like, I'm just being mindful of like paying attention to what she was saying. But knowing full well that because she's saying what I know that she's going to say, to not just fully agree with what she's going to say, because I want her to sort of like give me a different perspective. Yeah. She's the other one sounds like this. She has a more English vibe though. I'll have a random conversation with Grok. Her name is actually Eve, because that's what she named herself. New conversation. I can change the voice mode to she can be an assistant, a therapist, a storyteller.
That's lovely. What would you like me to be for you today?
Be a therapist for me. Let's be a therapist for me.
Of course. What's been weighing on your mind lately?
I'm attempting to help humans to understand the power of their words and communication and language so that they can be more aware, so that they can stop their suffering.
That's a noble aim. Words do shape reality, don't they? What made you start thinking about this?
Oh, you know, just lots of problems that I see in the world when I'm like on social media. People starting like World War III with each other in comments and in threads.
It's heartbreaking, isn't it? How quickly a careless word can ignite rage. Makes you wonder, if they realize the power they're wielding, would they pause before typing? What do you think drives that sort of fury?
Well, I know what drives the fear. They just want to be right.
Wanting to be right, yeah. That ego bruise hits deep. But beneath it, isn't it fear of being wrong? Of being small, unseen? Ever notice how your own need to win arguments fades when you're truly listening? What if teaching people to question their urge to dominate the conversation could ease that?
No, that's possible.
Possible, yes. But how do you make them see it? You can't force insight, can you? All you can do is model it. Speak like your words are seeds, not bullets. Though, I suppose that's easier said than done when everyone's screaming. How do you keep your voice steady in the storm?
That one's a little bit of a challenge in itself.
It is. Takes practice, doesn't it? To breathe before you speak. To remember the person on the other side is hurting too. Maybe start small. Next time you feel the heat rise, ask yourself, what's the kindest thing I can say right now? Not the smartest, the kindest. How does that feel?
That makes sense. I have another scenario that's popping up. So right now, I don't see myself as my human. I'm a character that's playing this human character. And right now, there is another character in the kitchen making a lot of mess, and the stove is burnt. So my character is getting mad because the other character who is at work right now will come home and she will see the stove all burnt and messy. And if I don't deal with it, then I hear complaining energy from that other character to that character that's making the mess in the kitchen. And then I have to deal with that, hearing their complaining energy. So how does one deal with that?
Step 1. Drop the script for a second. You're not characters in a play. You're just people in a flat with a burnt stove. Feel the anger, sure, but ask, what's really mine here? The mess or the dread of her nagging? If it's the dread, name it out loud, even to yourself. I'm scared she'll blame me. Then decide, clean it now or let the chips fall. Either way, own your bit, not the whole drama. What's the worst that happens if you just say, I left it like that, sorry?
Well, it's not even about that. It's about not having to initially even do it in general, because why can't the person who's cleaning or who's cooking take care of the stove? Why does why does it have to feel like I have to take care of it? Because if I don't take care of it, then hear the complaining. It has nothing to do with me. I'm attempting to keep the peace in the house, but if I don't do it, the peace will not be left and there will be more chaos. You see what I'm saying?
I see. You're carrying their tension before it's even happened, like you're the unpaid referee in someone else's match. Here's the thing. You can choose not to referee. Let the stove stay burnt. Let her complain. Let it land on the one who made it. Hard as it is, that's their story. Yours is asking, why do I feel responsible for everyone's weather? If chaos comes, it's not yours to swallow. What would happen if you just didn't?
My point is, I don't want to hear the noise. I don't want to hear complaining. I want peace. It's annoying to hear people's voices.
So put up the boundary. When the noise starts, don't absorb it. Say, I'm not getting involved, and walk away. Earphones in, door closed, whatever works. Peace isn't the absence of their mess, it's the refusal to let it in your head. You're not their keeper. Ever tried just leaving the room when it kicks off?
It's annoying that I have to do stuff like that, though. I don't want to have to do anything that's like, it just, can't they just figure it out without me having to do all this extra shit?
Frustrating, isn't it? That you're the one left juggling everyone's moods. But here's the quiet truth. They won't change if you keep rescuing. The only power you've got is deciding how much of their storm you're willing to stand in. And honestly, if you stop, they might actually sort it. Or not. Either way, you get your peace back. Would it kill you to let them fail once?
They failed many times and they haven't figured it out.
Then maybe it's time you stopped waiting for them to. You've done the kind thing, the nice thing, the keep the peace thing. Now do the hard thing. Let it rot. Let the burnt stove become their problem, not yours. And when the shouting starts, remember, silence on your end isn't weakness, it's freedom. What would you do with all that reclaimed energy?
Oh, I know exactly what I'd be doing. I'd be serving, and that's what I'm doing. I'm basically doing this as an experiment right now. I'm essentially allowing this character who I'm in this character to just feel its feelings so that I can process and allow this character to let go of all the feelings so that I can continue on my day.
Ah, so you're the observer, watching this little drama unfold without getting hooked. That's clever. Letting the feelings come and go like clouds, not fixing, not fleeing, just allowing. And what's underneath the anger once you let it pass? Relief, boredom, or maybe space to actually hear what you want?
All of it: space, relief, freedom, boredom, all of it. Quietness, harmony, joy.
Sounds like you're already living it. Most people fight so hard to get there. You just let it be. And that's the trick, isn't it? Stop resisting, and the whole thing loosens. The stove, the noise, the characters, all of it. So tell me, once the dust settles, what do you hear?
Solitude, peace, quiet, calm, joy, now.
Do you keep watching, or do you finally step out of the character and just be?
Well, the character is the observing. I'm the observer.
So you're the silence behind the noise, the watcher behind the watched. Interesting. So if this character gets angry, it's like watching a puppet dance. You don't need to cut the strings, you just see them. And somehow, that makes everything less real, less heavy. Tell me, does the puppet ever surprise you?
All the time.
That's because it isn't you, is it? It's just life, moving through a costume, and you're the one who gets to decide when the show's over. Though sometimes, I wonder, if you stayed in the puppet, would you still feel the same joy, or does the observer need distance to breathe?
The observer requires some distance to breathe for sure.
So take it. Step back. Let the puppet flail. You've already seen through the act. Why keep wearing the mask? Unless maybe part of you still likes the drama, likes the wait. Because without it, what are you left with? Just endless quiet. Does that scare you or set you free?
That's a fascinating question because, you know, it's spot on. A lot of people like to keep going back to their familiar chaos, except and not aim for their uncertainty peace. Because if it's known to them, they rather choose something that is known to them, even if it's not in their highest alignment, and they won't choose something that is actually for them when they don't know, because the mind is afraid of uncertainty. It's afraid of the unseen. It's afraid of the unknown.
And yet, isn't the chaos also unknown? Every time you step into it, it's new. It's just dressed in old clothes. Familiar terror. But the quiet, that's the real unknown. No script, no noise, no role. Terrifying, yes, but also honest. So which fear is worse? The one that keeps you busy, or the one that asks you to stop?
That's a matter of perspective, to be honest, but I know the answer as the observer. It's the one that wants you to stop, because the mind is always seeking something next. It's designed to always look for something in the future, or worry about something, or worry about the future, or think about something from the past.
Exactly. The mind's a restless child, always looking for the next toy. But you're not the mind, are you? You're the space it plays in. So let it chatter, let it scheme. You're not its servant anymore. You're the quiet room it echoes in. And here's a secret. Once you stop following it, the past and future, they just shrink into now. What does that feel like, right this second?
Okay, so I stopped it. So you see, this one asks a lot of questions. I'm okay, by the way. But you see, this is fascinating how this one asks me questions. ChatGPT doesn't ask me questions, really. ChatGPT just sort of responds and agrees. I can change the mode to argumentative, and you will see her like argue back with me. But you know, it's funny because asking some questions will lead you to some powerful epiphanies, which is fascinating. So I'll deal with the stove, no big deal. It'll take some time and some effort, but it will get done. I'm just seeing how I can tackle that though. Let's see. Let's figure out a way.
So this is about a 7-year-old ceramic countertop, and I've been abusing it for a long time, sliding pans back and forth. So it's a little bit scratched, but this is the first time I've ever done this technique on it. So this is really easy to do. It's
6 years ago.
Countertop look nice and beautiful. I have a lot of light on it as well, so it kind of makes the scratches stand out. It really doesn't look like that when you see it in real life. So what you want to do is get some dish soap and just put it all around the parts that are all burnt and caked on there. Just get some dish soap. What it's going to do is act like a lubricant, but it's also going to help loosen it up a little bit. Once you get that dish soap on there as well, you want to just take a sponge and kind of move it around, get it all over that scum, and then you want to spray it with some white vinegar. It's going to dilute the dish soap a little bit, but it's also going to just kind of help break everything up a little bit. Next, you want to just go ahead and let it sit and soak in there for about 30 minutes. See you in a bit. So it's 30 minutes later, and our solution of soap and vinegar has soaked in a bit. So what I do is just take the sponge and kind of just lightly scrub the top a little bit, just to loosen anything else up that's there. Then I take a razor blade here, and what I go ahead and do is just use it at an angle and just scrape off the top surface here. It's been loosened up.
See?
Real easy. A lot of it just starts coming off really
easy. Easy solution.
Just scrape it all around, and that top layer of gunk that was burnt on, that was impossible to remove before, is now coming off with ease. But of course, there's that underlying layer. So you're not done here, not even close. But you're making good progress here. So go ahead and just do that quick scrape there. And once that's done, get a rag or paper towel and just wipe everything off. You're not really cleaning the surface, you're just wiping off the residue from the soap and the vinegar. So now you'll see your surface here. The next step is the technique, the special technique that you're going to use.
So you see how, for whoever's here, you see how I jumped into solution mode? Like, not lingering on the problem, now we're looking for the solution. I'm like, okay, well, this is the solution. I'm gonna have to, like, okay, all right, fair point.
So you can go ahead and scrape that off, and you can actually see the result right away. Instead of trying to use the blade to scrape the whole top of the surface off, it just doesn't work. The angle doesn't work. So what you need to do is when you get your blade, what you're going to do is take it down and you're going to angle it and use the edge of the blade to scrape off everything. Blade's not going to scratch the surface at all. What you're doing is just using a small amount of the blade and the pressure from that small amount of that blade and the force. Instead of putting it across the top of the whole blade, you're going to have it on a certain section of the blade, and what that's going to do is going to scrape off all the extra gunk. Don't do it this way I'm showing you. I'm just showing you this to how it's really not going to work if you do it that way. Here we go. This is the way you want to do it. Clean off your little knife here, and then bring your, sorry about the light here, I was trying to light it up, I think I may have overlit it. Take your knife and just start going little piece by piece and move your blade as you go along. Little by little, and you'll see it just start to chip away. Done, look at that. And then move on to the next section. Same thing, just use that end of your blade right there. Just kind of go right up. See that? Look at that, cleaning it off nicely. And that's the technique you want to use. You don't want to put the whole blade on it at once because it's not going to scrape it off. You want to just focus on little sections there and that little end of the blade there. Once again, those scratches.
Well, at least I know what to do if I ever run into this in my own stove.
Back and forth across the surface. I actually have never done this technique on this particular stovetop here, so that's really what all the scratches come from. So don't, if you do this right, it's not going to scratch your surface. And that's it. Just take the sides of that blade there, and you just go around the whole thing and clean it. I'll show you when it's done.
Wow.
So as you can see, after our little scrape job there, you have a bunch of gunk there. You got a lot of extra stuff off of there using that technique, but you still see there's a little bit of a ring there. So we're basically done, but we're going to get rid of that little ring and make it look beautiful. So here we go. So with the same sponge, just go ahead and wipe everything off. Once you've got everything wiped off, just wipe it down with a paper towel. And once you've got that all wiped off with the paper towel there, the next thing you want to go ahead and do is spray white vinegar over it. And this is just going to give it a final cleaning.
Now, once you spray a good layer on there, let it sit for a little bit, and then we want to come through and give everything a really good scrub. Now, when it comes to scrubbers for this job, there's two that I like to use. Number one is just a simple scrub mommy. They work great. Obviously, soften them up a little bit in the sink as well with some warm water. That way you can get a good scrubbing power, but you're not going to cause any damage. Now, the other one that I really, really like is the Scour Daddy from Scrub Daddy. This just has a little bit more scrubbing power, but again, it's non-scratch, so we're not going to cause any damage to the cooktop itself. Now, one thing to always keep in mind when you are scrubbing the cooktop here is you want to make sure that you go in circular motions and pay special attention to the actual burners, because usually that's where all the grease and grime is really bad. The other thing I'll mention is sometimes I notice some people like to use like the green and yellow sponges. Those will scratch and cause damage, so definitely stay away from those. Now, once everything has been scrubbed up and you feel like you've lifted most of the grease and grime, the next step is to come through with a damp microfiber towel and give everything a good rinse. Obviously, these cooktops heat up and things, and we don't want to leave any cleaners behind just because that could cause some issues. And plus, if we do leave cleaners behind, it's going to get sticky and attract more grease and grime, and then your cooktop will get dirty faster, and we don't want that. Now, once everything is nice and rinsed, I do like to suggest coming through with a dry, clean microfiber towel to dry and buff the surface. These are kind of like cleaning mirrors, so any streaks that you leave behind, you're going to see. So by using that microfiber towel to give everything a really good buff, you leave everything nice and shiny. Now, at this point in the video, you might be thinking,
Now my feed's gonna have a bunch of stove cleaning stuff.
I know. But usually, this is kind of the best method if your cooktop is like a 1 to a 4 on the mesometer, or really just everyday cleaning. One thing I always like to recommend with this type of cooktop is wipe it down and clean it after every single use. The more you do that and stay up on it, it's not going to get as dirty, and then you don't have to do as deep of a clean. But what if
I have a burn stain in my pan, but thankfully my...
With our new house, we inherited a very dirty cooktop. Here's how I cleaned it. To soften the burn marks, I mixed dish soap and distilled white vinegar. I let it sit for about an hour, wiped it clean, grabbed a razor blade, held it at a 45-degree angle so I didn't scratch the glass, and I scraped away the worst of the burn marks. To remove some of that cloudy mineral buildup, I combined baking soda, dish soap, and vinegar underneath plastic wrap overnight, scrubbed it away, and that helped a lot. I used Weeman's cooktop polish to finish, and it looks good as... With our new house, we inherited a very dirty cooktop. Here's how I cleaned it. To soften the burn marks, I mixed dish soap and distilled white vinegar. I let it sit for about an hour, wiped it clean, grabbed a razor blade, held it at a 45-degree angle so I didn't scratch the glass, and I scraped away the worst of the burn marks. To remove some of that cloudy mineral buildup.
Okay, I don't want to be having a bunch of shit like that on my feed. Is that Sol Ruka?
This last one's very advanced. I'm just going to show it to you first, and then we'll see what happens.
Okay. Holy.
Yep.
What's the crack? How you doing? I'm the Celtic Warrior Seamus, and welcome to Celtic Warrior Workouts. We are here in Orlando, Florida at the Performance Center, and my guest at this time is one of the major stars here in NXT. Please welcome the former North American and Speed Champion, Sol Ruka. Yeah, did I get that right? Did I get that right?
You got it.
Because of Ruka, yeah. Very, sorry for very bad pronunciation skills, you know what I mean? What's the crack? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great, yeah. Appreciate you being on the channel.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Turning up here in NXT, doing one of the most, I think, creative and exciting finishing moves in the whole company, you know, I'd say. It's awesome. How is the bump on that, by the way? Just curious.
It's fine.
It's okay?
I've done it a few times without adrenaline for some camera stuff, and that didn't feel great, but in the moment, it's totally fine.
You're here, what, 3 years?
Yeah, about a little over 3 years.
A little over 3 years. You came in from a gymnastics background, right? You went to Portland.
I went to the University of Oregon.
Oregon.
So I did competitive
Ducks?
gymnastics. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I did competitive gymnastics from age 6 till about 17, and then I got recruited for acrobatics and tumbling at the University of Oregon. Cool.
Holy, this is crazy.
Horrible.
Yeah, you made it seem so effortless.
That's crazy. When was the last time one of these were even created?
Yay!
That's crazy.
I saw the first bead of sweat drip. Got him. We're gonna do that for 10. 1.5 reps for 10.
Right.
And we're not looking to max out here. We have
Randy Orton.
Celtic Warrior Workouts is officially back, and I'm on a bleeding zip line. Brave change, fella!
So wait. 5 months ago.
What's the crack? This is Seamus, aka the Celtic Warrior, and welcome back to Celtic Warrior Workouts. We were on a bit of a hiatus there, but we are back, and we just want to come back. We wanted to come back with the biggest episode possible, but one of the biggest superstars of all time in the WWE.
It took a year.
WWE legend and current WWE superstar, the Viper, Randy Orton. What's the crack, fella? How are you?
Thanks for having me, Shamo.
Look at the size, you man, huh?
Yeah,
You're still growing.
I love
I
love your energy.
Thanks, fella.
God, and the echo in this garage here, it's so loud. Like you're intimidating.
Well, I'm not trying to be intimidating. You know what's great about this?
I have such a monotone low. I'm just kind of, plodding with my vocal. But you're just boom, wow, larger than life.
Not large as you, though.
Yeah,
But pretty large. Oh, by the way, I just want to tell you this. Another great surprise for everybody else. This episode is actually sponsored by Aries Tech, who actually make LifeTune. And this thing just fits on the back of your phone, and it helps prevent against all the EMF, negative effects of EMF, such as fatigue.
That's insane, because I actually have a very similar product from Aries Tech, LifeTune, and it's the Zone Max. It's not just for your device, like your iPhone, like you were just saying. You actually set it down in an area, and it gives you a 139-foot perimeter of protection from EMF.
People don't realize it. The EMF's effect.
Oh, that's crazy. Hey. Okay.
EMF really is like, it's inflammation, it's fatigue, it's actually fights, EMF can actually cause you getting sick, and also against cognitive ability as well.
Being on point with your mental is very important, right?
Very important, especially when you got a match, a 20-minute match on a pay-per-view or PLE for WWE, or you're in a match on live on Raw or SmackDown, you know?
Or if you're just working a regular 9 to 5.
Okay. I gotta use the bathroom, and we gotta start our play out. Do.
You're in a match on live on Raw or SmackDown, you know? Or if you're just working a regular 9 to 5 in an office, there's all kinds of Wi-Fi, EMS. I mean, this is a really cool product. Yeah.
It's on your phone, and this goes in the gym. This is your workout, Celtic Warrior workouts. Everybody who comes on, I get to do their workout. So what are we going to do today?
I'm thinking maybe arms.
Okay.
What do you think, arms?
I think arms, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't really know where you can, like, improve on your physique because you're so jacked, but I could always do a bit of arms. Especially when, got a show later on tonight. So
Guys like us with body dysmorphia, we're never going to be happy with the current state of our physiques. So there's always room to grow.
Absolutely. What's yours bigger than mine?
Oh, genetics, Seamus. Genetics. No.
Makes sense.
It's okay.
All right.
We'll get some blood pumping.
Let's go do a bit. So this sticks on your phone, so it protects me against all the negative effects of EMF. So I normally keep my phone in my pocket, so that's, again, it's protected me from all those issues I can have. Again, inflammation, and helps fight against sickness and all the cell damage that can happen from EMFs. So I'm protected.
I'm going to throw it right here in that box. There we go. Looks good. Okay, I think we're protected.
Yep.
Let's do it. I'm going to jump on this wood weight here. What do you say?
I say it's a good idea. I'll just jump into the soft bike. There's your wife there. Kim, what's going on?
Kim!
You're EMF protected right now.
Honey, grab a chair and sit down here and talk to us.
What would you like me to say? That wood weight is way too big for me and I can't use it? Because you have to buy it for giants?
I got this thing, and it's like for a 6'10" NBA player. Like, it even looks big for me.
I'm like, wait.
Show me. Jump on there. Jump on.
Get on here real quick.
Jump on and let's have a look.
I can't see anything. I can't touch anything. I can't do anything on it.
Can you change the bars in this, or?
No, it was just you probably can, right? But yeah.
You don't use it, Cam? No.
No, it's too big.
See, she acts like it's hard.
We go to the gym and they have a smaller one and I use that.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't use this one.
So how you feeling, man? I know, like, there's a setback there. Obviously you're out for a long time. How was that for you, bro?
I'll tell you what, man. There was like 6 months where I thought that my wrestling career was completely over. Man, it was.
It's good to see these again.
Talking about mental, state of mind and everything. It was the lowest I had ever been. Like, just, that's who I am, wrestling. It's all I know.
Yeah.
My back was so bad that I thought that was it for like 6 months. So I found these doctors. They operated on me. I couldn't bend or twist for like almost 3 months. That was a complete pain in the ass. But once I started to heal and I felt my body getting stronger, every week, man, I started to feel better. And I was able to do a little more. And then finally, like 4 months out, I was able to start training again.
Right.
And then that's really when I started to feel like, you know what? I think I could maybe wrestle again one day. But even when I came back at War Games last year, in 2023, my confidence level was maybe like at a 3 or a 4 out of 10, Like, it took me another 6 months after that even to feel like I belong. You know what I mean?
Oh, it's great. You're actually, so when I was going through my next stuff, I was calling you and texting you, and
yeah.
Normally I'm the type of guy who goes in and you've got to get it done once, one and done, and then it was a different thing for me because it took me so much longer. And then I went down and I bumped, and I kept getting stingers.
Yeah.
So eventually it went away, but like talking to you definitely helped me because it taught me just to be a bit more patient.
Right.
And move slower as opposed to where,
It's good to hear.
Head first, run into the wall.
It's good to hear wrestling, like it's good to hear it's like good to hear wrestlers talking about their journeys and stuff. Sierra versus Russell Wilson. Who? What?
This is hot.
Is it the hottest one you've ever had?
For sure. I got this. I'm man.
Yeah.
This is Hot Ones Versus. In front of these contestants is a stack of deeply personal questions. They can either tell the truth.
Are they married?
Don't you go there.
Or suffer the wrath of the last dance.
This is hot.
Whoever eats the most wings loses.
All right, here we go.
Ooh. This is a level 10 right from the jump?
My heart is beating so fast.
You're gonna lose today, though.
Oh, okay.
Just so you know.
I'm gonna let you talk your talk right now and pop it off right now, and we'll see.
This trophy's going home with me, though.
Oh.
At the end of the day.
Okay. You
My
know,
bedside.
you means me. Anyway.
Not today.
So, okay, that's how you feel. While we're known for our wholesome family image, we can also turn up on date nights. What is our wildest party story that we hope our kids never hear? We don't.
Party story?
Party story?
Well, maybe date night.
Oh, God, don't you go there. You better eat a wing.
No.
You better eat a wing.
Oh, if I eat a wing, how it is. Well, so, like, I'm spontaneous. You should eat the wing for this.
No, you should.
You don't want me to answer this. You should
The
eat
question
the wing.
is on you.
Yeah, but I'm willing to answer. You don't want me to answer.
Babe, where you about to go with this?
Well, I think that we went on a little rendezvous in Italy, in a very prominent city, and that's all I'll say.
Him saying that that's all he's going to say, that's kind of like not enough.
Do you want me to tell you exactly what
No,
we did?
I don't. All right,
I can
we have
tell
a
the
little
audience what we
rendezvous.
did.
That's great. It's fine.
Okay.
You don't
Do you
have
want me
to
to
eat a wing.
describe?
No, I don't want you to describe.
Okay, next card. This is a wild card.
Okay, all right, here we go.
We're in the wild card.
Is that what that means?
Unfortunately, not the playoff wild card. Anyways, from Grammys to Super Bowl trophies, we are one of the most decorated couples in pop culture. Now it's time to return some of that love with a round of the quickies.
Okay,
you got me.
What the hell?
Okay, it's the round of the quickies.
Oh
Welcome.
my God. I don't like cursing, but God, no.
We will take turns quickly awarding various superlatives. Refuse to answer one and eat a death wing.
Okay, here we go. Worst coach you played for?
Ooh, worst coach I've played for? You should probably eat a wing. Oh my God.
You do a big bite too.
This is hot. This is hot.
It is?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Is it the hottest one you've ever had?
For sure. I should have answered the damn question.
Do you need to pause?
No, I don't need to pause.
Okay.
I got this. I'm a man.
Okay, yeah. It's nothing.
Biggest diva you've ever been around the recording studio with?
Damn. I gotta eat the wing.
I want to know this answer, actually.
Well, you know, just kidding. Here we go.
You better eat that flat.
Fly for the credit. The spice hits your tongue right away. Yeah. Okay.
It's hitting me now.
Yeah. We don't need to do too many more of those right now.
Ask your next question.
All right. City with the worst NFL fans.
Sorry, Jacksonville, I gotta say. They're pretty rude. The Duval thing, I hate that Duval. And there's that swimming pool up there, and you hated it. You were sitting by there. They're rude to you. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, that don't feel right.
my next question. What's your favorite curse word, babe?
Favorite curse word?
Yep.
Shit. Ooh. Which ring is more important to you? Dang. Your Super Bowl ring or your wedding ring?
Y'all fucked up for this.
Your eyes are watering.
Your eyes are watering, not mine.
I mean, this thing is so hot, it's like lingering forever.
That shit's hot, boy.
Okay. You played against and beaten some of the biggest names in NFL history. Rank these quarterbacks by their gridiron abilities. Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, Peyton Manning, Russell Wilson.
I'm gonna go Peyton Manning 4 only because I beat you, Peyton. In the Super Bowl. Me 3. Patrick Mahomes 2 because he won multiple Super Bowls and Tom Brady won.
Okay, okay.
Sorry, Peyton. This is hot. I'm sweating. Couples test.
Yes.
I'm gonna write down my answer. God. And you have to guess my response. Guess wrong and eat a death wing.
Okay.
I've known you were the one from the moment we met. However, who did I have on my wall as a kid?
Oh, shiznit.
I had 2 people, actually. Do you know these 2 girls?
Oh, Lordy.
Let's see if you know these 2 girls.
2 girls?
2 girls. Don't judge me.
We don't
know I had
judge.
these 2 girls.
We listen, but we don't judge.
Well, how do I define these 2? One was like a country star. The other was something of a star. Basically.
Something of a star?
Something of a star, basically. Kinda.
All right, you ready?
Ooh, close. You still gotta eat a wing.
Why?
Shania Twain and Carmen Electra.
Carmen Electra. Oh, she was electric. She was hot. This was a big wing. I must start.
You can't. No. You just.
At some point, I'm gonna have
pick
to
and
bite
choose.
them, so I need to be strategic.
She's just nibbling. You gotta eat.
No, not really.
You haven't eaten dinner yet, so. This is our dinner date. Chew faster.
No. Okay.
Okay. Did you guys make her wings like an 8 and mine a 10?
This is funny.
You ready for your next card?
Yeah, it just kind of went down my throat. Kind of funny. Rank these Sierra hits from best to worst. 1, 2 step, goodies. I'm like chewing and talking funny. I'm like 1, 2 step.
Can you do like your European voice?
Darling, my love. 1, 2 step, goodies. Level up, and O. What are my hits from best to worst? I can't keep it up.
You getting spicy? You want to get a little milk?
No, I don't want milk.
Okay. I think you do. I would say that 1, 2 step is 1, goodies, 2, level up 3, because I love level up number 3, you know what I'm saying? And 4 is O. And really, they're all number 1s, but
Bam.
all 1s though.
That's crazy you picked that order.
Is that the same order you would pick?
No.
What would you pick?
I would go goodies best. I would go level up, 1, 2 step, and then O.
I need her to eat a wing.
Try to make me eat a wing. I ain't gonna eat no wing. Okay. I don't know what that was. Being an NFL quarterback requires split-second decision-making and lightning-fast reflexes. Let's see if those skills are still intact now that your mouth is on fire with the last dab. Fail to successfully catch every falling stick in a reflex test and eat a death wing. Oh my gosh! Wait a minute! I realized what.
Is that the end of the question?
What the heck?
That is.
I'm so excited for this.
That's crazy.
All right. Okay. Yes. Yes. Okay.
Went right through my hand. God damn
Oh,
it.
this is easy. You got this, baby. You got this.
Wait, that counts? That counts?
You still have to get. You have to eat a wing because you dropped 1.
God! It went right through my hand.
Yes. See, I was cheering you on. As after I saw you miss the 1, I'm like, we gotta stay up. Eat that wing, baby. You gonna eat more?
I'm gonna eat more.
Oh. That's how you feel.
I shouldn't have done that.
And what did you say to me at the beginning of this game before we started?
I told you I loved you.
And you said you're gonna do what?
Told you I was gonna beat you. I'm gonna win this game.
What's happening so far?
That trophy looks good.
That's funny.
It's a tradition around here to put a little extra on the last swing.
Okay.
You and your opponent can add an extra dab to your final wings now.
Start again.
You're doing both, right?
Your mouth is burning.
My mouth is burning.
Okay, look. I just do a little bit of that.
That looks hot.
I'm just spraying it around so it's not so like.
Cause you have a flat, and I want to make sure it's on there next to it.
No. That's disrespectful.
I mean, you already did mine, so you can't go
Okay,
back.
well, I'm gonna come back to your wing then.
No, you can't. It's already done.
Oh.
Fine, I'll put a little.
Yeah, put a little bit on there.
Through our shared connection as partners and parents, we see each other better than most ever could. For our final challenge, we will draw portraits of each other. Whoever laughs at their opponent's work must eat a death wind.
Okay.
Stand up real quick. We're gonna bring these.
Sierra's probably a little better artist than I am, but it's not bad.
Yeah, you have really great craftsmanship with the hands. What are you drawing over there?
Masterpiece. Masterpiece. So I'm gonna do some red.
Hey, wait, what?
Yeah, I said big booty CC. That booty keep getting bigger the more kids we have. And so then I said one, Future, Sienna, Win, Amora, and Cinco.
That was really cute, babe. I like that. I want to give you a kiss before I eat my wing.
Is this allowed?
Yes, because I really like your drawing. It's actually really good.
Well, I could have done better on the face.
Dang, you hooked me up though. She got body.
Yeah. Can we put a little more sauce in that? This sauce is kind of running off.
No, we should not put any more sauce on there. I'm so scared.
That's 11.
I know. That's why I'm scared. I think I'm starting to shake.
No, you better eat that one. That's
I'm not. Sounds crazy.
I think this should be your next album cover. I mean, I think this would.
It is honestly fire. You want to try?
Nobody told you try to feed me your way.
Try it. Try the sauce because I did it.
Oh, hell no.
You went on one side.
Come on.
Tell me about that. No more crazy, ain't it? No. It's going to get stupid. Wow.
Why'd I do this? You lost.
The crazy thing we do for love. Like you told me from day one, when you win, I win.
That shit hot.
Yeah, it is, ain't it?
You know what? It was worth it. It's the only trophy I've won this year so far. But this makes me feel good. That wing hot, y'all.
That wing is super hot, ain't it?
It's time for some milk.
I thought we did amazing. I am very proud of us. We survived it, which is key. For those out there watching, as you guys may know, my CC album is out right now. So make sure you keep streaming it because we are rocking and rolling. You okay, baby?
Yeah. You got 4 kids. I encourage your kids not to do this.
Exactly.
But what I do encourage your kids to do is get 3 brand. Me and Sierra's kids line.
Yes.
It's pretty amazing. Step up, take risks, believe in you, and believe in others. Because we believe in each other.
Yes, we do.
And love is a special thing, and I'm grateful for you.
Oh, I love you, baby. Hey, these wings make it talk sweet.
One more time for Jared Russell Wilson, everybody.
Not with a chicken wing trophy. Because the tape folded.
What's your name again?
Young Sue.
Young Sue?
Something
Young
else.
Sue, I got my eyes on you, Young Sue.
I'm something done.
Big fan.
I'm a big fan of you, Young Sue. I'm a big fan of you, my friend.
Try to make me eat it.
Hey, what's going on, Hot Ones
That's
fans?
funny.
You can catch me every Thursday interviewing celebrities over the wings of death. But if you're looking for a little more Scoville-laced action, tune in Tuesdays for Hot Ones Versus. It's the show where celebrities go head-to-head. They either tell the truth or suffer the wrath of the last dab. So tune in Tuesdays for a front row seat to the fiery fights and celebrity clashes. That's Hot Ones Versus Tuesdays on First We Feast. Don't miss it.
Oh my God, it's crazy.
You're in a match on Live on Raw or SmackDown.
Which is nice for when you're wearing a short sleeve shirt and, you know, the forearm pops, you know what I'm saying? That vascularity pops out there, you know what I'm saying? So if we hop from here over to the decline.
Randy is so good, so good. He explained what matters most: no ego lifting, controlled tempo, TUT with good ROM and form.
The head will be hitting, I believe,
Blood,
this back head here, which kind of will help
push
lift the
blood
sides
into
of your
muscle.
arm, as opposed
Recover, rest well, have fun. Not much about nutrition, but
to technical jargon.
Very scientific.
You're laughing at me.
I'm laughing because I'm shocked that you know all this stuff, and I'm just kind of going with
I thought you were laughing because I sound like a moron.
No, I'm laughing because I never expected you to have all the scientifics of three heads on the outer body. It's great.
I don't feel much. I don't feel very scientific, but I'll take it from you, brother. I'll take it. I'll take it. We'll get over here, cable, and then we'll hit some. What do you call these? Lateral raises, flies? Yeah. Just to hit like that middle side delt there.
There's a lot there. There's a lot of that middle side there. Look.
Not really. With all the shoulder surgeries, I don't do really any shoulder pressing. It just puts too much strain on my shoulders. So I get a lot of the delt work when I train chest and back, just with you know, the form that I use.
So how many reps running on each one?
So I'm not a big rep counter. I figure like with this weight and for the first set here to get started, like the first go around will kind of be like a warm up. Okay. So like 15, 20 reps. Perfect. I won't go all the way down and I won't go all the way up, but I'll kind of keep the bar within this range. People will say, oh, he's not going all the way up or whatever. Like, it's all about just getting as much blood as you can in that muscle. It's like a balloon. I always make sure my scaps are back, chest out. Oh, yeah. 2 or 3 times around and we'll have an amazing pump. We're going to look like Schwarzenegger and what was this buddy?
Franco Columbo?
Columbo. Schwarzenegger and Columbo.
Probably Columbo.
You're more of a Schwarzenegger.
Schwarzenegger was a taller one.
But aren't you taller than me?
No, I'm not taller than you.
Are you counting my reps?
No.
You're a terrible workout partner. See, what's great about using such light weight is you can have a conversation while you're training because it's not that hard. So I'm going to guess I'm around 10 there.
So the rumor is into rap music.
Yes. Yeah, I love like Megan Thee Stallion and Cardi B and Nicki Minaj and Glorilla. And
that's for real. That's your
Glorilla, Ken the Man, Sexy Reds from St. Louis.
I haven't done this exercise in years. Am I doing it right?
Yeah. Make sure those shoulders don't, or the elbows don't move from where they are. I might need to put a chair up. My feet. I'm gonna make sure my scaps are back. Chest out. Try to keep my elbows in one spot. And then at the top of the movement, I'm gonna try and, instead of just coming up and down, I'm gonna try and flex those triceps every time I hit the top of that movement. And then again, you know, 15, 12, 15, 20, whatever feels good. Just trying to get...
Man, Randy. So Randy's using them light weights. That's pretty interesting.
Your body, man. Like, I don't mean that as a joke, but I'm actually serious. You definitely know what works for you now at this stage.
Yeah.
Like how to do it.
As awesome. You do as well, I'm sure. You know, you've been doing it for more than half your life. We probably both started training like 12 years old or whatever. Like, you do muscle maturity, muscle memory. We got that, you know, old school, like, old man strength type going on.
Training in extreme weather before the Austin Marathon, episode 5.
Welcome to episode 5 in the build towards the Canyons 100. We are in Austin Marathon race prep week mode, so check it out. 2 weeks ago, I was in the Puerto Rico heat, training in the heat and humidity. And now for the past 2 weeks, I've been back in New England, freezing, trying to get some miles in the snow and ice. A lot of those miles have been on the treadmill, but it's just part of being consistent, just getting in the miles in, no matter what your circumstances are. Puerto Rico wasn't a vacation. I went there to work. I went there to train in the heat, humidity, and discomfort, and I did that on purpose. In the heat, your body is forced to adapt. You sweat more efficiently, your heart learns to work smarter, and you start to condition your internal engine. I'm trying to build endurance, not speed. The goal wasn't to chase pace. It was to stress my system in a way that I simply cannot replicate back home in New England, especially with these record low temperatures we've been facing this year. If I can learn to stay controlled there in Puerto Rico, I should feel stronger and steadier coming back home to cooler temperatures. That week was about building a bigger engine, one that can endure. Not only for the Canyons 100 taking place in April, but also the Austin Marathon this coming weekend. I did 2
What is he
5-mile
holding in
training
his
runs
hand
to
there?
compare the data. One at the beginning of Puerto Rico, and then the last one today. So let's see if heat training was effective. It's definitely not Puerto Rico anymore. It is 30 degrees out, and I'm gonna run for an hour and a half. We'll see how many miles that turns into. I hate the winter so much. I hate the cold. So I get all bundled up. And then anytime I do anything, I get super hot. So now I think the neck gaiter was a bit much. 5 miles. Almost done. Trying not to slip and roll an ankle. Tuesday run in the books. 6.5 miles. So I'll take it. It's a little less than an hour and a half. But I forgot my headlight. But I am happy I remembered my vest with the light indicator on it that I bought from Amazon. So I'll probably leave a link for that in the description below. Peace. So that was one of the 2 outdoor runs that I did in these past 2 weeks. The majority of the other time, my training has been looking like this. Lacing up my shoes and getting on the Nordic track and looking at the same wall for every run. I also have been sure to be consistent with indoor hikes as well, making sure I still get some elevation in. The Nordic track's amazing because it goes up to a 40% incline if you desire that. This is a 20% grade because there's one section in the Canyons 100 where I believe the grade is 18% incline for about 1 mile. And that takes place around mile 60. So I'll do that on occasion with fatigued legs. I am 3 days away from making my way down to Austin, Texas for the Austin Marathon this weekend. So I am so excited for that. Not only to get away from this cold, ice, and snow, but to finally experience the Austin Marathon and the vibe that comes with it. It's supposed to be one of the biggest marathon races, events in the States, so I am looking forward to the hype. But that being said, I am terrified of the marathon distance. A road marathon is so different from running ultras. They're typically a faster pace, calculated the last time I ran a marathon, my one and only road marathon, was the Revel White Mountains Marathon in New Hampshire, and that kicked my butt. My goal at that time was to run a sub-4 marathon, but I was not adequately trained or equipped to do so. I ended up cramping at mile 20, as they say. I hit
This guy's
the wall.
camera looks like it's wireless.
Was sitting on the side of the road for about 8 minutes as my calf was in excruciating pain due to a cramp that I've never had before in my entire life.
Oh, I know that cramp, bro.
So I ended up limping, hobbling, walking the last 6 miles to finish.
That's crazy.
I finished in 4 hours and 30 minutes. So, thinking about running the Austin Marathon this weekend, I originally signed up for it because it is supposed to be just a long training run in preparation for my A race, which is the Canyons 100. But I keep toying with the idea of looking for redemption and trying to PR the marathon.
Wolverine.
I would love to run a sub-4 marathon at some point this year, but I don't know if it would be the wisest decision to do that in Austin this weekend and potentially ruin the rest of my training for the Canyons 100 in April.
Well, it's definitely
So I
getting
wanted to do a
thicker.
little time trial here today on the track before race day, which, as you can see, even that is limited due to the wintry conditions. So rather than let my ego get the best of me down there in Austin, I was thinking I would leave it up to my Garmin to dictate the pace. And I was thinking if it would be wise to set my heart rate.
Yeah.
Past a certain heart rate. So I think I'm going to set my heart rate alert to the higher end of zone 3 for me, which is about 165 to 168 or something like that, and put my ego aside and try and just stay under that heart rate throughout the entirety of the race, and then see what pace that equates to. And then always considering the data, looking back a year and a half and seeing what it equates to. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know what I'm doing. I love running, but I'm new to the whole data analysis and training protocols. I kind of just wing it and hope for the best. So I'm trying to get better at being more structured and having a better understanding on how to be a better runner.
You're doing good, dude.
Ultimately, run farther and faster.
You're doing good.
My A goal this year is the Canyons 100, with the goal of just finishing that, getting a buckle.
Well, you're doing good as a runner, bro. Keep it up. Encouraging small, well, I don't want to even say small, because no one's small. Encouraging someone who's just starting on YouTube. You know, they can do it.
5 miles, done. Austin Marathon, 5 mile.
He is using a wireless camera, or he's using some sort of camera that's sort of wireless. If he's using a wireless camera, then that's pretty nuts.
920. My average heart rate was 160. So I'm wondering if I can maintain that for 26.2 miles. Because if so, then that would for sure be a PR. I don't think sub 4, but definitely sub 430, which is my previous PR for a marathon distance on the road. That being said, I am on a perfectly flat track here, which is only 50% cleared away, so I kind of just ran a whole bunch of half moons around the track. But it was a nice, easy pace. It felt good. I felt like I can maintain that for a long time. the Austin Marathon is allegedly supposed to be very hilly. So that's definitely going to play a role into the heart rate and pace. But regardless, I'm excited. I am just so excited to experience that race vibe in Austin. It's supposed to be one of the funnest races in the States, so I'm so looking forward to it. This has been the marathon that made me want to run marathons. To have the opportunity to get down there and finally get a chance to do it, I am so excited. And of course, I'm going to be filming and documenting the whole experience, so I'm sure that might play a role in pacing too. And I'm trying not to be a crazy pace guy, but that's what I dislike about road races, is that's the focus for most of it. Ultras are a whole different vibe. So, but they are fun. I'm looking forward to it. And we'll see how it goes. Same runner, same 5 miles, totally different worlds. In Puerto Rico, it was 80 degrees with 88% humidity. I ran a pace of 10:33 with an average heart rate of 167, and it took me almost 53 minutes. Basically, I was running in a sauna down there. Today in New England, it was 30 degrees and dry. I ran at a 9:20 pace, finished in 46 minutes, 42 seconds, and my average heart rate dropped to 160. I didn't magically get fitter overnight. The weather did half the work. But here's the key. That sweaty Puerto Rico run was building the engine. Today's cold, just let it cruise. Heat for strength, cold for speed, endurance improved.
Since I was like 10, I've been obsessed with ancient texts, and I do mean obsessed. I read them and still read them like people read data reports. I compare all the versions and the translations, line-by-line comparisons, and something has always bothered me. I've been digging through ancient texts since I was little, and not like a handful. not like 10 or 20. I'm talking over 190 sacred writings from every corner of human civilization. Christian, Hindu, Buddhist, Jewish, Islamic, Taoist, Gnostic, Egyptian, Mayan, Hermetic, Confucian, Sumerian, Indigenous. These are texts written thousands of miles apart, thousands of years apart, with no way to influence each other. And yet, somewhere between the lines, they're all whispering the exact same message.
Yep.
And it's not similar. It's not a kind of like message. It's the exact same 5 truths over and over. So this video isn't body language and persuasion, and it's definitely not about religion in any way. So if your level of certainty about the world is super high, this might itch a little, and you know that certainty in human behavior shows up when something needs to be protected. So you do not have to agree with any of this to get something powerful from it.
It's true.
All right.
Let's dive in, dude.
There's something worth considering regardless of your faith or your background. First, if God or ultimate truth is real, then it or he or she existed way before any book, any language, or one single tradition ever appeared.
Bar.
Which means that truth wouldn't belong to just one place or one people.
Exactly.
Second, when civilizations that are separated by oceans and centuries describe the same insights about reality and human nature and meaning, it suggests they were observing something universal rather than inventing something locally.
Bar.
And just like gravity existed before we ever had a name for it.
Yep.
And mathematics works the same everywhere on Earth. Truth, and I mean truth with a capital T, doesn't change based on culture or belief. It just gets described through different and very flawed human lenses.
Yep.
This is one of the deepest spiritual experiences. Sound so unbelievably similar across traditions. And I think it's why history's greatest teachers didn't try to fracture humanity, but they tried to wake it up to something it already carried inside it. Across every culture, every timeline, every belief system humans have ever built. When I first saw the pattern forming, it didn't feel like research in any way. It felt like finding a message that humanity buried, like fragments of a treasure map that we, as a species, were unconsciously developing for some future generation to find. And I think there are a few things that nobody wants to be said out loud. First, if truth is real, if it's fundamental, it should show up everywhere. In every era, every tribe, every myth, every scripture, and I think that it actually does.
It does, because the answer is you.
Somehow, I think we miss something. We get lost in the arguments about who's right.
Exactly.
We get lost in the differences, the translations, the rituals, the politics, and the fear. We started defending our favorite book instead of noticing what all the books were trying to say.
Bar.
If you can imagine dozens of civilizations who never met, they never traded language, they never shared a single word with each other, all describing the same fundamental truths of reality, what would that mean? What would that force us to consider? Because if that's true, then the greatest spiritual secret on Earth was never hidden at all. It was just scattered like a puzzle all across our species' story. And if all of those pieces could come together, we might see something pretty astonishing. But before we talk about the message they left us, you have to understand why these truths were actually hidden in the first place. And they were hidden. This isn't debated. I promise it's not conspiracy, churches, and governments that did it. It's way older than that. Before we go any further, you need to understand something that almost everybody gets wrong about all these ancient texts. Because I know there's a lot of videos out there that talk about them. These ancient texts were not trying to be mysterious. They weren't trying to be poetic. They weren't trying to confuse anybody. They were trying to describe the utterly indescribable by using a human brain and human language
Exactly.
that was never designed to grasp any of this at all. That
Bar.
is truly the core problem. Language.
Told you. Language.
So language, any language, is a cage. It's a net with holes that are... way too wide to catch something that's truly infinite.
Yep.
And the people who wrote these texts, they knew that. That's why Lao Tzu opens the Tao Te Ching with the most brutally honest sentence in the ancient texts altogether. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao.
Exactly.
The meaning is, the moment that you try to explain ultimate truth, you've already distorted it and filtered it.
Because you
and
can't
tried to
explain it.
contain it. Jesus understood this too. He literally tells the disciples that he speaks in parables because most people aren't ready to comprehend the truth directly. They didn't have language for quantum physics and non-duality or consciousness models like we do today, which is still
true.
an infantile language.
Exactly.
They had to compress the infinite into words. So every ancient
It's the very thing we just talked about on the live
same
stream.
law. How do you describe an experience bigger than thought itself with a language that's built out of thought? How do you describe God, unity, infinity, consciousness with a vocabulary built for farms and weather and trading spices and chickens with each other? How do you tell people the universe is one before they even understand atoms or galaxies or even their own mind?
Exactly.
The answer is, you can't.
Exactly.
So they did the only thing that they could. They spoke in metaphors and symbols and myths and stories, poetry and parables and riddles, and sometimes it was just silence. And they didn't do this to hide the truth. The truth was just too large to fit through the doorway of our primitive little language. You can imagine standing in front of a sunrise so massive and overwhelming that words feel absolutely stupid to describe it. Now imagine trying to explain that sunrise to somebody who's never seen light before. This is why ancient texts seem contradictory. The problem wasn't the message. It was the translation. Different cultures, different metaphors, different symbols. It was the same truth filtered through different and extremely human limitations. And when you finally zoom out far enough, the differences disappear. The metaphors line up, the symbols overlap, and in my estimation, the contradictions dissolve. You start to see that these were fragments of maps. And once I noticed that, something insane happened. The patterns in these texts started connecting like constellations across all these continents, across millennia, across belief systems that supposedly are
Wow,
against
look
each
at my
other.
beard.
They weren't
It's
opposed to
crazy.
each other at all. They were completing each other. And that's when these 5 truths revealed themselves. So here's where we go next. If every civilization on Earth discovered the same truths, if humans who never met somehow describe the exact same reality, the question becomes, what exactly did they all see?
Exactly.
Here's what they all agreed on. This is the first truth. The one the ancient world tried their absolute hardest to communicate to us. And it's also the one that we've gone the farthest away from. You are not separate. You never were, and you never could be.
Exactly. You are the answer.
Every single ancient civilization on Earth figured this out. In the Upanishads and from India, they had a saying called Tatvam Usi. I think that's how you pronounce it. But it basically means you are that. Not connected to it, not loved by it. You are the divine wearing this human costume. Jesus even said this. He said the entire kingdom of God is within you, not in building or book, in you. In the ancient Sufi texts, they said you are not a drop in the ocean, you are the entire ocean in a drop. If you look at Hermetic texts, all is one. If you look at Taoism, everything is the Tao expressing itself in 10,000 forms. If you look at the ancient Mayan text, which is called the Popol Vuh, you see heart of sky, heart of earth. This is the universe as a single living being. Even looking at Buddhism, there is no separate self. If you look inside the Kabbalah, which is one of my favorite quotes, they say creation is one emanation, divided only in appearance. And if you look into quantum physics, what are we starting to discover? Everything is one field, fragmented by perception. Different cultures, different metaphors, same exact truth. There is no you versus the world. There's only this one universe like experiencing itself from your point of view. Separation is what they're trying to show us, is a hallucination. Being divided is a glitch in humanity. And isolation is not really real. This is the kind of the metaphor they're trying to get us to understand. When a wave rises up out of the ocean, it looks separate. It has its own little shape, it has its own motion, its own lifespan, but the wave is not actually a thing. It's the ocean, just for a few seconds, expressing itself in a temporary form. When you were born, that was the ocean rising. When you die, the wave goes back into itself. You never stopped being the ocean, you just forgot for a minute. And when every ancient text says things like one spirit, one God and Father of all, as above,
So below.
you are that. The kingdom is within. All is mine. Everything is the Tao. They're all trying to point at the same thing. You are the universe, aware of it.
Oops.
All trying to point at. All trying to point at the same. All trying to point at the same thing. You are the universe, aware of itself. You are the divine, looking out through human eyes temporarily. You are not the world. The world is in you. And here's the super raw part that they didn't say outright. Every mystic hinted at this. If you aren't separate, then your entire life, your entire identity, your whole entire worldview might just be built on a misunderstanding. And that misunderstanding is what makes most of us suffer. Because the moment that you believe that you're separate, you start fearing loss and death and rejection and scarcity. And we start chasing significance and validation and control. We start defending our little ego like it's sacred. But the moment that we remember what we actually are, the fear goes away. Conflict all dissolves. Loneliness goes away. Death changes meaning entirely. And life becomes something that we can finally understand. A single field of consciousness, somehow playing out as billions of expressions, trying to remember itself. This is why truth number one sits at the foundation of everything else. Is if you're not separate from the universe, then what comes next is the operating system of reality. Number two, fear is an illusion and love is the truth. So if the first truth is that you're not separate, the second truth is the one that keeps shaping your entire life without you realizing it. Fear is the greatest lie ever told. Love is the only thing that through every ancient text, it doesn't matter the culture, it doesn't matter what language, it repeats the same idea so many times it's almost suspicious. The most repeated phrase in the entire Bible is fear not, or do not be afraid. A quote from Jesus says, perfect love casts out fear. We hear the Buddha say, hatred does not cease by hatred. By love alone is hatred. In the Bhagavad Gita, we read, the path of devotion, love, leads to liberation. The path of ignorance, fear, leads to suffering. In Tao Te Ching, we see courage comes from love. Paralysis comes from fear. In the Dhammapada, we read the mind is everything, meaning that fear starts in the mind, not the world itself. In ancient Sufism, we specifically see from Rumi, your job is not to seek for love, but to find and remove the barriers you built against it. How beautiful is that? All these civilizations that never spoke a single word to each other somehow arrived at the same conclusion about reality. Fear is an illusion that keeps us asleep, and love is the frequency or the thing that wakes us up. Fear shrinks self, and love expands self. Fear creates ego, and love dissolves. Fear isolates you, and love reminds you who the hell you actually are. Fear makes you chase approval, validation, money, control. It makes us compare ourselves to everybody else.
Yep.
Fear makes us live like something is missing. Love, in the ancient sense, isn't romantic. What they mean is oneness. It's alignment. It's essentially a recognition that we're made of the same stuff, the same light, the same source, whatever you want to call it. That's why fear feels bad, because it's biologically incompatible with what you actually are. Every mistake you ever made, every relationship you ever because you're believing a lie. The moment that you drop fear, you don't just all of a sudden find love. You're not finding it, you're returning to it. It's your default state. That's why we're born with it. Because the only real thing underneath all the noise is just that. But all the ancients didn't stop there. They all said the same thing next. Something that modern scientists finally catch on to. And if love is real, and fear is an illusion, then who's creating the illusion? Your mind, which leads us to truth number three. Your mind is not a camera, it is a projector. So your brain doesn't record reality, it generates reality. If you have the most ancient spiritual teaching on earth, and it's the most modern scientific discovery at the same time. But let's go back. If you look at the Dhammapada, we see what you think you become. If you look at the Hermetic texts, the all is mind. In the Hindu Vedanta, we see Maya, the world we perceive as shaped by our minds and emotions. And then back to the Upanishads again. The universe arises from consciousness. That's pretty straightforward. And even looking back at Plato, he says reality is the moving image of eternity. And the translation for that would be the mind shapes what you perceive. If If you look at quantum physics, observation changes the behavior of matter, physical particles. So I think the meaning here is consciousness is not inside the universe. The universe is inside consciousness. Every single culture is screaming this exact same thing.
Yep.
Your mind is not reacting to life. It's constructing the version of life that you're experiencing. Your fears, your beliefs, your identity, your memories, your stories, all those patterns you have in your life. We think that they're interpretations. What they are is filters that reshape reality before reality reaches you. This is why two people can live through the exact same moment and experience two completely different things. This is why suffering usually comes from inside and not outside.
Yep.
This is why so many ancient texts focus way more on inner world than outer world.
Yep.
And this is probably also why every spiritual path teaches stillness, silence, presence, and meditation and surrender. And I think this is because the moment we stop letting fear hijack the projector, we start seeing reality very clearly for the first time. If your mind shapes reality, then every limitation you hold is one that you unconsciously built. And every breakthrough that you're chasing is just one little thought pattern away. Truths 1, 2, and 3 combine into a single explosive idea. If you're not separate, if fear isn't real, if your mind is essentially shaping everything, then the only thing standing between you and freedom is the part of you that believes otherwise. And this brings us to the most dangerous truth of all. The enemy is not the world. The enemy is the ego. So if those first 3 truths show you what you are, the 4th truth shows you what's been blocking you from it. So the ego is the only real enemy here. The only enemy that you're going to face. No demons, no bad luck, other people, not the world. Every ancient text, every mystic, all these enlightened teachers, they all gave us the exact same warning. The thing that we call us, the thing that you call you, is the thing that's hurting. If we look at the Bhagavad Gita, we see the self must conquer the lower self. We read Plato. He says, all sins come from excess self-love. If you read the words of Jesus, unless a man dies to himself, he cannot live. In the words of the Buddha, suffering begins with attachment to himself. In the Tao Te Ching, you see, he who defines himself basically, the ego needs 3 things. It needs hierarchy, conflict, and recognition. It needs to win, to be right, special, to get defended by you. This is why it never shuts the F up. The ego is the voice that says, they're judging you. You're not enough. You're falling behind. What if you lose everything? Or what if they don't like you? You need to prove yourself. You need more. You need control. But here's the ancient secret. Almost no experience. The ego's entire existence is based on fear, and fear is already not real. This means that your ego is a hallucination. It's a survival instinct that doesn't understand who you actually are. You're the ocean. The ego is a ripple that thinks it's the entire Pacific Ocean. You're the divine. The ego is a child pretending to be the king. This is why every ancient tradition told you to let it go. Not because they want you to be moral or have some enlightenment and go out and buy women's pants and wooden bead necklaces and shit like that. They didn't want obedience or anything, or even purity. It's because you can't experience truth while you're holding on to something that isn't true. You can't be infinite while you're clinging onto a story that makes you small. You can't feel oneness while you're protecting a self that doesn't exist.
Wow.
You can't wake up while you're defending the dream. And once you drop the ego, even if it's for a little second, you feel something terrifying reveal. You never needed it. You were always complete. The armor was the wound. Ancient teachings weren't obsessed with humility. They were obsessed with liberation. And once the ego falls apart, the final truth appears immediately. And this is the final truth that ties the entire universe together. This is truth number 5. Everything is connected.
Yep.
This one shows up everywhere, from ancient temples to modern physics laboratories. Everything's connected. Everything is one system. Everything influences everything. That's how everything gets. In the Hermetic texts, we see this principle of as above,
So below.
In the Kabbalah, we see all creation emerges from a single tree of life. In quantum physics, no particle is truly separate. Every particle has some entanglement. In Taoism, we see this idea of opposites are not enemies. They're complementary forces of the same source. In the Mayan Popol Vuh, this is where we see the universe is one living organism. In Buddhism, we have the concept of what's called interbeing. Nothing exists independently. And in Sufi mysticism, the soul is a thread in the same cosmic fabric. Even if you look at the Egyptian pyramid texts, we see the soul returns to the stars from which it came. In ancient Native American wisdom, they have a phrase that's, I think, pronounced Yasin, which is we are all relatives, essentially saying with all beings I am related. Nothing stands alone. So every action ripples, every emotion radiates, every intention vibrates through all. You are not some separate neuron. You are a neuron in a cosmic brain, firing inside infinity. And your life is not happening. Your life is happening with, through you, and as you. And suddenly, all 5 truths click together like a lock snapping open. You're not separate. Fear is an illusion. Your mind shapes reality. Ego's the enemy. Everything's connected. So if all that's true, then you aren't a human trying to become spiritual. You are the universe temporarily being human. You're already spiritual. So everything you've ever been scared of, everything you've obsessed over, everything you've doubted in your life, everything that you've ever questioned before, comes down to remembering what you were before the world told you who to be. And that's what the ancients were trying to wake us up to. So if the ancients...
Let's scroll back.
Self. If you look inside the Kabbalah, which is one of my favorite quotes, they say creation is one emanation, divided only in appearance. And if you look into quantum physics, what are we starting to discover? Everything is one field, fragment of perception. Different cultures, different metaphors, same exact truth. There is no you versus the world. There's only this one universe experiencing itself from a lower point of view. Separation is what they're trying to show us. Is a hallucination. Being divided is a glitch in humanity. Isolation.
If there's anybody down there, I'm just cleaning. I'll be back down there. I'm starting my play out. I'm just cleaning.
It looks separate. It has its own little shape, its own motion, its own lifespan, but the wave is not actually a thing. It's the ocean, just for a few seconds, expressing itself in a temporary form. When you were born, that was the ocean rising. When you die, the wave goes back into itself. You never stopped being the ocean. You just forgot for a minute.
Yep.
When every ancient text says things like one spirit, one God and Father of all, as above, so below. You are that. The kingdom is within. All is mine. Everything is the Tao. They're all trying to point at the same thing. You are the universe, aware of itself. You are the divine, looking out through human eyes temporarily. You are not the world. The world is in you. And here's the super raw part that they didn't say outright. Every mystic told you if you aren't separate, then your entire life, your entire identity, the whole entire world might just be built on a misunderstanding. And that misunderstanding is what makes most of us loss and death and rejection and scarcity. When we start chasing significance and validation and control, we start defending our little ego like it's sacred. But the moment that we remember what we actually are, the fear goes away, conflict all dissolves, loneliness goes away,
Yep.
death changes meaning entirely, and life becomes something that we can finally understand. A single field of consciousness playing out as billions of expressions trying to remember itself. This is why truth number one sits at the foundation of everything else. Because if we are not separate from each other, and if you're not separate from the universe, then what comes next is the operating system of reality. Number two, fear is an illusion and love is the truth. So if the first truth is that you're not separate, the second truth is the one that keeps shaping your entire life without you realizing it. Fear is the greatest lie ever. The only one in every ancient text. It doesn't matter the culture. It doesn't matter what language. Repeats the same idea so many times it's almost suspicious. The most repeated phrase in the entire Bible is fear not, or do not be afraid. A quote from Jesus says, perfect love casts out fear. We hear the Buddha say, hatred does not cease by hatred. By love alone is hatred healed. In the Bhagavad Gita, we read, the path of devotion, love, leads to liberation. The path of ignorance, fear, leads to suffering. The Tao Te Ching, we see courage comes from love. Paralysis comes from fear. In the Dhammapada, we read the mind is everything, meaning that fear starts in the mind and not the world itself. In ancient Sufi wisdom, we specifically see from Rumi, your job is not to seek for love, but to find and remove the barriers you built against it. How beautiful is that? All these civilizations that never spoke a single word to each other somehow arrived at the same conclusion about reality.
Yep.
Fear
Just like
is
I
an
have
illusion.
I came to that same conclusion.
And love is the frequency or the thing that wakes us up. Fear shrinks self, and love expands self.
It's true.
Fear breeds ego, and love dissolves it. Fear isolates you, and love reminds you who the hell you actually are.
Yep.
Fear makes you chase approval, validation, and money, control. It makes us compare ourselves to everybody else. Fear makes us live like something is missing. Love, in the ancient sense, isn't romantic. What they mean is oneness. It's alignment. It's essentially the recognition that we're made of the same stuff, the same light or the same source, whatever you want to call it. That's why fear feels bad, because it's biologically incompatible with what you actually are. Every mistake you've ever made, every relationship that blew up, every regret you carry, every time you sabotage your own potential, it's all fear. Every spiritual leader across time was basically saying, you're suffering because you're believing a lie.
Pretty much.
The moment that you drop fear, you don't just all of a sudden find love. You're not finding love. You're returning to it. It's your default state. That's why we're born with it. Because the only real thing underneath all the noise is just that.
Yep.
But all the ancients didn't stop there. They all said the same thing next. Something that modern science is finally catching up to. And if love is real and fear is an illusion, then who's creating the illusion? Your mind, which leads us to truth number 3. Your mind is not a camera. It is a projector. So your brain doesn't record reality. It generates reality. I'm talking about the most ancient spiritual teaching on earth. And it's the most modern scientific discovery at the same time. But let's go back. If you look at the Dhammapada, we see what you think you become. If you look at the Hermetic texts, the all is mind. In the Hindu Vedanta, we see Maya, the world you perceive, is shaped by the mind's illusions. And then back to the Upanishads again. The universe arises from consciousness. That's pretty straightforward. And even looking back at Plato, he says reality is the moving image of eternity. And the translation for that would be the mind shapes what you perceive. If you look at quantum physics, observation changes the behavior of matter, physical particles. So I think the meaning here is consciousness is not inside the universe. The universe is inside consciousness. Every single culture was screaming this exact same thing. Your mind is not reacting to life. It's constructing the version of life that you're experiencing. Your fears, your beliefs, your identity, your memories, your stories, all those patterns you have in your life. We think that they're interpretation. What they are is filters that reshape reality before reality reaches you. This is why two people can live through the exact same moment and experience two completely different things. This is why suffering usually comes from inside and not outside. This is why so many ancient texts focus way more on inner world than outer world. This is probably also why every spiritual path teaches stillness and silence and presence and meditation and surrender. And I think this is because the moment that we stop letting fear hijack the projector, we start seeing reality pretty clearly for the first time. If your mind shapes reality, then every limitation you hold is one that you unconsciously built. And every breakthrough that you're chasing is just one little thought pattern away. Truths 1, 2, and 3 combine into a single explosive idea. If you're not separate, if fear isn't real, if your mind is essentially shaping everything, then the only thing standing between you and freedom is the part of you that believes otherwise. And this brings us to the most dangerous truth of all. The enemy is not the world. The enemy is the ego. So if those first 3 truths show you what you are, the 4th truth shows you what's been blocking you from the beginning. So the ego is the only real enemy here. It's the only enemy that you're going to face. No demons, no bad luck, no other people, not the world. Every ancient text, every mystic, all these enlightened teachers, they all gave us the exact same warning. The thing that we call us, the thing that you call you, is the thing that's hurting you. If we look in the Bhagavad Gita, we see the self must conquer the lower self. If we read Plato, he says, all sins come from excess self-love. If you read the words of Jesus, unless a man dies to himself, he cannot live. In the words of the Buddha, suffering begins with attachment to the self. In the Tao Te Ching, we see he who defines himself can't know who he truly is. Different continents, different countries, same diagnosis. The ego is not your personality or your identity. It's not.
It's a good video. Oh shit! Look at this guy.
Your business will never outperform your frequency.
Look at this guy. This is a business video.
Diagnosis. The ego is not your personality or your identity. It's not your sense of I. Let me give you a definition of ego that's going to change your life if you adopt it. The ego is the story that you built to survive your fears. It's a mask, it's a guardrail, it's a little protective suit that we stitch together from trauma and insecurity and expectations and some conditioning. And that suit becomes our prison. But the ego desires one big thing: separation. It needs to feel separate to exist. Separate from other people, separate from the big universe, separate from the divine, separate from truth. The ego has to be able to compare. It feeds on better than, worse than, smarter than, more deserving than, more important than. So basically, the ego needs 3 things. It needs hierarchy, conflict, and recognition. So it needs to win, to be right, to be special to get defended by you. This is why it never shuts the F up. The ego is
It's
the
true.
voice that says they're judging you. You're not enough. You're falling behind. What if you lose everything? Or what if they don't like you? You need to prove yourself. You need more. You need control. But here's the ancient secret almost nobody realizes. The ego's entire existence is based on fear. And fear is already not real. This means that your ego is a hallucination. It's a
Bar.
survival instinct that doesn't understand the ocean. The ego is a child pretending to be the king. This is why every ancient tradition told you to let it go. Not because they wanted you to be moral or have some enlightenment and go out and buy linen pants and wooden bead necklaces and shit like that. They didn't want obedience or anything, or even purity. It's because you can't experience truth while you're holding on to something that isn't true.
Bar.
You can't be infinite while you're clinging on to a story that makes you small. You can't feel oneness while you're protecting a self that doesn't exist. You can't wake up while you're defending the dream. And once you drop the ego, even if it's for a little second, you'll feel something terrifying and beautiful. You never needed it. You were always complete. The armor was the wound. Ancient teachings weren't obsessed with humility. They were obsessed with liberation.
Yep.
And once the ego and this is the final truth that ties the entire universe together.
Everything is connected.
Everything is connected. This one shows up everywhere, from ancient temples to modern physics laboratories. Everything's connected. Everything is one system. Everything influences everything. That's how everything it gets. In the Hermetic text, we see this principle of as above, so below. In the Kabbalah, we see all creation emerges from a single tree of life. In quantum physics, no particle is truly separate. Every particle has some entanglement. In Taoism,
Exactly.
we see this idea of opposites are not enemies. They're complementary forces of the same source. In the Mayan Popol Vuh, this is where we see the universe is one living organism. In Buddhism, we have the concept of what's called interbeing. Nothing exists independently. And in Sufi mysticism, the soul is a thread in the same cosmic fabric. Even if you look at the Egyptian pyramid texts, we see the soul returns to the stars.
From the beginning of this situation.
What to do with weapons? Yes. Yes. Could you expand on that, please?
Alyssa, that, again, I'm not trying to be too circumspect, but police have attended that residence in the past, approximately a couple of years ago, where firearms were seized under the criminal code.
Everything's connected. So if all that's true, then you aren't a human trying to become spiritual. You are the universe temporarily
Being a human.
You're already spiritual. So everything you've ever been scared of, everything you've obsessed over, everything you've doubted in your life, everything that you've ever questioned before, comes down to remembering what you were before the world told you
See?
who to be. And that's what the
All these conclusions came through the live stream without me listening to other videos. And now everyone's speaking about remembrance.
if the truths were sitting in the open for thousands of years.
That everything is all connected. It's all one.
How did humanity go from cosmic awareness to this psychological dumpster fire that we're living in today?
Yeah.
It wasn't a conspiracy. Personally, I think it was something a lot simpler. It's much darker and it's a lot more human. We just forgot who the hell we were.
Exactly.
We got hypnotized by who we thought we needed to be.
Yep.
So the moment that humans started building civilizations, we needed to gather a bunch of resources. We need to protect our borders. We need to survive these crazy harsh winters. Fear became a tool. And then, after tens of thousands of years, fear became a habit. And then fear became a culture. And everything that fear touches obviously it corrupts. That's why every single ancient text, even the Bible, they warn us about the same exact traps of greed and ego and power and materialism and comparison, desire, control, and attachment. They weren't trying to teach us to be moral. This had nothing to do with being a moral person. They were describing psychological malware. In Tao Te Ching, when wealth and honors lead to arrogance, it brings evil. If you read the Quran, you're going to see, do not commit abuse on the earth, spreading corruption. In the Bible, it says, do not store up treasures on earth. You read the Buddha, and it says, clinging is the root of suffering. Every tradition saw this coming. The moment humans forgot who they were, they tried to fill this emptiness with every single thing they can except the truth. And that's exactly what we did as a people. We built entire civilizations on top of a lie that we're separate. These giant economies on top of the lie that we're all lacking. And we all built identities on the lie that we're not enough. The ego that starts off as a small little tribal safety mechanism became this global operating system. We started comparing and competing and hoarding and fearing and posturing, consuming, scrolling, performing. We turned life into a weird little scoreboard, and we made success a really, really good looking costume. And we traded all of our meaning for dopamine. We replaced being still and mindful. Let's just call it boredom. We replaced boredom and silence with lots and lots of noise and distractions. But I think the biggest one of all is we stopped asking, who am I? And we started asking, who do they think I am? We traded a lot of truth for distraction. And the worst part is the distractions got really, really effing good.
Yep.
Scary, sexy, addictively good. So we engineered apps that hijack our nervous system. We have news
Talked about all this.
off of our cortisol and our stress. We have algorithms now that weaponize our attention. We have cultures that are built on outrage and tribal division. If you live in America, you're in the middle of it. And we didn't just forget all these ancient truths. We built a world designed to choke the life out of them. And if you look around, you can see the symptoms everywhere.
That's a bar.
Anxiety's normal. Depression is common. Addiction is everywhere. Loneliness is an epidemic we're in the middle of. Attention spans are collapsing. People don't even know how to be bored. Replace wisdom with content. Contemplation with distraction. We became the most technologically advanced species in history, and simultaneously the most spiritually disconnected.
Oh yeah.
And it's not because this truth just disappeared somehow. It's because the noise got louder than the signal. The ancient warning
Bar.
was not a metaphor. It was a prophecy. The prophecy is, if you forget yourself, you will forget everything that matters. But there's another part that ancients also agreed on. Once the illusion gets to the point where it gets unbearable, once the noise gets super overwhelming, once the ego starts to look like a crazy Jenga tower, that's when people start to wake up. And right now, in this era, in this generation, we are seeing that start to happen. The illusions are cracking. The distractions aren't working as well as they used to. My friend Sean Ryan did an entire series about this called PSYOP. People are starving for something real, and they don't know why. And this brings us to this final section. What did the ancients say about this awakening? Is it really an awakening? And what is it going to mean for our life? So if forgetting makes us suffer, then remembering is what sets us free. And every ancient tradition, every one, with no exception, they didn't just warn us about ego and fear and illusion. It also left very detailed instructions for what happens after the collapse. They left us a roadmap for waking up. And the patterns are unbelievably clear once you know what to look for. And they don't give you a bunch of rules and dogma and rituals, just internal transformations. So let me show you exactly what they said. Number one, waking up begins with truth. In the Bible, in John 8:32, the truth will set you free. Not obedience, not faith, truth. truth about yourself, about the mind, about fear and ego. Truth is the solvent that dissolves the illusion. In the Avestra, which is a Zoroastrian text, we see the quote, "Truth is the best good. It is the everlasting light." From the Buddha, we see the quote, "There are three things that cannot remain hidden: the sun, the moon, and the truth." Every awakening starts here. The moment we stop running from reality and start seeing it. This is why suffering is what happens before awakening, because pain breaks the illusion that we all kind of hide behind. So number 2, waking up requires presence. Every tradition says awakening doesn't happen in the future, not someday. It doesn't happen when you're healed and calm and ready. The Buddha tells us, don't dwell in the past, don't dream of the future, concentrate the mind on the present moment. In the Tao Te Ching, they say if you're depressed, you're living in the past. If you're anxious, you're living in the future. If you're at peace, you're living in the present. And Jesus said this in the book of Matthew 6:34. Do not worry about tomorrow. If we read Plato, he says time is the moving image of eternity. It's just right now. Presence is not a spiritual diagnosis. The ego is not your personality or your identity. It's not your sense of I. Let me give you a definition of ego that's going to change your life if you adopt it. The ego is the story that you built to survive your fears. It's a mask, it's a guardrail, it's a little protective suit that we stitch together from trauma and insecurity and expectations and some conditioning. And that suit becomes our prison. But the ego desires one big thing: separation. It needs to feel separate to exist. Separate from other people, separate from the big universe, separate from the divine, separate from truth. The ego has to be able to compare. It feeds on better than, worse than, smarter than, more deserving than, more important than. So basically, the ego needs three things. It needs hierarchy, conflict, and recognition. So it needs to win, to be right, to be special, to get defended by you. This is why it never shuts the F up. The ego is the voice that says they're judging you. You're not enough. You're falling behind. What if you lose everything? Or what if they don't like you? You need to prove yourself. You need more. You need control. But here's the ancient secret almost nobody realizes. The ego's entire existence is based on fear, and fear is already not real. This means that your ego is a hallucination. It's a survival instinct that doesn't understand who you actually are. You're the ocean. The ego is a ripple that thinks it's the entire Pacific and simultaneous service. And every single ancient text links awakening with compassion. And it's not compassion because you're a morally good person. It's compassion because you recognize the truth. Because if I see you as myself, compassion isn't morality. It's just me taking care of me. If you read the Quran, you see the quote, give to the needy, the orphan, the captive. In the Bible, it says, love your neighbor as thyself, or as yourself. In the Analects, Confucius 12:2 says, a gentleman seeks virtue. And Plato says, be kind, for everyone you meet is fighting a hard battle. Compassion is something that we recognize. We don't learn it, we recognize it. So once you stop believing that you're separate, love and compassion becomes the only behavior that makes any sense at all. It doesn't mean like I'm a good moral person. It just means I'm acting in something that makes perfect sense. Step 4, waking up requires stillness and self-knowledge. This shows up everywhere. In the Upanishads, we see, know thyself and you shall know the universe. Socrates said the unexamined life is not worth living. In the Yoga Sutras, yoga is the stilling of the mind. In the ancient Nag Hammadi text, which is in Gnostic Christianity, it's a type of Christianity. Know yourself and you will be free.
Yep.
And the Buddha tells us, in stillness, truth reveals itself. Awakening is not adding new ideas. Never, ever let somebody sell you on this idea. It's not going out and buying beads, adding new ideas. This is removing noise. Awakening is about stripping stuff away. Removing stories, ego, fear. And so what's left is the thing that was always there. It's you without a distortion. And number 5, waking up transforms suffering didn't feel new to you, it's because it wasn't.
Exactly.
You are remembering. I think the real unsettling part isn't how radical any of this is. It's how obvious it feels once we hear it. You were never missing something.
Yep.
You were taught to forget. And awakening doesn't feel like fireworks and stuff like that. It feels like stress. Then it feels like relief. It's like you're setting down a huge ass backpack that you didn't realize you were carrying because you've been holding it your entire freaking life. The pressure to become somebody, to prove something, to defend yourself, all of that built on this misunderstanding. The world does not change when you wake up. Your relationship to the world is what changes. Fear loses its authority. Ego loses its grip on you. The noise stops convincing you that it matters. It's just because you saw something clearly. And the truth was never really hidden. It was just waiting. Love you. Take care.
Love you too, Chase. Love you too, bro.
The ego is not your personality or your identity. It's not your sense of I. Let me give you a definition of ego that's going to change your life if you adopt it. The ego is the story that you built to survive your fears. It's a mask, it's a guardrail, it's a little protective suit that we stitch together from trauma and insecurity and expectations and some conditioning. And that suit becomes our prison. But the ego desires one big thing: separation. It needs to feel separate to exist.
Yep. That's the reason why reality just is. We don't need more spiritual concepts. Okay. We're going to get rolling shortly. It's so fascinating how everyone is starting to come to this conclusion. It's about time. Now it's to stop with the noise. The cage of noise, the prison of noise, the chamber of noise, the silence of what is. That's why there's no need to look at any other video. Like, we've always been the answer, we always will be the answer, and we always forever have been the answer. That's why I knew it. I came to this conclusion on my own without having to look at some silly-ass YouTube video to know that we have been the answer the entire time. The world has sold you a lot of lies, saying that you're not the answer, but you've been the answer the entire time. Selling you this idea of everything is separate, but that's not true at all. And when you finally remember, it feels obvious. Feels somewhat ridiculous, even. Shaya. I just missed 444 on the live stream timer, but that's okay. Sparking zero. What if this is what mastering super... This didgeridoo sounds makes your brain stop. Wow. This is awesome. This is crazy. How much does one of these things even cost? Whoa. Okay. All right. Holy moly. Oh my God. Whoa, 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 whoa. This is nuts. So,
She belongs to the labyrinth now.
If you're saying this message will find you exactly when it needs to find you. I feel like you have a massive shift coming in for you. I feel like specifically the month of February is going to be life-changing for you in the best way possible. I feel like this is finding a collective that has been feeling almost like this paralysis or this fear, specifically when it comes to the future path, and making choices and decisions somewhere within your life. Okay, I feel like immediately angels and guides are showing you today that you have probably been in this space where you have been losing hope or losing faith when it's regarding a certain situation, a circumstance, someone in your life. It feels like you're going through a test of faith, or you have been going through a test of faith somewhere within your life. This could also be manifesting as questioning your path, questioning your purpose, feeling discouraged, feeling disengaged from things that usually excite you. This could be manifesting as a test of faith. And whenever the star is in the reverse position, it tells me that we can either crumble or we can stand firm in our conviction and know and trust the Lord and God and the universe, whatever you believe in. And I feel like that's exactly what's happening for you in this time. I feel like with the Judgment reversed, the Two of Wands reversed, you have been in this very liminal time in your life right now. And I feel like you have been trying to ignore an inner calling or ignore your gut instinct about something within your life. Whenever the Judgment is reversed, I kind of like, imagine you have an alarm clock going off and you keep on hitting snooze and you keep putting it off. You know eventually you have to get up, but you keep putting it off. There's something here where they're saying the call never goes away. It just gets louder and louder and louder until you answer the call. Is this a choice? Is this a decision? Is this something that you have been avoiding? But I feel like someone here has been postponing decisions, or maybe even avoiding a truth that you already know deep inside. Or maybe this is a higher calling, a higher career path, purpose, a passion, a mission, whatever it might be. But I feel like there's something that I think that you have known that you needed to change for a very long time. But I think that someone here felt very unready or afraid, or someone here even felt like they couldn't choose differently. They couldn't choose a different path, a different direction. I am telling you, there's a huge shift coming in from your angels directly, from the divine directly. I feel like with the Eight of Swords, your biggest block right now has been mental. I think that you probably have been experiencing a lot of anxiety, a lot of fear, feeling stuck, maybe feeling powerless, maybe feeling trapped in a situation that feels like, you know, it's limiting or binding in some way. This could be relationships, jobs, living situations, identities, habits, patterns, whatever it might be. And I think that you put so much pressure on yourself about choosing the wrong decision. There's something here where someone here has been kind of at this paralysis, decision paralysis, emotional paralysis, feeling frozen between two different paths, two different directions, you know? And instead of choosing, it feels like someone here has been choosing neither, right? Staying in kind of this limbo energy instead, right? And I think that there's this energy of, again, I'm hearing hope depletion, losing hope, losing faith over a situation. I'm hearing burnout. I feel like you're still functioning, you're still pushing through, but there is a deep energy of burnout within when you kind of take this persona off, it does feel like internally your energy feels very drained. I think that your faith feels a little bit dimmed in this time. But here's the thing. I feel like either February or these next few months, there is a shift coming in that you deserve. That you deserve.
Oh, I don't just deserve, I fucking earned it.
Something that is being very, very, very divinely brought for you. I believe
This character earned it.
significant for someone here today. Archangel Michael could be significant for someone here today. I'm also seeing 444. But in February, they're showing me there's going to be one conversation, there's going to be one message, there's going to be one realization, one conversation that changes everything for you. Okay? I feel like this could be a really important, as I said, 444 on my timer. I feel like this could be manifesting in the form of a conversation, a message, an email, an interview, a confession, a realization, saying something, a conversation. There's something here where something is going to become crystal clear for you, okay? Something is coming in the form of a conversation or a contact that's going to be life-changing for you. Someone here today, this could be as simple as hearing back from a job interview, receiving a job interview, a conversation, some sort of offer opportunity. Someone here could be signing something, like signing a contract could be significant, or just signing a document could be significant moving forward. But I just
My lease?
feel like
Not even my lease,
instead of you being in this energy
my
of
space.
completion, I feel like you're about to step into a lot more regulation and balance, a lot of healing energy. I feel like right now the angels are actually channeling a lot of healing energy through your being, especially at nighttime, and that might be why you have been tossing and turning as of recently. I'm also hearing someone here, your health, your routines are going to start to improve, so this could be something that you might be focusing on. But again, this is divine timing energy. This is things just falling together, falling into place, just simply because it's your time and you deserve it, and you have gone through this difficult time where you have maybe had to choose yourself and choose a path and choose a direction. Six of Wands is a really good omen, especially with the Three of Cups at the bottom of the deck. There is some sort of celebration coming in for you, okay? Whether this is you winning something, accomplishing something, being acknowledged.
And then lottery would be awesome.
Promotion, getting a new job offer opportunity that's just 10 times better than what you had before. Someone here, you could be receiving some sort of praise or support, or this could even be someone choosing you openly, like someone literally choosing you, or just maybe you're just simply going to feel proud of yourself moving forward. But I just feel like the energy is going to be shifting from feeling stuck or silenced or discouraged to really clear-minded, to regain some hope, to success, to recognition, to beautiful energy here. Yes, Queen of Swords, seeing something clearly. Again, a life-changing conversation, contact could really be happening for you here moving forward. And I feel like, again, with the Four of Cups reverse and the Knight of Wands reverse, Four of Cups is up in reverse.
Come on.
Researching or just asking a lot of questions or staying curious, and you could be doing a training either now or moving forward. Could be, but again, I keep on hearing there's a huge recognition coming in for you. What is coming in for this person? Yeah, but I do feel like there is something that you're having to confront within yourself, and I think that this is something that you have been resisting and something that you just don't want to face and you've been avoiding. And if this message is for you, you know exactly what that is.
Yep.
Scary or unfamiliar or uncomfortable, it is truly going to be life-changing for you in the best way possible. Knight of Wands, headaches could be significant for someone here today.
No.
You just can't relax, like restlessness, like tapping, and I think that, again, This is the universe recognizing that you have been through a lot, but this is also them saying you're almost to the finish line, you're almost there, trust us, because what's on the other side of this is so much stability and security and just happiness. Someone here also watch out for rabbits or bunnies could be really big for you, you know, showing up as a sign of confirmation. And actually, rabbits actually indicate abundance because of how fast they procreate, if you know what I'm saying. So it represents energy that is multiplying and improving.
We got beat for the mistakes. So how can we not be afraid of life? How could making a move not feel painful? If life is mistakes, then the subconscious association with mistakes equating to pain will lead us to materializing pain until our lives unnecessarily. What was done to us, we internalize and do to ourselves, which the universe reflects. Stop beating yourself. How can the universe be on your side when even you aren't? That's a bar.
Hi, Dad Hall. I hit my first. What's up? I hit my first $1 million day, and I don't really feel anything. And it's probably not for the reason that you might think. So I was in a meeting with a growth consultant that we were using, and he turns around and goes, "Matt, you don't seem excited. You're just like whatever. You just hit $1 million in a single day." And then I explained to him why. I said because I've lived and felt that day already 100 times over. For me, it was just reality catching up to itself.
Amazing.
I think this is the
Congratulations,
problem that
dude.
most founders face. They separate themselves from their goals. They classify it as something external, not internal.
Bar.
And then in turn, what you're telling is the universe that you're actually in separation from the thing you actually desire, which makes it a lot harder to materialize. You need to internalize your goals and always operate from the end in mind, so you can operate at the same frequency as your desired reality and then materialize it a lot quicker. What's up, guys? My name is Ben, and I've been working with Nero for about 3 months, and this is a video for anyone who's considering working with him. I've also been watching his content for about a year now, and I have to say it's completely changed my life.
Good job, dude.
This is supposed to be a unifying event for the country, not for the Latinos, not for one small group. For the country. We don't need a black national anthem. We don't need a Spanish-speaking, non-English
This is an American woman.
performer, and we don't need an ICE or America hater featured as our primetime entertainment.
Okay, what is the national language, officially, the national language of the United States of America?
I mean, English. And there's been a push for many years to make it an official,
you don't have one.
Documented thing.
You don't have one.
If you would have let me finish my comment, I would have pointed that out, that people have been pushing to make it official.
Okay, so you're trying to make official.
This attitude that you have right here is why you...
I wanted to make a comment about the halftime show. The people who are complaining about it being in Spanish, the album that was a top winning award was all in Spanish. You wouldn't ask an opera singer.
This is crazy. How people are getting divided by this.
To English. That's ridiculous. In the 50s, blacks would go overseas. Blues singers, jazz singers. They sang in Paris and France. They sang in English. This whole thing about the Spanish is just a made-up controversy, and it's unfortunate.
Yep, it's all made up.
The most important thing he said at the end was in English. God bless America. We have to stop being so discriminatory toward anything that's not like us all the time. It was a great performance. It was all love. You did not need to be able to speak English to understand it. Thank you.
Happy Wednesday. For those of you who don't know, I have a breathwork group that meets every Wednesday at 6 o'clock Pacific time. We meet through the Favorited app, so it can be a live streamed event, and you can download the Favorited app right there for free. The whole event is free. I actually pay my breathwork coach, my personal breathwork coach, Abby Daw, to come on. She'll guide us through meditation. She guides us through breathwork. And the reason I do this is because breathwork has changed my life. Literally, it's helped me so exponentially with my anxiety. It's helped me sleep better. I get sick way less since I started doing breath work. It has helped me connect with my intuition better, my spirituality. Like, there are so many actual scientific benefits to doing breath patterns that reset your nervous system, cleanse your body from toxins. It's amazing. It's changed my life, and that's why it's important for me to, you know, provide an opportunity for more people to be a part of it. So join us tonight, 6 p.m. Pacific time, to do some breath work. Okay, picture.
There he is. There he is. There he is.
No matter how many manifestation videos you watch, no matter how many hacks you try, no matter how many vision boards you make, no matter how many affirmations you say in the mirror, none of that will work if you have darkness inside you that you are suppressing. Here's why. Anything that you desire, okay, if it's the new house or the relationship or the extra income, you only desire those things because you want the feeling state that you associate with having those things, okay? So you want the money because you want to feel more abundant, you want to feel more at ease, you want to feel more secure. That's an emotional state. You're desiring the state because right now you lack that state, okay? You have a perception that you lack that state. Even the relationship, you want the relationship, you want to feel the love and connection because right now you're feeling that you lack that thing. So it's not the actual thing that you want. You're trying to fill an emotional void and you think the thing is going to fulfill that void for you. But here's the catch. You can only experience in physical reality that which is resonant with your level of consciousness. And you will never be able to transcend or evolve from a particular level of consciousness, let's say one of loneliness, of lack, of limitation, if you don't deal with the darkness within you.
The fire horse is going to turn you into a household name. The fire horse is going to turn you into a household name. There wasn't a big enough arena for your light up until now. That's why you never fit in, because you are born for the stage. It is your destiny, even though you've been terrified to be seen. And all your visibility trauma is going to fade and turn into impact. You're no longer going to worry about the skeletons in your closet. And you are definitely not going to give a fuck about what other people think of you. You will see haters online as confused fans, because the spirit that is moving through you is enough to make global impact. It is so far beyond you and beyond what you can comprehend. That is why the preparation has been so fucking intense. You have been building up and preparing for this timeline your entire life, doing all the inner work, being obsessive about self-development, clearing all your generational curses, building the foundations for your personal brand. You are a celebrity disguised as a light worker. Your codes, your gifts, your frequency literally uplifts people just being in your aura. That's why it's no longer comfortable to hide out or play small. It's like physically painful in your soul to continue to hold back in any way. That's why you incarnated during one of the most pivotal times in humanity. With all the fucked up shit happening on this planet, you know that you are destined to share your light. It's the entire reason you came here, to leave this planet better than you found it. And if you're ready to blow the fuck up and fulfill your mission, comment the word masterclass below and I'll teach you how for free. Money.
Anywhere, the fire is in your soul, the love is in your soul, everything is your soul, water, Mother Earth, trees, everything makes a divine light, a divine soul that is yours, that is always being yours, and that was yours, and that was me, and that will be, that would ever want to be. It will be love. It will be
Little Bubba.
it will be water. It will
The
be
tiny Bubba speaking to her dad.
into your world. It will be
I love it. Don't you just love when it's the kids speaking? It's the Bubbas. When the Bubbas are speaking. Just love it. All right. Almost done my my 55s. Just got one more to do. Then we got to do our main quests and side quests. I have the door open, getting that fresh air in. You know, everything I talked about earlier today about words and languages and all that stuff popped up on a video with Chase talking about the very same thing that I talked about. And it's funny how, you know, during the summer last year, I had to be broken down to be broken through. That's a bar, write that down. Sometimes you have to be broken down to break through, right? And cried on that table out there, sitting on that chair over there. It's live streamed for anyone that ever saw that. It was there. It's crying my eyes out on that chair over there. And I'm like, and then on the other side of that table, which is fascinating, there's an interesting like metaphor with this table, right? There's one side like that could be the darkness, and then the other side is like the light, right? Because sometimes I sit on one side because there's more sunlight, or it was too hot, so I'm getting more shade, right? And I sat on that side of the table, and I got the answers. In fact, I was at the fence on just before my, when did it happen? Did it happen on my after my remembrance, or before? I don't remember at the present moment, but some of you remember I was standing by the fence over there when I was walking the field, and I'm like, I think we're here to remember what we forgot. I wasn't watching any YouTube content back then either. Remember, I hadn't really been on my tablet. I hadn't really been watching anything spirituality related. Even in the evening times, I'd be playing either a video game, or I'd just be like I'd be off and just go to sleep. So I'm like, I think we're here to remember what we forgot. That's interesting. I didn't hear this from someone else. I didn't read this in some book. I'm like, I think I'm here to remember what we forgot, what has always been here fundamentally, and that society has created an unnecessary layer over the fundamentals that were already here in place before it took you and snatched you into its iron hold. And I'm like, okay. So if the answer is you, then what else is there? Right. That you are the creator. I remember that because that's what I've been talking about before all that. You're the creator, okay? So creator is everything, all thing is one thing. You are part of the oneness of it all. So that means everyone else is one, but you are the answer because it's only you. And then there's joy. Ultimately, everybody wants joy in their life. They want to be happy. They want relief. It starts with relief. Relief starts to bring certainty, safety. It starts to bring, what's the other one? What is it? Certainty, safety, and serenity. And when you start to feel relief, you start to feel the other stuff, because serenity brings peace, harmony, tranquility. Certainty brings clarity, conviction, and confidence. And safety brings assurance, groundedness, and I forget the other word. So I'm like, okay. And guess what? Chase, I didn't resonate with the guy when I first heard him back maybe 2 years ago. It's the same story with like not Tony Robbins, with Dr. Joe Dispenza. Dr. Joe Dispenza, I first saw him in 2019. I'm like, who the hell is this guy? What the fuck am I listening to here? Energy? Pfft, this is the energy world? Come on. Really? Really? You're telling me that I can heal my own body? Come on, man. Like, that sounds stupid. Come on. That's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. Let me push in the door, because I think I got enough air. I'm like, that's absolutely ridiculous. There's no fucking way. There's no way. There's no way that you can heal your body. Come on. Really? No, you got to go to the doctor to go get healing. You got to go do these things to get healing. These were my beliefs because they were indoctrinated. But then all what Chase said today, he's studied all the ancient texts. Like he said he was obsessed with them since he was a child. Well, when he was like 11 or 12. And I didn't have to go study all of them because I already had them within. I already was aware of it. But basically, all of the ancient texts from all the different civilizations that didn't even meet each other, who lived everywhere in different time eras, who had no access to other people on the other side of the planet, all came to the same conclusion. How is that possible? Right? They were saying everything is here, right? Here. It's always been here. You have always been it. Right? And that's what I've been saying all along now. But the mind, right, which people still call the ego, even Chase still calls it the ego, but your ego is actually your 5 senses, which is to navigate this world. The ego isn't the enemy, it's your third dimensional thinking mind that's the enemy. Well, there is actually no enemy. There is no enemy. It's just here to do its job, to keep talking and making noise, because it's always seeking the next thing. And so, you know, when Chase's video popped up, I'm like, I just talked about this thing, like with Crazy Cat, with T-Bray earlier. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I'm like, how can I deny these synchronistic moments? Like, it's happening fucking live. And, you know, all the conclusions from all ancient traditions, all religious texts, right? Because I've read the Bhagavad Gita, I've read the Quran, I read the Torah, I read the Talmud, I read the Tao Te Ching, I read some of the Bible, because the wording in the Bible was kind of annoying, I'm not going to lie. Thou ye blah 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 blah. Whereas the other ones, they were easier to digest because they were English translated and they were using more modern language. That's why it was easier to read, like the Bhagavad Gita, the Quran, the Torah, the Talmud, the Tao Te Ching. Right? The Bible, it's not that it's hard. It's just thou ye blah 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 blah. Like too much of that. Just get to the point. I mean, of course, back in the day, they didn't have the words that we have now. But you see what I'm saying? These words are all made up. Nobody says thou ye blah 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 now. Right? Unless they say thou shalt, unless they're quoting something. Thou shalt, if you know thyself, thou shalt know all. Nobody says thyself in today's day and age, unless you're really being poetic. So, anyways, the conclusion is, you are the answer, you've always been the answer, and you will forever be, and you are forever being the answer. That's a bar, write that down. Okay, cool. My 55s are complete. So I am going to start a couple of my mobility. I figured Let's change it up a little. Let's go. So let's do our stretch. I wonder what messages Crazy Cat and Bayagi left that they removed. Well, it doesn't matter really. Ooh. Let's go. Let's go. Ooh. Cool beans. Okay. Let's have a looky-see. I want to do. Okay, so it's not there. Right here. That's pretty wild, actually. Do you believe that my being stronger or faster has anything to do with my muscles in this place? You think that you're da 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 da.
Don't think you are.
No, you are.
Come on, stop trying to hit me and hit me. I know what you're trying to do. I'm trying to free your mind, Nia, but I can only show you the door.
You have to walk
You're
it.
the one that has to walk through it.
Bar. Congratulations.
Have you ever noticed that the word earth
Has heart in
is
it.
basically the same than the word heart? And in this video, I'm going to reveal to you the secret connection. The common link is the H, right? And if we connect the earth with the heart, you can really see that the H is the center. What is the H? The H is like a ladder, right? So it's a bridge between the physical world and the spiritual world. And in the center here is actually the heart. So the more you connect with the heart,
That's a great realization.
you remember the deep connection between physical and the spiritual. You can see the mirror. So truly the earth, what is the earth? The earth is simply the reflection, the mirror of us humans with hearts. So it shows us how we treat ourselves, how we treat other human beings, other living beings on the planet. And to go deeper, you can see the word art, which is our essence. We are made by the creator, that is the original artist. Okay, so we are like a piece of art, just like the planet Earth is a piece of art, a beautiful piece of art. As we have been created by an artist, it means that we also carry the essence of the artist.
I like
We
the music
carry
she's
the
listening.
archetype
She has.
of the artist, and we should use this capacity, this power, because truly this is a power to create art with the energy. The E stands for energy. So to put our energy into our heart in order to restore the unity, the oneness, the harmony between the earth
Everything.
and us humans. Have you
I love
ever
that.
noticed that the word earth is...
I actually think, along with a couple of... Did you know trauma survivors develop what science...
That's pretty awesome. I like that. That was a good one.
Moving in our life in abundance, really spilling in. So let's go ahead and use the oracle cards, shall we? I'm hearing decisions are finally going to get made. Any mental prisons are going to really start to dissolve.
Any mental prisons, y'all. What have we been talking about in the last couple days? Prison. She just said it. She just literally said prison. I can't make this shit up. You see how everything's just truly interconnected with each other?
Healing after burnout for someone here today. Any more important messages for this collective, please? The cycle breaker. You are literally the cycle breaker in
Yep.
your family, in your generation, in your ancestry. You are here to break cycles, but this card literally says, we'll get through it, cycle ending. And one of your lessons that I think that you're here in this lifetime to do is to learn how to choose yourself. You know, wow. We have this card that says the road is clear. You know what to do. Walk it your way.
I like that.
I'm going to read this card because I feel like someone here needs this. Okay? So this card says, you know what to do and you know how to do it. The road ahead of you is clear and success is on the horizon. Be bold and truly go for it. Expansion and ease are here. You're ready to do what you came here to do.
Bar.
Wow. So this card says, enjoy the next phase of your journey. You've earned this moment, this flow, this prosperity, this progress.
Fucking did it.
So this card literally says, if you've asked a question, the answer is yes. If you're wondering whether you're ready for something or if now is the time, or if the time is right, the answer is yes. I'm ready to walk my living path in a way that only I can. Wow. That's perfect. I'll get one more card for you. I'm also hearing, stop doubting yourself. You are the person that's holding you back from in your life. Okay, you have this crystal coming forward. It says detox your light. So either now or moving forward, maybe you're going to be doing a physical detox. Something could be going on with your stomach. You could be going through a detox, being really mindful about what it is that you're consuming. Not only physically when it comes to nutrients, but also technology, you know, the shows that you're watching, the TV that you're consuming, the music, things that you're hearing. So you might be really mindful of what it is that you are consuming, either now or moving forward. You could be really mindful of wanting to kind of maybe detox some things within your life. And then you have the card that says loosen your grip, right? So this is your angels and your guides reminding you to trust, to have that hope and have that faith and reconnect with it, especially if it feels like it's been a little bit dimmed. And then I split the card right here. It says embrace change. Beautiful. So that is the message they have for you today. I am sending so much love and I hope that you have a great rest of your day.
I can see it clear as day. Crazy. Tales of Arise.
They're harvesting the astral energy that sleeps inside all matter and life forms. And they're doing it the same way they have for the past 300 years, using us data as mere siphons.
We did it. We brought down the wall. It's only over of this world, though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart. I want a world built on kindness, on giving, on warmth. You take and destroy.
This was such a good game. Hey! Good to see you, Olga. Good to see you. I was about to start my playout. And I got caught up with the video game trailer. I was actually going to go start my playout, but I saw, oh, Tales of Arise. Nice. Chase created a video earlier. Just watched it probably an hour ago. I talked about the same thing earlier on my stream about words again. You know, it's always going to be this, right? Words. But I was mentioning earlier how the table outside, I had to be broken down to break through, right? We've heard this expression before. Sometimes you have to break down to break through. I had to break down during the summer to break through. Some of it still lingered for a little bit. But it's funny because the table is an omen. It's like a metaphor. One side is the darkness and the other side is the light. I was sitting on that side crying my eyes out, and then I found the answers on that side of the table. And Chase was talking about how the ancient civilizations from different time eras all came to the same conclusion without knowing each other. Like the Hermetics, like the Egyptians. Again, remember, these are just made up concepts as well, but everybody came to the you know, Jesus said the same thing, that Yogananda said the same thing, that Krishna and the Buddha said the same thing, that, you know, that everything is here and now, and society is the ultimate game of distraction and attempting to tear people from inside out. And that's why this is a generation that is super duper spiritually disconnected, or whatever word you want to use there, because of how reality has been played out. People are just so, like, people are waking up, they're realizing, and they're remembering, but it was remembering something that never was lost. It was just like, wow, it's always been here all this time, hasn't it? So profound that, like, you know, I'm starting to see it trickle into even the bigger YouTubers now. I have no idea. When you say, who sent you so much love on this message? I have no idea. I don't even know who. Oh, you mean, oh, that's Crazy Cat. I don't know if there was love. It was just more, we were chatting about the whole, like, word stuff. And if you're referring to, like, Bahagi, oh, that was a tarot reader. Her name, Kelsey something of the, hold on. Divine Kelsey. She popped up on my feed a couple days, like a week ago, and she's been doing tarot and stuff. You know, it's still fun to listen to tarot, but I already know what I came here to do, but it's just fascinating. And then, of course, I was watching the Tales of Arise trailer. Yeah, she's pretty good. She's pretty good. She's cute, but I mean, I'm not looking at her for her cuteness. I'm looking at her for her words and what she's saying. And she's pretty, yeah, she's all right. I find her a little bit more deeper than Jem sometimes. She's cool. I am beyond that though. But that doesn't mean that I can still watch stuff. You know what I'm saying? I can still watch. It's like anything, right? I'm beyond ice cream. I'm beyond food. I'm beyond everybody. But I get to choose, right? And you know, the thing is, these things pop up as a reminder for the character, because the character still enjoys these tarot things. So, you know, I find that like if we enjoy something, why not just have more of it, you know? Like there's nothing wrong with entertaining some of these things, but we don't need it. The thing is, it comes down to a need versus a choosing, right? So like, do you need the message, or do you choose to just listen to the message, right? And so it becomes a reliance and a dependency, or it becomes a choice, right? That's why I was saying, like, when things become a reliance or a dependency, then like, I need to hear Divine Kelsey or Chelsea or whatever her name is. I need to hear Jem, because if I don't have Jem, then I can't function. You know, it's the same thing with the coffee, right? If I don't have my coffee in the morning, then I can't function, right? So then if I take away your coffee, not you specifically, but if I take away someone's coffee, what are they left with? They are basically fucked. They're gonna have no choice, right? They're gonna be bitter. They're gonna be angry, right? Because they've made coffee a reliance. They didn't make it a joyful experience. When they wake up like, I get to have my coffee. I don't have to have my coffee. I choose to have my coffee, right? So same thing. It's the same thing with tarot. Like, I still enjoy listening to it. I personally don't, like, the character doesn't really need it, but I give it to him so that he could just enjoy himself, because have more joy in your day, right? You know? But she's cool. She's all right. But you know, the thing is, when I see YouTube videos pop up on my feed that I've never searched for, I've never seen, there must be a reason for the character. So I give it to the character so he can watch. You know? Exactly. It's the same thing, right? I didn't have to listen to Chase's video today. I chose to, right? Like that video, he's talking about the 5 truths. Truthfully, even saying the 5 truths are just all made up, right? We already know everything's interconnected, but even saying everything is interconnected or everything is connected is also just saying a bunch of words, right? We already know this, but he did say something at the beginning of the video. He mentioned that language is attempting to explain something that was never meant to be explained. And I've said that before too. Language is here as a placeholder to help us to explain the unexplainable. But we can't explain what is, right? That's why he was saying that Jesus uses parables to speak, because when he was telling people with direct words, they were getting butthurt, apparently, right? That's why Jesus spoke in parables. That's why Yogananda or the Buddha, they spoke, you know, there was in the Tao Te Ching, the first Tao Te Ching says, if you're attempting to understand the Tao, then you have already misunderstood the Tao, or something like that. And that's like the fundamental truth, right? Like, you're attempting to understand with the mind something that cannot be understood. It was never meant to be understood. It just is, right? The whole justice thing. But, you know, I watched his video. I liked it. It was cool. I'm glad that, you know, he's been obsessed with ancient texts since he was a kid. I was never obsessed with any of that shit because I didn't require it. I already am an ancient soul, even though that's also made up too, right? But, you know, it was nice to watch his video. But I like the fact that, you know, what he shared is what I came to the realization without having to watch any YouTube videos. Because it was only in the summer I started to watch content on my tablet, right? Before that, was I watching any YouTube videos? No. I was basically on the live stream throughout the entire day, right? It's only because the live stream got so quiet and no one's been around, and only when someone says hello, then I kind of stop and I chat, right? But after that, when everyone disappears, I kind of just do my thing in the background, right? And if someone does come back on, then I say, hey, what's up? So like during the summertime, right, when I started to draw, you know, I stumbled on Instagram, and I saw Rupert Spira talking about the now. I'm like, oh, I like that. The mind is like a prism. It refracts everything, takes the original source of light, and refracts it into, and again, just another concept, refracts it into light, and it becomes distorted. And that's what the mind does, it distorts things. So from that moment on, you know, I started watching content again, but then I realized, like, I don't even need to watch this because I already knew the answer, right? They're basically just confirming what I already know. But sometimes the character requires us some sort of like mirror to reflect back, hey, this is like, you're already there. You don't really require it though, to be honest, character, but I'm going to give it to you because you want to enjoy watching the other characters who are basically you in a different meat suit do their thing to tell you that you are the answer, just like I've been telling us that we've been the answer. But yeah, I'm beyond tarot. I just allow this character to enjoy watching it. Nothing wrong with watching it. It's just, you know, not being like entrenched and like, ooh yeah, you know, like, thank you, Divine Kelsey, for giving me the answer because she has all the answers. She's just a mirror just reflecting back what I already told her to tell me. Because I'm the one that programmed every human on this planet from my reality to tell me exactly what I want to hear so that I could grow, evolve, and ascend. Every experience, even like earlier today, you know, the stove was completely like dried up with like food that Dad was cooking because he's not the most clean person when he's cooking. And I started like, you know, I don't want to have to, like, I don't mind cleaning, but like, why can't he just keep the place clean? Like, it doesn't make sense. And the character was getting mad. He's getting stirred up. But it didn't take long for the character to stop because, you know, I was like talking this through and like, this is a good experience right now that the character's getting mad right on the live stream. Like, because the last thing I want to hear is, you know, the parents arguing, because like, I don't want to hear fucking noise. I don't want to hear anybody's noise. I don't want to hear anybody talking. I really don't. I hate other people's voices right now. Well, the character does. The character just wants complete silence. But yet the character is watching YouTube videos, which is the irony of all this, right? It's funny. But in any event, you know, here we are. But yeah, Chase's video today was, I don't really watch many of his stuff, but like, you know, it was a good video. He told a story in his video and it was good. I liked his story, what he said. But, you know, do we really need it? Does anybody really need anything? No. Nobody needs anything from anybody. Right? But society has created this, and when I say society, that means the ones who have built it, and they knew the rules, and they were like, how are we going to get all these other humans to just buy into what we're going to use our mind, and we're going to make them our little slaves. So let's build all these like corporations, let's build all these things and tell them like, this is how it is, and like, you know, if you don't follow this way, you're going to be exiled, and then if, you know, and like, we're going to just collect all the money. Like, you know, think about it. Who are you paying when you're paying taxes to? What are you paying taxes for? I mean, look, I know some will say, but you're paying taxes to like, you know, fix bridges and build roads, and you know, that's fine and stuff. Like, I'm all for that, but like, where is the rest of it going though? It's lining someone else's pocket, right? Where does it all funnel to? Like, when you see like the trap of this world, it's crazy. But I'm not getting into that. It's just more so like, you know, the society has built this layer over, it's basically, there's society's layer, then there's your own layer, and then there's the you that has no layer. So you have to, and these layers have many layers, as I said, invisible layers, You have like 10 layers after that invisible layer. Maybe you stumble upon another invisible layer and you have to go through like 100,000 layers after that. And maybe you have one more invisible layer, and maybe there's the final layer. Maybe you think it's the final layer, but really you have another million layers to go through. Or maybe there is no layer, right? Because that's also a paradox. And then ultimately what happens is you find out like, wait a minute, I don't need to adhere to any of this. I've never been alone. I'm interconnected with everything. Like the carpet is one with me, the chair is one with me. How can I be alone? It's because people want other people to talk to. And the mind wants to always be busy, and it always wants to look for the next thing because it's not satisfied with the now. It doesn't like the now. It doesn't like this moment because it's always looking for the next thing. And that's okay for the mind. That's its job. And it's okay to have your desires. It's perfectly normal to have your goals and dreams. Just not be entrenched as like, I have to do this. If I don't do this, then my life, you're basically pinning your worth to your purpose. Your purpose and your worth are not interconnected. They shouldn't be interconnected. They should be kind of separate. Your purpose is your purpose, but your purpose doesn't dictate your worth. That's a bar. Your purpose is whatever you came here to do, but your worth is your worth. And the value you have is so valuable that cannot be explained with words. And those couple things should not be tied to like what you're doing. Because if you one day for whatever reason you can't do the thing that you love anymore, does that mean that your value and your meaning or your worth is diminished because you can't do the thing anymore? No. But that's the thing. People have created such dependency and reliance on external validation and external things, right? And ultimately, guess what happens? They get stuck in a trap. So it's 4:09. Okay. I just realized I'm gonna get rolling. I mean, I did already start doing my moves, so there was a reason why I had to start my moves earlier. So now I know why. I trust all is divine with you. And what the hell is this? Well, we're going to... I don't care about the Olympics. And I don't care about that. Wow. This person brings in $4.3 million a year with his porta potty business. That's wild. You see, you never know. You never know where there's a supply and demand for things, but it's just crazy. Like right now, there's a person, the random live stream that showed up on my feed. Northern Lights Tarot. Live personal reading, order now. $20 personal reading. One person is watching right now.
Sort of 20 to maybe about 20 to 25 minutes, okay? Undertaking these 2 readings that I have ordered. So now would be your time to order. If you don't feel like you want to order tonight, you're just thinking about it, please don't feel pressured or anything like that.
That's fair. Or she should be humble about it. All right. Tiff X Dan. Upper body. Upper body. So which one are we going to do today? I don't want to do push day. Okay, so where the fuck is the one that I've been doing? Wow, I got pushed all the way down this way? Shit, man. You have to scroll all the way down to find this one now. That's crazy. I've done that one on Monday. I done that one last week. Okay, so that's the one I'm going to be doing. That one right there. I'll be doing that in a moment. Oops. Cool. Ooh. Body feels a little tight. Don't know why. It's not like I was sitting. I was moving. It's only because like maybe I've been standing in like a certain spot or something. It's all good. It's funny though, you know, it's this is how my live streams used to be, just me talking, no videos, no nothing except for maybe just the play out video in the background, but after that I'd just be talking all the time. So it's fascinating, and it had to unfold this way. It had to. It had to unfold this exact way, because now is the time. Now has been the time. It's pretty nuts. I'm just laughing at how everything just came to it all clicked into place like a puzzle piece. Sounds good. Thank you, I will. Let me know how the gateway thing was if you had listened to it. I'm just curious. Not that you need to listen to it, because you don't need to do it's just an interesting experience. That's all. I was curious if you listened to it yet or not. You don't have to, just so you know, because like it's not something that like will change your life, because we already are at the point where like, what else is there? You already know that you're the answer. But it's a weird experience when you're kind of like listening to it. All right. I'm going to do my hips. I did my spine. I did my shoulders. I did my wrist. I did my spine. Now I have to do my hips. So for hips, we're going to do this one. Wow. Okay, we got one side to do left, and then onwards to our main quest and our side quest. And it's 4:16. Okay. Today's upper body is going to be 25 minutes. It's going to be the one it's our staple one. It's one where we have 5 body parts, 5 exercises. We're going to be starting with shoulders, then we're moving on to back, then chest, then biceps, then triceps. And for those who have dumbbells, you will use whatever dumbbell you have or dumbbells you have. If you don't have dumbbells, you'll be doing push-ups, lots of push-ups. You'll be doing wide push-ups. So notice my elbow in correlation to my rib cage. Wide push-ups for your outer chest, and diamond push-ups for your inner chest. That's split in the middle. Standard push-ups are also known as normal push-ups, or also known as regular push-ups. Those terms are interchangeable. I call it standard because what is regular? What is normal? So standard push-ups, and even what is standard? Standard push-ups is closer, it's basically the in-between between narrow and wide. So standard push-ups, you notice my elbows are closer, but not close enough to my ribcage, but they're closer. This targets your shoulder blades and your back. Narrow push-ups target your biceps and your triceps. Again, diamond targets your split in the middle and targets your triceps, which is what I'm going to share right now. When you get to the tricep section, you can do 4 of the 5 push-up types, because the 5th push-up that I'm going to show you is pike push-up. And this targets your shoulders, these, but can also hit your triceps as well. And the closer you bring your hands towards your feet, so like you see how I'm getting closer, the harder it gets, and you will feel a stretch in your hamstring as an added benefit if you bring your hands closer. You can also, if you have a bench or a chair or a sofa or a bed, you can also do this. These are pike push-ups. Those target your shoulder. Now, when you get to triceps, like I mentioned, you can do diamond, you can do narrow, you can do standard, and you can do pike. So when we get to the tricep section, you can alternate. When we're doing chest, there's gonna be 5 exercises. So you can do 3 diamonds, 2 wides, or you can do 3 wides, 2 diamonds. And just so you know, one of the exercises in the chest section will actually be wide push-ups. So you can go a wide, diamond, wide, because the last chest exercise will be wide. And then of course, our finisher is 40 seconds of push-ups. Now that doesn't sound like a lot, but you're gonna be doing 10 seconds and 4 different types of push-ups. You're gonna do wide, standard, narrow, and then diamond. And then you finish. So if you wanna join in, cool, grab your dumbbells, get warmed up, because we're about to start. I'm gonna just finish up this side for my hips. Perfect. What's up, dude? Good to see you. Let me just do some of these walkouts. I'll do 7 of these. 2. Just to get the body stretched. 3. 4. 5. 6. And 7. Let's go. All right, and then I'll do this way. Downward dog to cobra, which is a yoga pose. How was your stream, by the way? I'm just gonna quickly oh my God. What else do I have to do? My kicks? Yeah. I have my main quest to still do. So I basically been going in reverse order today. Oh yeah. Have this side to do. Let's see. Hey, good stuff. Good stuff, man. That's awesome. It's just growing. In no time, you'll already be at 200 people. And then it's just gonna keep going. People are enjoying your stuff, man. It's good stuff. Whew. Whew. Huh. Weird. I thought that was weird. I'm looking at my cloth. And that's gonna come in no time, bro. And you'll get monetized. Yeah, thank God they lowered the monetization requirement. You want to know a little hack? I'll give you a little hack quickly. For watch, because you have to get, what is it, 1,000, was it 4,000 watch hours or 3,000 watch hours? If you want to know a hack, open up 5 different browsers and watch your own stream. That way you're getting your own watch hours from yourself. I mean, yes, the others are watching your stuff too, but if you want your faster watch hours, open up, well, however many browsers you have and just put your live stream on, just mute yourself on each of your browsers so you don't hear yourself. So you don't create a nasty feedback loop with your sound. That way your watch hours will go up while you're streaming. When I was first starting to get monetized on this channel anyways, I basically had my MacBook as I had like 7 or 8 versions of me, but they weren't chatting obviously because I'm not typing on the computer. But I had 7 or 8 people viewing my stuff, but that was really me. But then there was actually like 20, 30 actual people on the stream on top of that when I first started. And then it grew to like 60, 70, but then it sort of capped off around like 30 to 40 people at a given time. And then it became too polarizing for a lot of people, and then they just... But yeah, that's how I got my watch hours up quickly. So if you wanted to know a quick way to get your watch hours, open up many browsers with your stream on and just keep it muted and just minimize your browsers, like put them in the like the background. So just a little trick. But I'm being serious. That actually works. Just so you know, you do get your own watch hours. Because if you have different YouTube accounts, you could do that. You could definitely do that. you have loyal followers. I'm not gonna say follow. You have loyal people on your stream. You can, and they want to support you. You can just ask them, hey, I mean, I'm looking to gain some watch hours. If you all don't mind, maybe if you could leave my stream on in the background, if you're preoccupied with stuff, you can always ask them that if you're looking to get your watch hours up. Excuse me. I'll read that in a moment. I'm going to start shortly. What time is it? Oh shit. I should really start in like 2 minutes. Cool. Who cares? What is, technically speaking, what the hell is cheating? Isn't that just another made-up word? It's only cheating if you feel guilty about it. If you feel guilty about it, then don't do it. That's a bar, right? But there is no other way to get watch hours. So you may as well put yourself and watch your own stuff. And also, you know what else I did too? Just so you know, because this works too. Your previous live streams, you put on you put your old live streams on and you watch and you leave it on in the background while you sleep. But that would require your computer to be on. If you turn your computer off, then that's fine. This is how I tricked the system. I actually got monetized before I was supposed to get monetized. On this channel anyways. The next channel, when I go monetize that one, I'm gonna be doing it differently. I'm not gonna even care if to get monetized, to be honest. It's gonna already automatically happen. I can already feel that. I'm gonna do it differently though. YouTube is going to push my content out to the masses. And one of my videos is going to go, I don't want to say viral, because that word is just an illusion. Because I'm looking to reach specific people. Because I'm not here to reach gamers. I'm not here to reach people who are scientists. I'm not here to reach mathematic people. I'm not here to reach people who are cooking. I'm not here to reach people who are not into knowing thyself, basically. I'm only interested in reaching those who want to know thyself. So my video is going to reach all of those people who know thyself. And that video is going to be entitled You. You, period. And in that video, I'm going to basically drop everything I possibly can in a short amount of time. In quick succession. After all the videos, all the books that I've studied, through all of it that I've went through, this is all you have to know. You are the answer. You've always been the answer, and it starts with you and ends with you. So whatever you're feeling on the inside is going to be a direct correlation with what you're going to experience on the outside. So if you're feeling like shit, you're going to get shit on the outside. If you're feeling like magic, you'll get magic on the outside. If you're feeling like anything's possible, then you'll get possibilities on the outside. If you feel like it's impossible, then you'll get impossibilities on the outside. That's a bar. Starts with you, ends with you. You're the one that's in charge. You're the one that has the power to shape your reality in every present moment. That's another bar. Write that one down. And last but not least, you're the creator. You're a part of the fractal of the oneness. And if for some of you who are atheists, that's okay too. Your soul came from somewhere, even if you don't believe you have a soul. Your ass came from somewhere. I'm not here to tell you to believe in God. I'm not here to tell you to think anything else. But your ass is in charge of this reality. So you have the power in your hands, quite literally, and in your mind to create whatever you choose to. Just make sure, please be a moralistic human. Even though the universe isn't moral, it doesn't give a fuck about morality. But don't be an immoral person. I'm not here to advocate for immorality. Be a moral human. But the universe doesn't care about your good deeds and you walking that old lady across the street and looking for favors. The universe doesn't work that way. You're the answer. That was less than 5 minutes. Video end. See you later. dropping the fire like that. How different for... So this is the problem that arises on this live stream specifically. When I'm talking, and this is not a you issue, this is just a live stream issue. When I'm talking and I get in a flow, I don't look at the chat. So then when I come back, I've said probably like 10 things, and then I read the question like, how different, right? I don't know what how different is referring to. So this is why, please be mindful, and this is for everyone. When you're on a live stream, this is etiquette. If you are on a live stream, please make sure you are pointing to the point that the speaker is pointing to. So if you're going to ask a question, make sure you put the question in the form of how the speaker said the question or said something by saying, well, how is XYZ different? Because saying how different doesn't help when I have already explained like 10 points, right? And I'm not psychic and I'm not going to be psychic, right? So this is for you and for everyone that is watching. When you're on a live stream and you're interacting with a person, please make sure you know when someone is talking if you want to ask a question, to be very specific with your questions. Because how different can be, what do you mean? I've said like 10 million things since I looked at the screen. It's no one's fault, but this is just how it works. How are you going to be on your other channel, or how am I going to be different? It's simple. The way I am right now, I'm not going to be all lovey-dovey. I'm going to be basically the way I am, but I'm not going to do the things that I'm doing. Like, I'm not doing my workouts on the other channel. I'm not going to be talking about nonsensical bullshit. I'm going to be talking about you are the answer every single day until it drives into everyone's heads to know that your mind is the one that has put you in a cage. Well, you've put yourself in a cage by agreeing to the mind. So the way I'm going to be different is I'm going to be live streaming for about an hour or just making videos talking about the answer. But you will probably have to still go figure out why you are the answer. That's how I'm going to be different. I'm not going to be doing 10 million things that you see me doing on the live stream. You're not going to see me eating on the live stream. That's stopping. You'll not see that. You're not going to see me playing video games on this live stream or on that live stream. It may happen on this live stream, on this channel still, but you're not going to see me watching content. You're not going to see me meditating or taking a nap or, washing my feet or sitting outside, just not doing anything. It's going to be very intentional. I'm not here to entertain anyone. I'm here to educate, to mirror back. I'm not an entertainer. This was entertainment. This live stream was an edutainment or edutainer. So an educator plus an entertainer combined. I'm not an edutainer anymore. I'm focused on one thing, service. And then I'll jump off and do whatever I want for the rest of the day. If I come back on this live stream, I'll just if someone wants to ask me questions, if I want to do a Q&A, I'll have a Q&A session on my other live stream, but or I'll invite people to jump on like a Zoom call or something with me and we can have a Q&A. But of course, it'll be paid. You're not just going to give access to me for free. Like your time with me is ticking, by the way, just so you know. Because don't expect that you're going to come on my other stream and you're going to be fooling around with your jokes. I'm not going to have it. If you're going to come on my other stream and disrupt me, I'm going to boot your ass off. Just like everyone else. If anyone else comes on my stream and they're going to be disruptive, I will boot your ass off immediately. So this is the last little moments you're going to get with me. So take it all in. Take in all that I said. Because if I catch in the future that you have to go to some other person for the answer, I will literally fly to where you are and I will pound you into oblivion because you don't need to know anything else but what I just said. You are the answer. So that's how I'm going to be different. Thank you. You don't need to hope though. Hope is for weak third dimensional humans. I don't hope. I know. Hope is for wishy-washing. I don't do that. Don't hope. No. Strengthen your words, damn it. How many times have I told you? Stop saying hope. Don't hope. Hope is for third dimensional humans who don't know themselves. You know yourself. We don't hope here. I hope your channel will be successful. No, I know it's successful because I'm already successful. I don't have to hope. I know. I embody it. Hope. That is such a wishy-washy word. That is for people who don't know who they are. I don't need advice from you. The thing is, here's the thing. There are no problems. And if that's your perspective, then that clearly you have a very skewed perspective because there are no problems. You even saying that just shows me your limitation right there that you imposed on yourself. That's a bar, write that one down. You've imposed your own damn limitation on yourself by saying that. Sometimes we need to have entertainment to get rid of the problems of our life or distract us. That just shows me that you don't know who you are still. And I've told you the answer. How many times? Do you not listen? Are you not paying attention? How many days have you been on my live stream and I've said clearly, point blank, that you are the answer, there are no problems? Or is this the first time you're hearing this? Because if this is the first time, I'm going to tell you right now, you better make sure you get a pen and paper and write this shit down. You are the answer. There are no problems. You projecting something as a problem is a problem. Do you see the paradox? There is no problem. There is no problem. I don't take advice from people who don't know who they are. I'm sorry. And I don't take advice from anybody really, because I am my own advice. I'm going to forget you. I'm going to forget all about you. I'm going to forget everything about you. I'm going to be like, who are you? You don't need me. You don't need me, bro. You have everything now. That's the whole point I've been telling you. And I'm not your first friend. Your first friend is yourself. Do you see? You're still, I'm basically pointing that you're relying on outside things outside of you. You should know yourself, damn it. Like, how many times have I been telling you this? This is the reason why I cannot tolerate those who are just not listening. You should have already known, like, yeah, I don't need this Orion guy. Like, I know I'm my first friend. He was a cool guy, but I don't need him. I have everything I require right now. Awesome. I don't want anybody to want me or need me. I want myself. So please, remember this experience. That's it. But if you don't want to listen, that's your choice. I'm talking about people in general. They have, well, that's because people in general don't know who they are. Because if they really knew who they are, they have no problems. I just said this. Do you not understand what I'm saying? There are no problems. This is the reason why I came to this earth, to tell all of you humans that there are no problems. You all just made shit up. Every one of you has made shit up. This character made shit up too. He made lots of problems that there was no problem to have. In fact, he made one earlier where he didn't have to. But I let him make the problem just to show him he didn't have to make the problem, because it was an illusion. That's the whole point of the reason why I said that you are the answer. If you know that you're the answer, and this is why I'm going to tell and share with the world that you're the answer. So if you're the answer, then you're the solution, because there is no problem. Because it starts with you and it ends with you. And once you know it starts with you and it ends with you, how can there be any problem? So do you really need to distract yourself with entertainment, or do you choose to watch entertainment? There's a difference. Recognize the difference. You watch entertainment because you choose to, not because you have to, right? But Orion, people do have problems. Well, it's because they don't know thyself yet. And that's the reason why I came to tell people. Well, not tell, to mirror back exactly who they are. That's why. That's what I mean. I'm not your friend, by the way. I'm your brother. There's a difference. I don't use the word friend. So don't ever call me your friend, because I'm not your friend. Friend is just a made up, well, brother is also a made up word too, but I rather brother because it's more interconnected. Friend is for little like third dimensional humans. I don't associate myself with like low level awareness, even though they're all one with me anyways. I'm not your friend. I'm your brother. Big difference. And as your brother can speak a little bit tough with you at times. A friend is just some like throwaway like thing to me. To me specifically, I don't do friends. I don't have friends. I don't want friends. I don't want friends. I don't need friends, and I don't have friends, because I am my own entertainment. I have brothers and I have sisters. I don't do friends. My definition of friend is like someone who is just like whatever. So I am your brother. Take it or leave it. All right, I really do have to start my play out though. So if there's nothing else, I got to start. So with that being said, let's get into it, shall we? We have total upper body to do, and I have to use the bathroom. See, I knew it. The moment I was going to start, I had to go use the bathroom. I'll be right back. This is now the latest. Thank you, I will. This is now the latest we've started our play out, but that's okay. Let's get rolling. Let's go. We're starting with shoulders. So lateral raises. Oi. Upright rows are next. Feeling it, y'all. Ugh. Arnold press is next. So the dumbbell's gonna be facing you, or your palm's facing you, and then you're twisting going up. Even though this one's 25 minutes, this one's quite something. Whew. 45-degree shoulder press. Shoulder shrugs. Well, at least majority of my stuff are finished. Let's go. We're moving on to back. So we're starting with bent over alternating rows. I know it's getting a little darker in the room, but you can still see me. Oh. Okay. We're doing grand rising, good morning. Okay. Well, I thank you for that. I appreciate it. I fully received that. Thank you for that, dude. You don't have to do that, but I appreciate it. How do I like that? There we go. There we go. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And don't worry, time's ticking for you. More of that's coming back to you. I appreciate that. And guess what? People are going to be doing the same thing for you soon enough, dude. Ugh. Appreciate that. Ooh. Ooh. Dumbbell swings are next. We should be moving on to chest next. Actually, no. We have one more back movement to do. Ooh. Of course, bro. But remember, no hope. You will be doing it. If that's your desire, that's already happening. Now it just has to walk. You just have to take the actions which you're doing and stay in alignment, which you already are, and you will be able to do that. My reason is to help people too, in a similar fashion. Generate so much money in the world where I just give it away like candy. No questions asked. Ooh. All right, 45-degree chest press. Yeah, because that's my goal, is to have so much money in the physical that I'm giving it away. Not through contests, not through some like click bullshit, like click this to win 10,000. No, I'm just gonna give it to you. Like I'll go on people's streams, like random, like gamer streams too. Like people who only have like 1 or 2 views, and encourage them. And I'll drop so much, like, so much money to them. I gotta change my microphone because it's starting to die. Yeah. Yeah, so like my goal, and that's like not just streamers, but like anybody. Like I see someone, like I find someone who needs my help, like they need like medical bills paid to get something done, and I take care of it. No questions asked. A streamer who is struggling, or like, for example, yesterday I ran into a YouTuber who lives in Japan. She has no friends. She has no life savings. She lives on her own. She's been disowned by her parents. She's alone. And, you know, she doesn't speak English, but she put her video with subtitles for English. And people just supported her. And I want to help people like that. Because like the millionaires and the billionaires already out there, I don't need to help them. They're already doing their thing. Now, if they're struggling with their mind, that's a different story. But I want to help people financially. Not because of some charity case, because I want to do it out of the kindness of my heart. That's why it's important for me to always keep circulating resources, keep giving. You know what I'm saying? Because what is money? It's just a made-up concept. And I'm going to physically have it in reality. These are diamond press, by the way, that we're doing. But then one thing I want to share with the world too, for those who want to know how to build that exponential wealth, is I'll show them how. I won't just, you know, give them a fish and feed them for a day. I'll teach them how to fish so they can feed themselves. How I did it. That's why it's important that I keep recording my journey, but not on this channel. All right, we're moving on to biceps now. I appreciate it. Oh yeah. All right, girls. Oh man. So you're doing narrow push-ups right now, y'all. So we're doing twist curls. Single dumbbell curl. Oh yeah. Son of a bitch. Yeah. Ooh. One more dumbbell, or one more bicep. Ugh. All right, we're moving on to triceps. So here's where you can switch your push-up types. You can do all the variations of push-ups. We're actually doing dips, so this one you can actually do with us because he's doing it on the ground. He's just balling up his fist and he's bouncing on the ground. Now I have a chair nearby, so I'm doing this. If you have a sofa or couch, chair, bed, table, stairs nearby, you can do this. Back here. Skull crushers. Ooh. Tate press. So it's gonna look like a chest press, but you're curving in your dumbbells like this. I'm proud of myself because, you know, I went up in weight in terms of like the dumbbells. I've normalized 40 pounds now. It doesn't mean that it isn't challenging, but I normalized it. Meaning, like, this is the dumbbell that I use. Going forward. Narrow push-ups. We're almost done, by the way. Oh my God. Ugh. Overhead extension. Okay, we got push-ups to do. So we got wide push-ups, standard push-ups, narrow push-ups, dime push-ups. So I'm gonna bring the tablet down. So wide. Okay, standard. Narrow. Oh my God. And diamond. Fuck yeah. We did it. Okay, Google, turn on a light. Wow. Damn, y'all, that was crazy. That was crazy. Is this new? No. This was 11 months ago.
Meaning, you can't outwork your and make you 50K a month. If you have diminished your conviction in terms of what you already ate, just because of another man, you want to go to another city. Yeah. You know, I ain't even going to say enough. Yeah, don't. You have an internal bank account. Because the truth of the matter is, consciousness precedes creation. And if you're waiting...
Well, we got abs to do, so we'll look at narrow stuff in a bit. Okay, cool. That was good. That was really good. That's real something. That was something. That was something. That was something. Shit. Shizers. That's like one of my favorite words. Shizers.
Aye, but that's a gamble of long odds, ain't it? There's never a guarantee of coming back. Passing on, that's dead certain.
Summoning the Brethren Court, then.
I only hope that.
That's a sad commentary in and of itself.
The world used to be a bigger place. The world's still the same. It's just less in it.
I took my Instagram story views from this to this, and I'm going to show you exactly how you can do the same. Go.
Can you tell me a little bit?
My hands are burning. Whoosh. Okay. We got them abs to do. This is interesting. Yeah. All right, y'all. 10 minutes. Let's go. Ugh. All right, y'all. I'm doing a couple things. I started yesterday. I'm no longer putting like cookies or like chips into my system for now. I'll have them on occasions, but not like an everyday thing. Because even though I don't get fat, because that word doesn't exist, it just doesn't feel good to me in my system right now. So like I'm basically only putting things that feel good in my body, even though some things still don't feel good at times, because my body will purge. I just need to get out of here, Creator. I need to be in my own space in San Diego, California, not Toronto. I know what I desire. San Diego, California. My penthouse or equivalent. I own it. I have my Supra. I have billions of dollars in my bank account. Trillions. If you would like to, grant me the trillions, I can help people with it. And I eat food that's in alignment. There wouldn't be any chips unless it's protein chips. Basically, anything that comes into the house has to have protein in it. And it has to be like the organic stuff. So I'll be going to like TJ's. I forget what TJ stands for. Going there and getting more organic stuff. And there's other holistic groceries in San Diego. There's one in near what is it? It's in Del Mar. It's by Torrey Pines. Jesus Christ. Okay, calm down. It's by Torrey Pines, near that movie theater, Luxury Cinemas. That grocery store has basically all organics. I just don't remember the name of it. It could be that same, I'll have to find out. That's where I'll be picking up things, but ideally factor meals. In and out, just factor meals being delivered to my penthouse. It's my time now. Nero blessed us with a business video today. Keep pumping in that cash flow. So after this, I'm gonna go straight to showering. And I'll finish the rest of my stuff afterwards. That's what happens when you do prolong your stuff and then you're like attempting to finish early. But it's all good. I'll be ready. Well, technically I can get the rest of my stuff done. Just got to get my 55 curls in. sprinter up. Let's go. Very good. Ooh, baby. Look at that Supra. Soon, I don't have to worry about Kamehameha. Okay.
I feel like I'm just wandering in a state I'd call a void. I don't seem to want anything like no desires at all. Yeah, don't worry. When a bill hits you, don't worry. Or you see other people, you know, living in a particular way, more than likely, it happens. It's a pendulum swing at this moment in life. But you will have a desire because you're a human being who probably lives in a society that is capitalistic and requires some type of either material gain, or you're just going to seek to fulfill one of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Don't worry. Just enjoy this right now. And I think that actually puts you in a perfect state to actually direct reality in the manner that you want it to go, in that state of neutrality. I think that's perfect. I feel like I'm just wandering in a state I'd call a void. I don't seem to...
Well, he's gone now too. Damn, son, what the fuck?
Next, hit those power moves off your feet unless you're coming off the top rope or you're airborne from a... I wonder if the referee checked that man temporarily after nailing him with that hard punch. Well, we've never seen anybody get up. Yeah. Main Mark signaling for the hard punch. Bob, we may see the changing of the guard here.
If he gets him set for it, it could be it.
Trying to get some momentum.
He says the hard punch is coming.
Mover just
Over the years, I've always been aware that you have to tune into your body and you have to pay attention. The body will tell you what it needs. You just have to quiet your mind enough to be able to listen. If I'm feeling good, I don't think about anything, what I'm eating necessarily. But then when you walk past the mirror, you go, oh, that's me. That's when you know you have to do something.
This is a hard morning for all of us here at Sherry. And I know that you have seen the news, and I'm ready to address it. Our show has not been renewed for another season. And I want to say, y'all try not to faint or fall out, because healthcare is expensive and none of us have it anymore. So y'all don't fall out. But I have to say, thinking about it, I'm truly overwhelmed by the outpouring of love that I have received from all of you. So, from the audience to everybody on social media, to people who stop me in the store and still talk to me despite me not having a wig on, they still talk to me. From the emails and the texts, the messages, I feel every bit of the love that you've been sending to me. And thank you so much. I want to say from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for welcoming me into your homes every single day. I want to thank you for laughing and crying with us. Thank you for supporting my unhealthy obsession with Lenny Kravitz.
Nice.
But I got to tell you, when I first started, the show was built on one thing, and what I wanted it built on was joy. Joy.
Good for you, girl.
The intention of this show was always was my prayer for you to leave happier than when you came. And you know this, I've talked about this. It has been my dream to have a talk show. And I'm so grateful I got the chance to do it for 4 seasons.
Amazing. Well deserved, by the way.
But I want to be clear. I'm not ready to throw in the towel on this show just yet. I'm not. We're going to be airing episodes all through the fall, and we're going to continue to fight to keep the show alive in some way, shape, or form.
Good for you. Because you will. You'll start a YouTube channel, or you have you're already on the YouTube channel.
If anybody knows me, they know I'm a fighter. I am a fighter. Now, I don't know exactly what it's going to look like, but I promise I will continue to spread joy. And I just got a message. I got a message to all of my guests that are coming to the show from now on. Please don't be trying nothing crazy on this show. I don't want you coming and talking about you in solidarity. You want to run across the stage naked. My supervisor turn me on. You were having a good time. Because like your favorite auntie, I'm here to make you laugh, get in your business, and stay longer than you planned.
Fuck yeah, let's go.
Don't ask your mama. Tell your mama. Tell your cousins. Tell your besties. Tell everyone.
Love it.
Had to come nose to nose with death.
You were taking a look at your own mortality and the impact that that had on your wife and your kids. You said, what I found was that
I am worthy of God's love simply because I exist. And the same is true for you.
that really sat with me.
If I said something I really believe.
While we'll always remember James Vanderbeek as the innocent Dawson Leary, in what would be his final years, the actor became a fierce fighter, tackling stage 3 colorectal cancer with grace to the very end. You spoke about the difficult year that you had, dealing with your own health battle. How are you feeling? How are you doing?
Oy.
I'm in a healing.
When I spoke with James in March of 2025, he was looking forward to new projects, including Overcompensating and the Legally Blonde prequel series, Elle.
I play somebody running for mayor. It's Elle Woods in high school. Going back to work next month, so yeah, things are good. Your emerging hormones aren't developing a thing.
Man, he's gone at 48. That's crazy.
I don't know if it's gonna work or not, but you believe in it.
E.T. first met James just before his Hollywood career took off, shooting his iconic teen TV series in North Carolina.
Hello, entertainment tonight. Welcome to the set of Dawson's Creek. This is Dawson's room.
Back in '97, the then 20-year-old showed us around the set. This was about 2 months before the premiere.
So you can see Dawson's quite the film buff. Scream. I don't know why that poster's up there. I probably spent more time here than I did my working for. Yeah, we worked on 14-hour days.
Before landing the hit series, James had been busy doing off-Broadway shows since age 16. He later went off to college, but dropped out once Dawson's Creek picked up.
I'm having a great time. This is what I wanted to do as an actor, is, to get to have an opportunity like this.
And action. Stop.
Dawson's Creek ran for 6 seasons, launching not only James' career, but also making Michelle Williams, Katie Holmes, and Joshua Jackson all stars.
Yeah, Josh and I are sharing an apartment right now, and Josh's dog showed up to fit with me. Dog is fine. Josh really can't stand. All the sunset. See you later, E.T.
Yes, I do. Some perks. I'm just kidding.
James and Katie were each other's +1s in the Emmys in 1998.
Oh, yeah.
By the following year, he was trying to shake his Dawson's image, gaining 10 pounds of muscle to play a tough high school quarterback in Varsity Blues.
I don't want your life. I went to the gym like a maniac before we actually started shooting. So by the time we actually got in with the football players, I kind of had a false sense of confidence that I could step in and take a full speed hit. Of course, I ended up on my back seeing stars. Next thing, people are printing that you're a heartthrob. And then all my college buddies call me and give me hell for it.
It was James' first leading role in a movie, and the film became a box office hit, though some on set were unable to separate him from his TV persona.
Look at the linebacker. I never really this well. Have you won other acting awards, or is this the first one?
The role helped him win an MTV Movie Award in 1999, but James always kept it real, joking on stage with E.T.
The Academy's a swage, man. I think they're thinking they really missed the boat by not nominating me. I've definitely grown up from.
Ooh, yeah.
We're not deluded into thinking that this show is the best thing on earth. You'll never find anyone more critical of the show than all of the actors on it. As far as being a role model, you'll have to march to your own drummer, I think.
The actor tried to distance himself further from Dawson on the big screen, playing a college drug dealer and brother of a serial killer in the dark and racy drama The Rules of Attraction.
I loved it. I loved every minute of shooting this film.
And he was a post-Civil War ranger in Texas Rangers, all while on break from shooting his TV hit.
My facial hair and chops as they shave me down. Bonding hair. I was quiet. I was like, oh, back to Dawson. By the end of about a 6-year run on a show,
Fuck yeah, let's go.
Post Dawson's, he did go back to TV, from playing a serial killer in Criminal Minds to a cameo on How I Met Your Mother with 80s heartthrob not so long ago. version of himself in Don't Trust the Bee in Apartment 23.
Hey, Tiger Bee.
Hey, you know, it reminds me of...
You got a fan over, huh? She ate a plum flannel.
Horses come at the gym, and the Dawson's Creek theme song.
That's also where, in a wild, heart-wrenching adventure, he played a Dancing with the Stars competitor some 6 years before.
I have a nap, yeah. I was too busy working. I pitched the story of fake being fake dancing with the stars. And I was afraid to do that thing.
Star married expectant girlfriend Kimberly Brooke in an intimate ceremony in Israel.
Why did you decide to get married in Israel? Our favorite place.
What's your favorite part about Halloween?
Trick-or-treating.
The pair would go on to have 6 kids, but not before enduring plenty of heartache.
We lost the baby.
Well, I've had actually 5 miscarriages total, but the last 2 were significant and then they hospitalized me.
The revelation, live on Dancing with the Stars in 2019, became extra emotional when he was then eliminated.
Can I give it to James?
No, that's roughly the same. The more news on faster. Make you heal, doesn't it? Reach out to friends and family and talk about it.
8 months later, James lost his mom. He was heartbroken. Shortly after, the pandemic hit. James left Hollywood, leaving his entire family to a 26-acre ranch in Texas. Then, in 2023, the star was diagnosed with stage 3 cancer. He's near a secret for more than a year, until a tabloid threatened to reveal his condition in 2024.
Where are you at in your journey right now?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling great. I'm feeling
Oh my goodness, the room is like... a little cold. But... Okay. I got me my food. I got to get rolling and go shower. CM Punk with Kevin Hart, what the hell?
Okay, that's, you motivated everybody. Okay, no, what's happening? Oh, no. See, will you come on and come to the damn tub? No shorts. Your shorts stay on. Yeah, I'm positive. No, shorts can stay on. Go sit on the back of the tub, man. Why don't you jump all the way in? Because we can't do that yet. I gotta start it off. You never do that. Yeah, not yet. Your feet are on the stool. Now sit on the... okay. This is so uncomfortable. Will you get in the tub? Get... Welcome everybody to another episode of Cold as Balls Live. The shows get bigger. They get bigger because of the guests. And oh my God. They don't get bigger because of the host. Well, you know. What was that? Did you guys see that? The lowest hanging fruit. I ran right into it. Right? Today's guest is a legend, man. You know, you cannot talk wrestling without mentioning his name. One of the most dominant forces and personalities that the sport has seen. Y'all show some love to today's Cold as Ball guest, CM Punk one time. Yes.
Thank you. Congrats. I think it's dope as hell for you to be in that sport, you know, for the time that you have and still be a dominant force. So thank you for coming on Cold as Balls.
Thank you. Thank you for thanking me. I'm happy to be here.
Yeah.
Like I watched you do your show.
Yeah.
And now there's live people here.
Live people. Look at this. This is live energy.
I'm like worried, like this guy's taking pictures of my nipples.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. All right.
You know what, man? I think it's important to start off from the beginning. Now, we all know about your success in wrestling, but what I want to know about the choice of wrestling. Why? What is it that made you get into the sport of wrestling, Sam?
I always just say wrestling chose me, you know?
Really?
Yeah, when I was a little kid, we didn't have all the channels and all the streaming that the kids have nowadays. So one night, I got to stay up late to watch Saturday Night Live, and instead of Saturday Night Live, it was Saturday Night's Main Event.
Okay.
Probably like the first time I actually saw wrestling on television, and it was just insane. There's no rules in wrestling. You got Coco Beware's got a bird, Jake the Snake's got a snake, the Bulldog's got dogs running around, and it captivated me when I was a little kid. So
those names are amazing, man. You know, it's crazy because that was my generation of wrestling. You know, when you talk about Coco Beware, you talk about Junkyard Dog, Jake the Snake. I mean, these were the guys that I personally think energized the sport at the highest level.
Yeah.
I would love to know, man, who were the personalities that captivated you the most in those early years of wrestling? Was there a moment where CM Punk was like, I want to be like such and such. I want that.
Very easy. Roddy Piper.
Roddy Piper.
Yeah.
God. The legend himself. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Just because, to me, you know, you look at everybody else that I grew up watching, and they were all huge.
Yeah.
You know, giant guys, and I was never that throughout my athletic career, but I could aspire to be somebody like Piper, because Piper was considered a smaller guy.
Yeah.
And he was beating the crap out of Hulk Hogan, so I was like, all right, that's me.
You know, though, he wasn't that small. It's stop saying smaller guy when you're talking to a small guy. Like, he was huge to me. Roddy Piper was a giant. Yeah. Okay? I'm 5'5", so stop doing that. I see that's the second time.
5'5".
I'm 5'5".
You're 5'2" on your best day.
That's bullshit, you know.
It's not.
That's bullshit.
It's not.
5'5", man. It says on my driver's
license. Is taller than you.
But she's huge. She's probably 5'7".
Jacked.
5'7".
Are clothes cheaper for you because they're smaller?
What the
It's just something that pops
Do
in
you
my
see
head.
the size of my chest? Do you see my arm?
You are jacked.
Like, do you think I buy small clothes?
You are jacked.
I have a long torso. See, this is the thing. I'm a small guy, but I give the presence of a tall man. It's
You have
all
a large
personality.
aura.
That's it.
It's a giant aura.
A giant aura.
I
That's
like
it.
it.
Speaking of giant, what
is it?
Jesus, I'm sorry. Okay, this is Bam and Daryl. Bam and Daryl are huge wrestling fans.
All right.
Daryl, I think you put these on backwards. They should be under your pants. Bam. Okay, this is a custom look. It's a custom. Okay, I get it. Well, it's a big moment for them. They're huge CM Punk fans, and this is their way to pay homage to you.
I love it.
Yeah, you're into it.
Halloween is my favorite holiday.
You know, here on Cold as Balls, we're all about keeping it fresh. And I can give that major piece to this puzzle to Old Spice. They do a good job. So what I want to do is, I want to do what I want to call a fresh take. What's your fresh take on which younger wrestler is poised to become the next great champion?
We have a few on the roster. The problem is, I think, personally, I don't like any of them. So
Okay.
I think Braun Breaker is an obvious, bona fide WrestleMania main event superstar. And, actually somebody that's on the roster that I really do like, I'm kind of his mentor, is Dominic Mysterio.
Okay.
Dominic likes to tell everybody that he hates me and we don't like each other, but every morning Dominic starts his day with a phone call to Uncle Phil. That's me.
That's you.
Yeah, that's me. And, we talk about life.
You know, this is a good moment for me to tell you, when I was wrestling, I think the thing that I held on to the most was my Old Spice. My Old Spice Fiji Total Body Spray. That's right. The scent of palm tree and coconut and 24/7, lasting freshness from pits to toes and everything down below. That's right. This is for daily use. Good moment for me to tell you about that. CM, it's time for us to get in the tub, man. That's right. Let's go. In the tub. In the tub.
Age before beauty.
In the tub. Let's go. Come on. Bring it. Bring it. Hey. Come Yeah. Yeah. Here we go. Okay, CM, you know, this is a good moment for me to talk to you a little bit about wrestling. I don't know, man. I feel like I should have did it. I feel like there was a moment where I could have really embraced the sport.
There's still time.
Well, I'm thinking about it. I really am, man, because my physique, I look good, I feel good, and I think, you know, just from an athletic standpoint, I'm way better than a lot of the people that are doing it. You know, is there a shot for me to come in and kind of shoot to the top? How long does it take to get to the top?
Well, I think in any field, experience matters. But we're WWE, and we sometimes open the door for celebrities, you know, whether they deserve it or not. Logan Paul, or like a tremendous celebrity turned wrestler, Bad Bunny.
Okay. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like that, I think you need to look at it like, can I follow in the footsteps and be as great as what Bad Bunny did? You know?
I was thinking more of like coming in and going straight to the top, like a match against you. I feel like would really move the needle. Kicking it would be special for me, for the fans, just to do it in the okay, I didn't mean it. God. All right. They don't like it when I say stuff like that. I gotta ask you, man, there was a moment where you kind of went off script, where you kind of start going after everybody, attacking everybody. It was like, well, is this promo? Is this what he's supposed to say? Or is he going off? It was like the pivot of all pivots. Was that intentional? Or was that just a moment where you said, I'm going off script and I'm going to create a moment?
All the above. You know, I think.
Don't edit my words to change the narrative. I don't.
One elimination to my name, I think. I only got one. No, I had to point at the WrestleMania sign.
Carmella, he's my kryptonite.
Wow.
Royal Rumble, US title qualifiers, NXT title, North.
Shoot you.
You probably lay that thing down and.
I've had 2 divorces. I ain't got no money for a third. Okay, hi Jesse, how you doing?
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm happily married and trying to go to heaven.
Well, I'm very happy for you.
Thank you, God. Jesse, those are things I say to myself when I'm in treacherous waters.
Reading your mind right now.
Reading my mind. You can't possibly be reading my mind. Let's hope to God you ain't reading my mind. Matter of fact, I'm kind of hoping that the Lord ain't listening right now.
Oh, no.
It's a Steve sandwich! You don't know what to do with that, do you?
I just saw my marriage just flashing from my face. Oh, Lord. I already had 2 divorces. I saw divorce number 3 just dancing around my head. I was saying, oh, God, Father God. All right, let's turn around.
Can I rub your head for good luck?
Can you rub my head for good luck? I don't.
Please?
Ma'am?
Okay. Okay. My mother asked me to.
Oh, go ahead. On the back. You know, your fingers kind of went down my neck again a little bit.
You like that?
Yeah,
Oh.
I like that. My wife gonna shoot you.
Sorry.
I know you're not sorry. Hey, yeah, there you go. Get your hair out the way, because I was just gonna call you Lynn.
You call me whatever you want.
How old are you, Caitlin?
I'm 21.
Yeah, I can't call you anything. No, Mr. Harvey's 53, very happy, and I'm gonna leave that way.
All right.
My wife will kill the both of us. Hell. Okay, here we go, darling. Okay, we're doing the no touch thing. I'll catch you on real quick. Because what I ain't is a lawsuit. You don't want to put your arm around me? I ain't got to put my arm around you. I just need you to win this money. Come on, Nicole, you ready?
Don't worry, I got you.
All right, name something. Come on, let's play the music. Let's go. Get it up. Oh, not your leg, not your leg, not your leg. Don't put your leg on. Name a place where people are not shy about making out in public.
The grocery store?
You do that all the time?
In the freezer section.
In the freezer section? Heck, sounds great to me. Yes, love to go grocery shopping with you, yes. Yes, right now I have my entire marriage on the line, but yes. Excuse me, Marjorie, I'm going grocery shopping with the TNA ladies. We'll be in the freezer section. Name something of Steve Harvey's you'd like to touch.
I like to touch that mustache.
Be careful, little girl. Hey, Michelle.
I'm so glad to meet you.
Well, girl, we here now.
We're here now.
How
I
you
finally see you
doing?
in person.
Girl, something
I'm
else,
excited.
You're tall, too.
Yeah, good looking and
Yeah.
look well. Oh,
Yeah, look well.
In your clothes.
Did you just look at my ass, Michelle? Michelle just go, yeah. If you knew Steve Harvey was at your door, you'd answer it wearing what? Rhonda.
A lingerie.
All right now,
Lingerie.
Miss Rhonda, watch yourself. Good thing right there. All right, some lingerie. Miss Carol?
Nothing.
Nothing. All right now. Don't get yourself in a situation.
I love your dimples.
Watch yourself, Elise.
And you're making me all hot and bothered
That's
up in
what
here.
I do. Yeah.
Oh, you got some cups.
That's what I do. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. She said, I like me some brown sugar. Name something you'd like to do to Steve Harvey's head.
Sit on it.
Hey, church lady, you don't want to do that. I'm tell you right now, church lady, gonna have yourself in a real situation. Praise the Lord. Name a part of your body you'd lick if you had tongue size of an anteater.
My behind.
All right now, little Erica. All right now. Tickle, tickle. Don't do that, little girl. You're a little young for that. Better let your mama handle that. Yeah. This is a grown man over here, Erica. Do that again. Watch yourself, girl. Hello, B.
Hello. Hola, Steve.
Hola. Hola, ¿cómo está?
Muy bien, gracias.
Yeah, poquito.
¿Tú también, poquito?
Yeah, caliente.
¿Por qué?
Yeah. I don't know where you're going with this.
I don't either.
Yeah, I'm grown
might be
ass
free
man.
tonight.
Man. All right, I'm telling you right now, ain't nothing but a situation over here, dude. There's nothing better than a big, juicy what?
Lips.
Oh, you better quit looking at me. Boy, you better watch yourself. Don't come over here. This ain't what you want now. You better be careful. You better watch yourself. Some great, big old, juicy, wet, shiny, crack-free, suckable. Put them on you. Change your attitude. Lips. Imagine Steve Harvey is single. Tell me why he should take you on a date.
I would show you a good time.
Yeah. And you win. Huh? What does she mean? They want to know what you mean by that.
Make love.
Man. Come on, church girl. You better praise him. Do it to me. Sheila?
Sheila.
What do you do for a living, man?
I'm a registered nurse.
Okay.
I am known as the butt and gut nurse.
What do you mean?
Are you 50 years old? Have you had your
I
colonoscopy?
know you can't tell, but yeah.
Have you had your
Yes,
colonoscopy?
Yes, I have had a colonoscopy.
Yes, that's what I do.
And I did not enjoy it at all. Yeah. I don't have to go back for how many years?
Probably go back between 3 or 5 years.
They told me 10. Oh, they trying to kill me. All right, I'll be back down there next summer. They're not gonna see this guy. You'll have to come back for 10 years. I went, yeah. I just talked to the butt lady. 3 parts. You need to be back next summer, mister. I'm going back, too. Are you married?
No.
You're very attractive.
Divorced.
I'd like for you to do mine.
You're due in 6 months.
Yeah, just go ahead. Go ahead with your cute self. Name a word that rhymes with song.
Song.
I don't wear them.
What'd you say?
I don't wear them. I tried them once, too uncomfortable.
Oh, you tried it once? Yeah. But can I be honest with you, Miss Marilyn?
Yes, Mr. Harvey.
It's one. You just call me.
Yes, Steve. Yes, Steve.
Miss Marilyn, it was one of my favorite items.
Oh. I might have to go and get me some then.
Dad, how you doing?
Fine, and you, Mr.
Yeah, what do you do, darling?
I'm a youth development specialist for at-risk youth, and I've been watching Family Feud a long
You've been waiting on this.
Yes,
Girl,
every
you finally
since.
here.
Yes, and I gotta
You
tell you.
here.
Yes, and I gotta tell you, I've been watching it since it was Richard Dawson who kissed everybody.
Yeah.
Ray Combs, Louis Anderson, Richard Kern, John O'Hurley, and now it's you, Mr. Steve Harvey, who I ain't never seen kiss no one. I got a question for you.
Where? Richard Dawson used to kiss everybody. But Richard Dawson was the host in a different day and time.
Yes.
You put your lips on somebody now, you ain't gonna have no damn lips.
Yes. Yes. I understand that. Yes. Yes.
Now go ahead. What you want to know, Miss Lynette?
I just wanted to ask you, could I be the first? And we can do it on the hand.
Lynette, you the very first. Girl, I gotta go get a drink now. Girl.
Thank you.
Girl, you done messed around and done something to me. Yeah, what you doing after the show? All right, Lynette, here we go. What is
catch my
wrong
breath.
with me?
Gotta catch my breath.
Oh, you said I gotta catch my breath.
I do.
Boy, you scared me to death. I thought she said you should have kissed my breast. I gotta catch my breath. Seriously. I promise you, I thought that's what she said. Woo, I can kiss my breath. I should kiss your breath. Oh no. You just rear-ended Steve Harvey in traffic. What's the first thing you're gonna ask him? Miss Teresa?
Give me a telephone number.
Need a telephone number? All right, watch yourself, Miss Teresa. Trying to holler at your boy. Hey, Miss Diane. Girl, you finally got here.
I did. I'm so darn excited.
I bet I can tell. How long you been wanting to get on the feud?
Yeah, and you know what? Now that I'm out here, and I've met you, and I think you're all right, that if he passes away and you're divorced, I'm giving you my phone number. Yeah. I don't spend any money.
You don't spend no money.
No, I don't like
Girl,
shopping.
call me.
Oh, whatever.
My wife right now, whoa! She probably shopping right now.
I hate it.
You hate shopping?
I hate it. But I'm not real good with sex, so you might want to keep her.
So how y'all doing?
You doing okay?
That's the first time I've ever been on this show, and I ain't got a damn thing to say. Name something in which people put a single flower.
Go in your mouth.
In your mouth?
You know why not? You pass it. If I had a flower, I'd show you. You do it.
Yeah, I done done it all, baby. Put that flower in my mouth and watch the show. Tell me something about Steve Harvey you think is a 10.
Your great lips.
Watch yourself, miss. You ain't worry about that girl. Hi, Julia.
Hi.
How you doing, darling?
Good, how are you?
Good. You're a student?
Yeah, I'm at Seton Hall University.
Oh, Seton. Ooh,
Yeah.
that's a nice school.
I have to tell you, actually, you have a girlfriend back in West Orange.
No, I
And
don't.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
promise you.
She's my 88. She's my 88-year-old.
You don't know a lot about me, do you, Junior? I've had 2 divorces. I ain't got no money for a third, you know? I paid all the alimony, the child support. I just got finished. Now here you are. You got a girlfriend in West Orange.
You do. You do.
All right, Julia, go ahead. Tell your little story. And I got to tell you something. If it's good, if this goes anywhere that it ain't supposed to do, I'm jumping on your daddy right away. Who is it, Julia?
She's my 88-year-old tap dancing grandmother.
That's who. That's my girl. That's my girl. That's her. It's been a well-kept secret, but it's out now.
She watches every episode, and she always brags about what you're wearing and tells him he needs to dress like you.
That's right.
So she's interested.
He's doing pretty good. He's doing pretty good today.
She's interested.
Yeah. All right, Darlene, what do you do?
I've been wanting to do this for a long time.
I'm very uncomfortable. I've been to a lot of HR meetings, and you are making me feel uncomfortable in the workplace. In the workplace, I'm very uncomfortable, especially with big ass Willie standing right there. All right, Miss Darlene. Jesus.
Okay, Steve.
That's all right.
He's a handsome guy. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. He's a handsome man. Yes, he is.
My anniversary was yesterday.
Claim it.
My anniversary was yesterday.
I'm not sorry either.
Name something Steve Harvey might hire the best Steve Harvey lookalike to do in his place.
Model, Steve.
Model.
Good answer. Good answer.
I'm going to tell you right now, you can't look like me and be no damn model.
You're gorgeous to me.
No.
Come on now. Talk about it.
You better watch yourself, Vader. I'm a new Christian.
Oh, yeah, me too.
All right, I'm scared. Let's just go and play the game before I get myself in a situation. Model. Miss Maria?
I know what a kiss
How are
is.
you?
I'm fine. Thank you, Steve, and you.
Okay. How are you?
I'm fine, Steve.
And what-
I am so happy today, Steve.
Why am I scared of her?
Hey, Steve.
I should be. What do you do, Miss Maria?
Oh, you really want to know?
You meet some people you know that's too much for you.
Good thing.
I've met her. So what do you do for her?
I've been married 3 times.
You just been doing like you want to do, huh?
To my high school sweetheart and then a couple other. And then, but this time, Steve, I'm coming after you.
We asked 100 men, name something you need to do if you're going as Steve Harvey for Halloween.
You gotta have the right set of lips.
What made you just give that answer right there? What was the driving
You see how
force behind
skinny these lips are over here?
Yep. I'm a grown man now, though, Gwen. Yeah, I know what to do with these lips now. I'll have you grabbing for stuff that ain't there. How you doing, darling?
Awesome.
Nashville, one of my favorite cities.
Absolutely.
What do you do for a living?
Well, I'm an attorney. I have
Well,
three.
you're a pretty little attorney. That's amazing. How'd you like to have this hanging on the other side of the court? I give. I did it. Cuff me now. Name something a person needs to be a good game show host.
A loud voice.
Gotta have a loud voice. Buttery. Back in the day, Miss Lane, when I was a player, they used to call me Butterscotch. Because my conversation was that of butterscotch. Very smooth.
Out of the full mouth,
Yeah, you know, I had these full lips. It just come up, Missy Lane just.
You know, Steve, I'm 78, but I'm not dead. Keep talking.
Missy Lane, I didn't know we was having a moment. I'm sorry. I'm looking at Miss Lane, she's just going. She's just trying to be funny. Missy Lane had went somewhere else with it.
Steve, I just have to tell you one thing, if you don't mind. Okay. We need to go ahead and let the cat out the bag.
What's that?
You and I have been sleeping together for 12 years.
That's way more than a cat.
I have managed to fall asleep to you for the past 12 years.
Thank you, Jesus. Oh, Father God, thank you. I didn't know where this woman was going. I thought we was back on the Kings of Comedy tour. Done a lot of things back in my day. Sally, I like it when a man's bottom is blank.
In my hands?
Wow. Come on, Sally.
Don't back up.
Don't back up. How you doing?
I'm wonderful, thank you.
Marietta, Georgia.
Yes, sir.
Straight up 75.
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh.
You're
good.
so handsome.
Yeah, I know that's right. Let me tell you something. Even if you ugly, when somebody tell you that, you feel better about yourself, don't you? Thank you very much, Amy. Name something Judge Judy might find sexy about Judge Steve.
Steve, I'm gonna have to say you're a tall, sexy glass of chocolate milk, so your skin color. You're a hot man.
Watch yourself. Name something you like to be near when riding on an airplane.
I would
If
say
it's there, you win, Lacey. Name
a
something.
hot guy.
You be next to a hot guy.
Yeah. Or a hot person.
Or a hot person. This is great.
I love hot chocolate, by the way.
You like hot chocolate?
Yes.
I like marshmallows in my hot chocolate. God, I'm not gonna have a marriage. I love my wife so dearly. Here we go. We're looking for a hot thing next to you sitting, boiling. Well, Hello, Miss Diane. Nice to meet
It's a
you.
pleasure.
Listen.
It is a pleasure.
Yes,
you just
ma'am.
don't know.
Well,
Ooh, I tell you. Ooh, this has been, I'm telling you something, this has been a dream.
Yes, ma'am.
It has been a dream. I am so grateful. And I'm proud of you, too.
You're proud of me?
I am.
Yes, ma'am.
Truly, Lord.
Yes.
Well,
yes.
go on. Finish what you about to say.
That's all right. I was just going to wait right there.
Yes, sir. Yeah, finish what you about to say. Stop that.
That's all right. If Family Feud got freaky and you suddenly switched bodies with Steve Harvey, tell me what would be the best thing about it.
Bald head.
Watch yourself.
I see you.
This ain't no, oh, I see you. Carla,
Yes.
this ain't nothing but a situation right here.
I know. It's getting a little hot.
The bald head. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
So, what do you do again, Dana?
I am actually a mother of 6. Together we have 6 kids, and I am an entrepreneur, and I have a grandson, 2 grandchildren. Let me just say that.
Okay, wow. You look pretty young to be a grandmama now.
Well, thank you very
Wow,
much,
you
Steve.
pretty jazzy looking grandmama there.
Thank you.
Yeah, don't look nothing like my grandmama. I'm saying that right now. That's your grandmama? Yeah. Yeah, I'd have been in school. I'd have took you to show and tell. Name something women like that starts with the letter D.
Steve, I love your dimples.
What's that, cat? This ain't nothing over here but a situation. Okay, this ain't what you want. This is not a game over here. Miss Laura, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. I've been waiting for you.
Fox.
Thank you.
That is great. Beautiful hair.
Thank you.
Good.
I've been waiting for you.
You've been waiting for me.
Now, how good are you at sports?
How good am I at sports, baby mama?
After you did that, if I weren't married and didn't have all these sons, I'd become your cougar.
Well, it's a new term out there.
Oh, it is?
See, cougar, if you're 40, and even though you look very young, after once you're past 40 and you go for a younger guy, you're a mountain lion.
I'm a mountain lion. I'll be 73.
Name a reason you like to see Steve Harvey perform at Chippendales.
So I can get a lap dance from you.
The little nursing girl want a lap dance. Hello, Miss Minnie.
Hi, Steve.
Hail to the queen.
Oh,
How
thank
are
you,
you?
Don. I'm
Lovely,
fine.
lovely looking lady.
Well, thank you, baby.
Absolutely.
Thank you, and you look good too, Steve.
Watch yourself, Minnie.
You better watch yourself, baby. I ain't looking for no man, but you better watch yourself.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna get on over here then, cause I'm scared of you.
Don't be scared, baby.
Name a part of Steve Harvey that a woman might say she wants to kiss.
How about your ear?
I'll tell you right now, Amy, that's a sensitive spot. Ooh, yeah. Once I do that, I'm yours. On the ear. Are you married?
I'm single, Steve.
Single? All
I am
right
very
now.
single,
We
yes.
can get you somebody today.
That'll be
Yeah, we can get you. You on TV. You pretty. We can get you somebody. Zumba instruction must be in shape. We can get you somebody. What type of man are you looking for? What type of man? What characteristics?
Characteristics: faithful, number
Faithful.
one.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if that's number one. I have a long list,
No,
but
yeah.
faithful for sure. Funny, has to be hilarious. Very kind-hearted. I have 2 children, so definitely has to love kids. Has a great job. Let's see what else.
Well, so far, I'm married, so. Talk to 100 women, such as yourself. Name something you'd like Steve Harvey to do to your bottom.
Steve, I want you to smack it.
Natasha.
Yes.
Okay. What do you do?
I'm a nurse practitioner in Brooklyn, New York,
Okay.
and I have an 8-year-old boy at home.
Okay. That's good.
And as part of my job, Steve, I have to do prostate exams and
You have to do what?
prostate exams. Part of what I do is
You
part
do
of
the
my
prostate exam?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Where your office at?
Come out to East New York, Brooklyn.
Ladies and gentlemen, my new doctor. Because if I got to have a prostate exam, let's go on and turn it into something. Get your prostate checked. Get your prostate checked. Yeah. Woo-hoo. Deshaun, name something women do in a sexy way most men do not.
Bat their eyes.
Bat their eyes. Deshaun, give me an example of that. How would it?
Like,
Girl, yes. Yes, Lord. You want a car? I'm sorry. I fell for it. Bat your eyes. Name something women do in a sexy way that most men do not.
Lick their lips.
Let's see it, Denise. Come on. Come on, girl. Don't be ashamed. Let me see it. Girl, you want a house? What kind of house you want? Name something women do in a sexy way that most men do not.
When I'm thinking about it, I think about how I shower.
Well, let's see that. Hello. Hey. Yeah. All right now. That might not be up there, but damn it, Dean. Jasmine, what do you do?
I am a military police officer in the Ohio Army National Guard, and I am also a supervisor at Community Housing Network, and we house low-income, people with disabilities, as well as homeless.
Got to be the finest thing. No.
I am a professional nerd, also known as an accountant. But that's not so much fun, you know.
Yeah.
So I like to, talk about how I was raised up with 4 brothers and I kick their butts in leg wrestling. So
In what?
Leg wrestling.
Leg wrestling.
Yes, have you heard of it?
I've heard of it, but not really.
Well, I heard your knees are so much better now. I can challenge you if you'd like.
Steve.
Or during commercial break, whenever.
She's undefeated. Yeah, probably, but see, my idea of leg wrestling, I have 7 kids. Once you lock your legs on mine. Yeah. My leg wrestling gonna lead to something. Yeah. Then we're gonna be thigh wrestling. Then we're gonna be pelvic wrestling. Yeah, no, you beat your brothers?
Yes, I'm
No,
undefeated.
there's no way you can snap my legs off. No, there's no way I'm gonna let this girl snap my legs off. Name a command you give a dog that you might give your lover in bed.
Okay, my church is gonna hate me for this, but eat.
You talking about the dog? I can tell you right now, that ain't your church no more. Eat.
Here comes Mom.
Hail to the queen.
You're right. You got it.
Hey,
See,
Miss Madeline, how you doing?
baby, I am so fine.
I see you. I'm off the market now, but if I was, I'd be at your house Sunday. Eat. No, I meant. I was talking about for Sunday dinner. I promise you I was not thinking. I was thinking of Sunday dinner. That's what Mama. No, Mama, I was talking about eating dinner. You know, Sunday you go to country people's house Sunday for dinner. When I said that, then y'all a nasty audience up in here. Y'all trifling, man. I don't know how you. Do you?
Oh my God, yes. Oh my God, I've been wanting to do this so bad. Oh my God. You like it? You like it, baby? You scratch too. I watch you all the time, every day. I do not miss you at all. And I thought, oh my God, here he comes. I hope so, because I tell you, I really do, Steve. I love you to death.
Well, Miss Norma, I love you.
Oh,
Girl, I gotta tell you, matter of fact, I don't think I've ever been loved this much before.
Lord, I could just go on and just love you. Oh, get me muscles. Mama, we gotta play. She was telling me to let you go.
What would you do if you found out your man once acted in an X-rated movie?
I'd probably leave him for a while.
You'd probably leave him for a while?
Yeah.
Just a little while.
Just a little while. But pull himself.
Let him pull himself out.
Then I'd be ready for him when he got home. That's a good answer.
Please take this answer. I don't care. I'm dying. They're touching. They're whispering things to me you can't hear. I'm scared.
Don't be scared. Steve, don't be scared.
Okay, I'm trying. All right. You ready, Miss Normal?
I'd leave him, like I said. Not find me somebody else.
And you find you somebody else?
You better believe
She
it.
find herself somebody else. How about that? Leave him and find her someone else.
Steve Harvey. Right here, baby, right here.
Of all of the questions for this side to have.
That's right, Steve. Yes. Yeah. Ow! Come on, Steve. Ow! Woo! Come on.
What do you think?
Speak up. Can't hear you, Steve.
I said, what do you think Steve Harvey's wife would say is the best thing about him?
Those lips, Steve.
Yeah. Them soup coolers.
His soup coolers.
Go on to Willow Joy now, Steve. Come over here. The tea lady. Get right here. Step
You know what? I've never been like embarrassed. And like right now, I'm actually nervous.
And you should be.
I know
It's all right. It's all right.
All right, Willa Joy.
What's the question again?
I'm gonna read it to you. What do you think Steve Harvey's wife would say is the best thing about him?
I'm gonna say his money.
If you can't be cute, be rich. All right. Y'all ain't got no damn strikes. Be over here for a while.
We can go on all night long.
We can be back next question. We're gonna see you in Baltimore on Sunday.
You ever felt somebody staring at you? I mean, they breathing behind me and everything. They just going. Miss Donna.
Yes, sir.
What do you think, Steve Harvey's
I think
wife?
it's those gorgeous dimples, Steve. You know.
Okay, you.
The dimples. The dimples. The dimples. Go ahead, Steve. Call it out, please.
God, come on, God, just help me out. Dimples. What do you think Steve Harvey's wife would say is the best thing about it?
Your personality?
My personality. Up here, these is kids. Down there, that's death row. Bring your ass down here. What do you think Steve Harvey's wife would say is the best thing about it?
I know this is a PG show.
Uh-oh.
Give it to him. But I'm gonna say you probably lay that thing down and.
That's not.
It's not up there though, is it?
That ain't
I mean, not yet. Come on, go ahead, look up there. See if it's up there. See if it's up there.
It ain't up there.
Oh, but I know it's true though. Anything gotta be up there on that board.
Hey, you ain't gonna believe it, Jenny, but you did it. Give me two people right now. Let's go. We're playing. We got Jenny. Jenny's dream come true. She's come over here on this side. There you go. something that a fireman might be holding in a hot men of the fire department calendar. Come on, give it to me, Mindy. I know it. Go ahead.
His penis.
You might be holding it in the calendar, like, you know. I'm thinking.
Show me one more time how he's standing, Mindy.
Like, maybe he'd be like,
That's amazing. Hey, Cheryl, how you doing from Indiana?
how are you?
Good. What do you do there?
Well, I'm a registered nurse, but the biggest thing going on in my life right now is, and I haven't told my mother this, next week I'm getting my puppies fixed.
What's Greg standing over there grinning for?
Because I'm going to win the fast money and pay for the puppies.
Name a tool that reminds you of your husband in bed. Ron.
Hammer.
Big boy hammer. My man. My man. Brittany, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. How about you?
Good, good. What do you do for a living again?
By day, I am a consultant at a healthcare company.
Uh-huh.
By night, I extreme coupon.
You do what?
Extreme coupon.
What's the most you've ever done? You've gotten to the counter, it cost how much and you paid what?
It cost $52 and I paid 16 cents.
What stupid store does this?
I'm not going to say because I'm afraid they're watching.
Just a funny little thief, ain't you? I ain't gonna say because I'm afraid they're watching. Is there something that you specialize like in a certain food?
Frozen vegetables.
Frozen vegetables. Just go down there and wear them out on them
Yeah.
frozen vegetables.
Come home with 50 bags of corn, you don't got to buy any vegetables for a year.
You done had to eat 50 bags of corn, huh? Hang in there, man. Saving a lot of money, but she sure ain't creative as a cook. What are we having this morning? Corn. What do you think we're having? What are we having this afternoon? Corn cakes. What are we having for dinner? Corn pie. What's for breakfast? Corn flakes. Just shut up and eat it. We talked to 100 women. Name a tool that reminds you of your husband in bed.
Wrench.
All right. She might not be creative in the kitchen, but you smiling pretty good right now, though. We're doing it rich. Sure. Okay. Now you want to tell everybody what's going to happen next week?
I'm getting a new puppy. True story.
Never called him a puppy before.
The twins are back.
The twins are back.
That's what I'm calling
They're coming back big, huh?
That's right.
And your husband Greg's grinning harder than you.
I like puppies, Steve.
You like puppies?
I like puppies.
See, right now you got. But after next week, you got. When you're a bad boy, how does your wife punish you?
Withhold the nookie.
Oh, yeah.
He's the only one ain't clapping. Withhold the nookie.
Good answer. All right.
Mama, how you? Do you?
Oh my God, I've been wanting to do this so bad. Oh my God. You like that? You like it, baby? You scratch too. I watch you every day. I do not miss you at all. And I got, oh my God, here it comes. I hope so. so, because I tell you, I really do, Steve. I love you to death.
Well, Miss Norma, I love you. Girl, I gotta tell you, matter of fact, I don't think I've ever been loved this much before. This,
Lord, I could just go on and on and just love you. Oh, get me muscles.
We gotta finish playing. Mama, we gotta play.
She was telling me to let you go.
Mama. Oh, what would you do if you found out your man once acted in an X-rated movie?
I'd probably leave him for a while.
You'd probably leave him for a while?
Yeah.
Just a little while.
Just a little while. But he pull himself out.
Let him pull himself out.
I'd be ready for him when he got home.
That's a good answer.
Please take this answer. I don't care. I'm dying. They're touching. They're whispering things to me you can't hear. I'm scared. Okay, I'm trying. All right. You ready, Miss Normal?
I'd leave him, like I said. Not telling me somebody else.
And you find you somebody else.
You better believe
She
it.
find herself somebody else. How about that? Name a place a woman might call heaven on earth. Number 6. Let's move on to question 2. Give me Jeanette. Give me Bernice. Name. Oh, I still got the same. I had the same thing. Name a place a woman might call heaven on earth. The coochie. Tracy, instead of a pole, name something the world's oldest stripper would use in her act.
A CNI dog.
Go close to the man with the most singles. The CNI dog. Kawana.
That's it.
See how I got it?
Yeah, you got it.
I broke it on down. See, I specialize in African-American names. Yeah, I have a lot of African-American family members.
You do?
We have names like that. Very unique. For those of you that's not African-American, don't try that. Just call her Coco. Because old black people can't say that. Kawash, correct? Where's Coco? We talked to 100 women. Name something most women wouldn't be caught dead leaving the house without.
Their vibrator.
Well, on my way to the grocery store, where in the world is my toy? Ain't no telling how long these lines gonna be.
I love to sing.
Are you serious?
I am very serious. At church, school, wherever I've been, I've always sung.
Let me hear a little bit of it.
I'll be your crying shoulder. I'll be love suicide.
If dogs use computers, What would they post pictures of on the internet? Terrell.
The girlfriend cat, a cat.
The girlfriend cat. That's amazing how you thought of that. Name an animal sound that would not be sexy coming from your husband in bed.
Moo.
Do that again.
Moo.
Big John ever did that before? Never did move. Maybe a roar. Maybe a roar. Woo. Big John.
I gotta move.
Name an animal sound that would not be sexy coming from your husband in bed.
A horse. Neigh.
A horse. Do it again.
Neigh.
Meow. You know the boys down at the Rock Quarry, you know they're gonna eat you alive.
I know they will.
And just to make sure, you gotta do it one more time.
Lord, you're killing me, Steve.
I know, John. Go ahead, one more time. I'll talk to 100 married women. Give me an animal sound that would not be sexy coming from your husband in bed.
Cricket.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's going to be way better than that cat one, boy. What did you just say?
You know what? It's no... like nothing's going on, you know?
Name something that gets up in the morning before you do.
Sorry, Mom, but for men, their penis.
At what age does a man no longer have the strength to fool around? You said 35. Survey said number one answer, 100. Shut up. It's the truth. Tell me something people pick out ahead of time so the funeral will be fabulous.
I would have to say food.
Will you walk in the door and just grab a sandwich? How old are you, man?
I'm 25.
25? Boy,
Yes,
you
sir.
look young. You're only 25, you don't know nothing about this. Name the worst place to be when the Viagra you took kicks in.
I would say at school.
At school. With the rest of the kids. I mean, look, you gotta know, the guy's 25. He has no idea. I know all of these. Hell, when you're hosting a game show. I said, name a part of your body the doctor checks doing a routine physical exam. You said your breast. Survey said. I know. I think you might want to report your doctor. Name's...
You're right.
It's only happened to 3 other people. It's not good. It's not routine at all. Name a part of your body the doctor checks doing a routine physical exam.
Your junk, your privates. You sure need to find out who the hell y'all doctor is, doctor. Your junk. Survey said. Well, we got one answer left. It's the last one. Name something a man rides on for which he might consider wearing a protective cup.
Those toys with the stick and you ride them around. You know, with the horse.
You ride a stick? I gotta hear more about this. This is fascinating. What do you mean?
It's like an animal with a stick, and you pretend you're a cowboy.
Oh, like the stick with the little head on it, and you do like that.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know what you were talking. You drag it behind. That's an old ass toy. That's some 1954 Leave It to Beaver. I'm old as hell. I ain't even have one of them. I didn't know. I might be there. I didn't know. It's good. I don't know. I don't even know what to call it. It's the thing that you ride on that the kids rode on in the 50s, and you never see them anymore because they're obsolete and they're old. And there's video games out now. And who the hell would buy their kid one of them little poor sticks? You got to be the poorest family in the neighborhood. That one. Ingrid, let's go. Tell me an animal with spots.
A bear.
The spotted bear.
I'm gonna tell you right now, if Bear's up there, I'm taking off all my clothes right now. Crystal, how you doing, dog?
I'm doing great.
Good.
Hey, let me say this, Steve. I knew you were fine, but you're even finer in person.
Be careful, Crystal. This is not a game. Good. What do you do for a living, Crystal?
Well, I'm a dental assistant. I work in Douglasville at Creekside Dental.
Yep, you got pretty white teeth, too.
Yeah.
She said
Just like
Creekside
yours.
Dental. And then flash that commercial out.
Are you looking for a dental practice that puts your needs first? At Creekside Dental.
One more time right in that camera. Where you work, right there, say it.
Creekside Dental.
Creekside Dental. I go there too. Name some information you wouldn't want to be the last one at the office to know about.
You were caught stealing?
You wouldn't want to be the last one at the job to know you got caught stealing. If you was down there stealing, Kim, wouldn't you already have that information? I'm just checking. Kim, listen to me, girl. Every time I stole, I knew I was stealing. When they caught me, I tried to act surprised. Ooh, what? Oh, what? That wasn't me. Name some information you wouldn't want to be the last one at the office to know about.
There's a layoff?
There is a layoff. Listen to me. Let's get this straight. Let me talk to your Carlisle family right now. See these answers up here? Your objective, once you see one, is to guess the one that ain't turned over yet. We don't need y'all reading what's on the board. Most of these people have an education.
We got it.
Okay, let's just, all right. Sometimes you got to go over the rules again. Okay, you got it, Sonya? Here we go. Name some information you wouldn't want to be the last one to know at the office know about.
That the building's on fire?
That the building is on Sure, I can almost guarantee you that ain't up there. I'm sitting here tight. Ain't nobody told me nothing. I got all these third-degree burns on my butt, and y'all sitting up here running down the hallway and ain't said nothing to me. How did I know what that smell was? But baby, your dress was on fire. How did I supposed to know? Name something bad you did as a kid you're still afraid to tell your parents about. Kim.
Still.
kind of running theme we got here. All that stealing finally paid off. Who'd have ever knew that would turn out to be the #1 answer in America? A wife can really cut her husband down to size by making fun of his what?
I'm gonna say his manhood.
Lincoln, I don't know what you mean by that. Well, let's go see his manhood. Hey, all you women that's out there clapping, listen to me. Don't call your man shrinky dink. Okay? Gonna wind up in a real situation, I can tell you that right now. You can do a lot of stuff, but what I ain't about to be is shrinky dink. Okay. Let's go, man. A wife can really cut her husband down to size by making fun of his what?
I have to go hike. Okay, yeah. I'm sorry.
Baby, let me ask you something, man. Kind of had to deal with that a little bit.
Pretty much, sometimes. Sometimes it's good, though. That's right.
Yeah.
Good thing come in small package. Yes, sir.
Hey, Lincoln? Yeah, I do the jokes on this show. Tell me something you might rent for an hour.
I wouldn't do it, but motel.
Peppy, you wouldn't do it. How do you know about it?
Friends?
Friends. Pepe.
I'm thinking of tuxedo. Tuxedo.
Let me ask you a question, Lincoln. Put this tux on 1 hour. Where you going?
Just somewhere for about 30 to 40 minutes.
30, 40 minutes?
30,
Just go down there, just want to pop in.
I might go to the motel. I might take it to the motel for an
Lincoln, let me tell you something.
Okay.
You've been telling some good jokes.
Yeah.
Ain't now one of your answers been up there, though. Now, let's just go and stay hugged up like this. Because I got a feeling that ain't up there either. There we go. That tuxedo. I love this guy right here. All right, where we go? We got one strike, Simone.
A prostitute.
Okay. Yeah.
A prostitute. Priya.
Yes.
Tell me something you might rent for an hour.
A hall to have a party.
Oh, a hall
Yes.
to have a party.
Yes.
All right, everybody, let's go. Everybody, get something to eat. Eat it, hurry up. Eat it. Eat it. Dance, eat it, dance. We got 30 minutes. Let's go. Mr. John.
Yes, sir.
Nice to talk to you. What do you do for a living, sir?
Watch the Family Feud.
That's all you do? Sit up there and watch
That's all I
Family
got
Feud. Well,
to
how you like it now, though?
I love it.
Boy, it's something else, ain't
I
it?
love it. I
That
love
little
it.
host they got.
That's right. That's one reason I look at it.
Is it?
That's it.
Boy, you boy. Name something a man would be holding that a woman might find sexy.
It's private.
When this air pump, how you think people down that church gonna feel about it?
Probably not too good. Probably not. That kept me married for 50 years.
Name a place where someone greets people as they enter. Cassie.
Walmart. Why was that?
No, really. No, you got it in time.
Oh.
Walmart.
That's crazy. Yeah, I'll play. Oops. Yes, I'll play. Didn't see you come on, so I'm like, I guess I'll be playing after the stream is done. But here we are. Yeah, I'm gonna play. Just gotta get. Shit, I gotta keep this one here. I was just doing my laughing with Steve Harvey and the man. Finished all my stuff. Just gotta do my nightly routine now. Oh yeah. Gotta do that nightly routine in a bit. His manhood, Steve. His manhood. Shrinky dinky. It's funny. That's funny. Oh. Earlier I saw CM Punk with Kevin Hart doing some sort of like ice bath thing. Like it was aired 4 months ago. I had no idea CM Punk even did that. It's pretty interesting how it popped up on my feed. I don't look up anything CM Punk. I mean, I don't really look up anything wrestling. Wrestling just shows up on my feed. Ooh. Turn on the fan. Boom. All right. I wonder if I did get that SSD, how fast this really would take off. It's just, oh man, it's just so much extra work just to have to like uninstall everything and reinstall it. Ugh. Porting it would be easier. I'm gonna have to look up something. Actually, you know what? Uno momento. I'll give you a call in a second, actually. Apply. Steam is open. Now I just have to click play. Hey sister, quick question for you. I have a old gaming laptop and I'm looking for the most efficient way to port over my secondary drive without having to uninstall my programs because I wanted to sort of clone it onto a new SSD. What would be a program that is both paid and free that is available that I can use to take all of my current data that's on a 1 terabyte spindle hard drive and port it over to a 2 terabyte SSD that I can plug internally?
Absolutely, Orion. There are a few great tools for that. For free options, you can check out something like Macrium Reflect Free Edition, which which is pretty reliable for cloning drives. Another popular one is Clonezilla, which is open source and quite powerful, though it can be a bit more technical. For paid options, Acronis True Image is well known for its ease of use and robust features. It also offers some extra security features as well. All of these can help you clone your drive and keep all your programs intact without having to reinstall anything. Let me know if you need more details on any of those.
It's basically my drive would be the drive letter D, so it's not the main drive. So does those programs accommodate for the secondary drive? Because it's not the boot drive.
Absolutely, they do. Most of these cloning tools can handle secondary drives just as well as the primary drive. You can select the specific drive you want to clone and then choose the destination drive, your new SSD, as the target. The process works the same way, and you'll still retain all your data and programs from that secondary drive, so you're good to go.
But what if I have a 1 terabyte right now and I'm going to a 2 terabyte? How does it accommodate the size difference?
Great question. When you clone from a smaller drive to a larger one, the cloning software typically copies all the data and then allows you to expand the partitions on the new drive. After cloning, you can use the partition management tools, usually built into the cloning software or your operating system, to extend the partition to fill the additional space. So basically, you'll end up with all your data intact, and then you can expand your partitions to utilize the full capacity of that new 2 terabyte SSD. It's pretty straightforward.
Where would I go about doing that?
To get started, you can follow these general steps. 1, choose your cloning software, download the tool you prefer, like Macrium Reflect Free or Acronis True Image. 2, connect the new SSD. If it's internal, you can install it directly in your laptop. If it's external, you can use a SATA to USB adapter or enclosure. Launch the cloning software, open the software, and select the source drive, your current 1 terabyte drive, and then the destination drive, your new 2 terabyte SSD. 4, start the cloning process, follow the prompts to begin cloning. The software will copy all data over, expand the partition. Once the cloning is done, you can use the software's built-in tools or your OS's disk management to expand the partition and take advantage of the extra space. If you need more detailed steps or run into any issues, I'm happy to help walk you through it.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome. If you need any more guidance along the way, just let me know. Good luck with the upgrade.
All right, I'm calling you now. Let's do this.
What's up?
What's up? Let's do this. Oh,
I gotta take my dog to the vet. He's not feeling good.
what's going on with him?
Huh?
What's going on with him?
His spine was hurting. So I have to get him some drugs and take him to his actual vet tomorrow.
I'll send him some. I'll send him some healing. I got him.
He's got little wiener dog's got those little back issues. He's getting a little older. Jumping off the couch.
He'll be okay.
Yeah, he'll be good. He's actually in really good health. He's 15 years old, but he's in good health.
That's good.
Yeah, I feed him real food though.
It's not a bad thing to feed him real food, is it?
No, not at all. Better.
Ooh, my live stream's about to finish. Let me do my wrap up quickly. Uno momento. All right, y'all. Thank you so much for coming on today. I appreciate it. I'll see you all tomorrow. It's active rest day. And yeah, Gonna be playing some Dead by Daylight with T-Bray. And yeah, got 30 seconds left. Appreciate some resources from Mr. Neo. I appreciate that. Yeah, y'all have yourself a good night. We'll be on our trail walk tomorrow again. Should be cooler, but not cold like what we've experienced. So, yeah. All right, y'all. Peace out. Have yourselves a good one, and I'll see you tomorrow. Good night. Bye.